evening. Episode 280, the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. You don't know, we don't know, none of us know. Eric is here. Big Scott 35 is here. The chat's here. We're going to get to the chat. We're going to address Eric's hat. Scott, I have a photograph that undermines what Eric is trying to do right now. I have questions because Eric has been trying to sell this grift that he's associated to America. He's trying to be America adjacent. But everybody knows, I've said it before, Eric is on the record as saying he hates America, hates the troops.
Jeez.
All of it. It's unbelievable. That he would try to latch himself desperately, pathetically, onto another bandwagon is absurd. But we're going to get that in a second. It would end at 7 a.m. Saturday if it was up to Eric. It's true. I will not be the last to join in tonight. Good evening, Rob. Josh says it's Friday night. You know what that means? Because I'm Carlos is live. Thank you, Josh. Stephen with the PH says, good evening, Carlos and friends. Good evening, Stephen. Mike here says, Carlos, I forgot to ask you the night. How does Kenny and his ego both fit in the same room, allegedly? Ultra wide screens. Ultra wide. Good evening, Paul. Good evening, name. So, Scott, I wasn't going to out Eric's obvious grifting so soon, but he apparently insists on it. So I guess I'm going to have to point out. Now, as you all recall, Eric likes to brag about all these hockey players he claims to know about. He claims it all the time. And then he takes pictures with them with the same goofy, ridiculous smile on his face all the time. It's the same one because he's a serial killer. The thing is that he had recently one with Ray Bork. And he keeps claiming that I doctored the footage and changed Ray Bork's face. Ray Bork's a zombie. He died years ago. Eric doesn't know this, but regardless. Mind you, zombies only like brains. That's why he's immune. But nonetheless, look, I'm going to show the Ray Bork picture again, and I'm going to let you guys see exactly what I'm talking about. And he claims it. I don't think anything's wrong with Ray Bork's face. I think he's fine. But what I'm concerned about is the person on the right. Now, I want you to look at this. Here's Mr. USA himself. That is a Team Germany hockey jersey. The Deutschland. The Leon Draisaitl guys. That's not America.
Wow.
I know you've had a lot of concussions, you dumbass. That's Germany.
Wow.
And there he is with Ray Bork. You lying sack of shit. What are you trying to do? What kind of a con are you trying to pull, Eric?
I do not like AI.
The Deutschland for the fatherland.
I am not.
You take that head off right now. You burn that
shit.
I am not friends with AI at all.
I do got to say that woman's goal, man, that was sweet.
A goal scorer's goal.
Yeah.
How would you know, Eric? You were watching the Germans not be involved.
Yeah, that was incredible. And it all stemmed, if you watch the play, this unbelievable heads up pass.
Get even him.
By the defensemen, by their own goal, by the U.S. net. I mean, she just turned around, had her head up, saw the opportunity, hit the forward, and it was awesome. It was awesome. We were watching it at work and everybody went nuts. We had customers going nuts. The staff was going nuts. It was a fun time.
How many of them patted you on the back and said, don't worry, Eric, one of these days Team Germany will get there?
No.
Just saying. Scott, the truth will set you free. Eric needs to stop living in this fantasy. It's very disappointing. Right here, Zach covers it beautifully. Shame. I don't know what to tell you, Eric.
Maybe World Cup, you get to wear that, be happy with Germany.
Go Draisaitl. Come on, Eric. For the fatherland. Good try, though. That was cute. It was cute that you bought that. Did you get that hat on discount? Anyway, moving on. Dan's Vintage Baseball says, so Eric was watching TV alone at work, correct? He's had a lot of concussions, Scott. He has a lot of fantasies. It's very strange, the things he decides to go. And like I said, Scott, I have receipts. There's Ray Bork, smiling Ray Bork with Eric, with his lovely. And by the way, if you notice, the jersey was spotless. Eric does keep the jersey clean. So to his credit, at least he kept that jersey clean. It's nice and pressed. It looked good, yeah. And it fit correctly, Scott. The jersey fitting is important. You got to get the size right. That's key. So very good. Good job, Eric. That was nice.
I hate you.
Good evening, Baz. Scott, I'm always prepared. Always prepared.
That was great. That was awesome.
No, it wasn't. Don't encourage you.
See, this is why, like I said, it's like, please, Hall of Fame children, get on my level. Y'all don't even know. Even Jeff. Speaking of Jeff, I think you'll appreciate this with your logo. I actually did get some mail today. I don't always get mail directly to me, but when you got some Canadian sellers, it's nice. It saves me a step, which is lovely. Good evening, Coach Neil. So you know the Detroit Centennial, Eric. Somewhere off the distance, Billy will be pleased because there's 3 total cards. There's the base, then there's the Cougars, the Detroit Cougars version from 1926. So you got that.
Okay.
There is the gold version. It's not actually called gold. I think it's just called Centennial. The Centennial is out of 100. So it's just a 3. If you get the 3, then that's the rainbow. So in the mail today, actually, funny enough, got both of the Centennials out of 100.
Very nice.
So we got the Hall of Fame, and then we got the base version. Manano did play the 1 season with Detroit, so he is included as part of the set. I assume Billy's doing. But number 200 on the back for both. So both of these came in the mail today.
Excellent.
We did both rainbows. Got those both done. Good evening, Keith. Good evening, Mark. Yes, it's always a good time. It's nice to get some mail, even though I don't get mail much anymore, Scott. It's usually the big consolidated mail days. That's basically what I get at this point. So when I actually get something in the mail, I'm like, oh my God, envelopes in the mail for me. This is great. So it was nice to check the mailbox on a Friday and actually have stuff in it that wasn't bills.
I did get a hockey card return from PSA.
A Hackies?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that a Celebrini there?
Yeah, auto.
Wow.
Look at you being all fancy.
Yeah, out of 9, yeah. Last for his medal.
Yes.
Very nice. He is having one hell of a season and one hell of an Olympic tournament. I am very scared of him in the gold medal game on Sunday.
It's kind of good.
Yeah, I am definitely nervous about what he is going to do on Sunday.
What time is that game?
8:10 Eastern.
At night?
That's in the morning?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And the reason for it is it's 2:00 their time. And the men's gold medal hockey game is the last event of the Olympics. And it will then proceed to the closing ceremonies. So they can't have it any later because of the closing ceremonies.
Well, I know in past years, they've actually played past the ceremonies.
See, that I've never heard of. I believe you. I'm just saying I've never heard of that. They have started certain events before the opening ceremonies, but I have never heard of anything going past closing.
I'm not 100% positive, but and it might be the Summer Olympics I'm getting confused with, but because I know right after that they do the Paralympics or whatever is right.
The para will be next.
Yeah. Technically, unless the players are going to intend to be as part of the closing ceremonies, technically you could do it whenever you want. There's really especially if it's the last event and it's the last set of medals you're giving, it's not really going to change anything. Like for closing ceremonies, you could technically just run it. You could still have the closing ceremonies and have the people that are going to parade around do their thing regardless. But there you go. And it's 8 in the morning on a Sunday. That time does not exist. Mike just says.
I'll actually be at work. But
I'll be on my way to work.
Well, at least, like I said, I'm good job, Scott, on the Celebrini, and he has been a great young player. He's doing well. Eric was telling me earlier that he reminds me of a young Draisaitl. Moving on, Mike says, "Is that Detroit card adjacent to the Blackhawks card? Everything's adjacent. Everything is adjacent." Jeff says, "Nice. Does Manano have an auto? He does have an auto in the Centennial set, yes. But I'm just talking about the parallels to the base." So since Scott, they do not, I think they number the autographs differently. So I'm counting them as their own thing. You got the rainbow of the base version of the cards. So there's the Hall of Fame one, the 3 versions. There's the base, the 3 versions, and then there is an autograph, and I think that has a parallel or 2, and it's kind of its own thing for me. But he does have an auto in it for sure. I haven't seen too many of them yet, though. I got to keep looking for it. I'll definitely try to get it, though. I'm happy to have it because it gives me relatively inexpensive cards to pick up.
If anybody cares, baseball spring training game started today.
Eric is all over that.
Red Sox played their annual game against Northeastern University, and I believe the score was like 15-2 or 18-2, which is typical. That's usually what happens. But that's how you know spring training has officially started, really, is that the Red Sox played Northeastern and crushed them.
Yeah, I heard there was another YouTube Medano collector out there. I've heard this rumor.
Hell on, Jones, believe.
Yeah. So there you go.
Nice.
I do have the regular base as well, but then yeah, I've got that 6 cards there, and then there is an autograph variant as well.
19.
Looking forward to Kazoo Parade. We're trying, man. We're trying. I gotta get it.
For adjacency, people, you gotta vote for adjacency.
We already discussed it. Look, we discussed this pre-show, Eric. You've got to go like your fellow countryman, Leon Draisaitl, and put in the effort. You're going to have to make your own video. You're going to have to vote for your own adjacency.
All right.
I think to push it over the top, to get everybody that has not voted yet to get on your side, is you get a spoonful of mayonnaise and eat it live.
No. Nope. I don't want adjacency that bad.
No cost is too great.
I've gone almost 52 years next month without adjacency. I can do another 52. I will not eat mayonnaise. That is nasty.
Eric, for the Deutschland.
Not for the Deutschland, not for the United States, not for nothing. I am not eating mayonnaise. That is some nasty shit.
You heard Eric, not for the United States. You heard him, Scott. Not for the United States.
Not you pick any country you want. I'm not doing it. That's nasty.
All right. So I'm saying. Zach says, do we know how the Hall of Fame vote is going? We don't know exactly. I've got a few sources that are giving me at least an idea vaguely where things sit, but there's a lot of missing data points. And also there's probably a lot of Scott, the amount of votes has actually been down compared to last year. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of people that are going to do their homework at the last minute. So then at that point, you have no idea. All hell breaks loose. You have no idea where this is going to go.
Yeah. And I think the excitement of it is kind of, gone down a little bit, but still, like you said in your video there with Dan, was the entertainment is still there. So
we are the only, as far as I'm concerned, Scott. Look, I'm being half serious and half joking. I argue we're the only ones bringing entertainment into this. Otherwise, this is the same lame shit as every year, but with an OG ballot. Like this is what's the difference?
But I'm talking about unattended entertainment.
I agree with this. I agree. But look, at least Scott, at least we're offering the people something. We are offering an enticement. What's everybody else offering?
Right.
Nothing.
I've been sick all week, so I was in between naps when I did that one. I did mine, so and it took like 4 takes. I don't know why.
I think it would have been funny if I just didn't feel like setting up a time with Eric to get him to read something. I was sitting there because just a little behind the curtain. Last year, all it was basically StreamYard, put Eric full screen and go, all right, you keep reading. I'll tell you when to stop, and then I'll stop recording.
I almost, my mind went to, I'm going to Google what you're reading, and then I was going to continue on with what you were reading.
From where you left off.
It crossed my mind. I was like, I'm going to figure out what he's reading, and I'm going to continue where he stopped and continue on for my video.
Yeah.
I thought about it.
Why not? Listen, I've kicked around the idea of doing that. If we do the Hobby Palooza thing again, I could literally have Eric continue from where we left off. I can say this now because no one remembers anything, Scott. It'll just suddenly happen, and then people will be like, "Hey, what's he doing?" Right. Exactly. That's how you do it. Get me, Dylan. You're. It's important. I'm glad we got that. I'm glad we got that figured out.
You.
Yes.
They.
Them. They.
Me. Them. They. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Here you go. Name says the people aren't voting because the gatekeepers and keeping BIC Hall of Fame year after year. It's a protest. That's right. It's a conspiracy, Scott. It's a conspiracy. I happen to know for a fact, especially given that realistically, the auditors, I question the auditors. I happen to know that the BIC received at least 47,000 votes last year, and they weren't counted. Go check that spreadsheet. 47,000 is way more than the next highest. The disrespect. The disrespect. Ham says us.
Yes.
That's right. To make change, you must be change. You talking about spare change?
No, I don't have
I actually enjoyed Ham's on there. Number one, he actually included fishing. So since his channel name includes fishing, having fishing on it seems appropriate. Hashtag on brand. So good on you, Ham, for actually having fishing with a YouTube channel that has fishing in it. So good job by you. Secondly, I enjoyed basically the little bit at the end that I did with the Cardboard Cynics with Dan. But Dan was denouncing the theory of the fiat currency. As I was saying, like, Ham is good. You're going to hurt Ham's feelings. He's all about these golds and the silvers, and that's the same thing. And then all of a sudden, Scott, guess what happens? All that shit goes up today.
Right.
So now Ham's rich again. That's it.
Nice.
Did you ever confirm you can place all 10 votes for yourself? We have no evidence to the contrary. We do not have it. Eric, this might be your moment. For your ballot, we may just have to go BIC times 10.
Yeah.
And you know what? For the OG, Scott, we're taking all 5 of those too.
Yeah.
Dan has already told us I've been doing this for 1900 weeks. Scott, that's years before the OGs. YouTube wasn't even invented, and I was already doing this shit. Take that, OGs. Get on my level. It'd be great to have you back again for Hobbypalooza, putting us all to shame with measly hour-long shows. Listen, it's what has to be done.
No,
and I appreciate you appreciating the proper live streaming of multi-hour shows.
I don't want to do Hobbypalooza ever again because I know you're going to try to break the record that we set, and I don't want to.
Good point, Eric. A counterpoint to you. Much like the leader of the fatherland, I don't take your feelings into consideration. Okay. And as a good soldier, you should know this. It doesn't matter what you want. It's for the good of the whole, Eric.
I don't want to.
Alas, your contract is very clear, Eric. In perpetuity. Say it with me.
He almost too. You know what? And Bork almost looks like he's actually happy in that moment.
Yes, he's happy because Eric is finally being his true self.
Yeah, he doesn't look scared like the rest of them when he's got when he's taking.
Yes, he was sitting there going, "That's a nice jersey, young man. That's lovely. Yeah. That's really nice."
Folding, like plainly shaven, and was that before he got the restraining order or after? Was that what happened?
Ray does not have a restraining order on me yet.
Okay. All right. What have you said?
Give him checks so he doesn't. That's why I have to raise the money to give him checks so he doesn't put one on me.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of OGs, where's Bobby? He's somewhere barreling. We'll see him if we see him.
He's in the garage.
Multi-hour shows. The garage of knowledge. Could be. We don't know. Let's go through here. But yes. Now we'll see. We'll see what happens. There's a good chance. That down the road we'll figure out the rest of it, but it is what it is. Right now, there's plenty of time between now and then. Lots of time. Right now, I'm trying to get out of winter, Scott. Like one thing at a time. Let me get out of winter.
I thought we were done. Like we had spring, like early springish melt happening. And it was in the 40s, and people around here were walking around in shorts and sweatshirts, and everyone was happy. And now this major
German hockey was at its apex. You were screaming,
and now this major storm's coming in, and it's got to dump like 10 inches on us, and it's like, give me a fucking break. I've had enough. I need winter to go away.
Snow with a mania. 10 inches.
I'm done. My back is done. My shoulders are done.
Lying about any allegiance you have to the USA is done.
No. They make snow blowers.
I have a snow blower. I put that thing through its paces this year.
You can always hire people with your ill-begotten gains.
Yeah, bougie Eric out there doing his own work. That's scary.
Right? Yeah, you don't need to sully your hands. You can hire people.
Well, to be honest, I do make my mother go out and shovel quite a bit. I built a plow to put on her walker, and I get her out there and I convince her it's good for her and good exercise and everything. And she kind of pushes the walker and plows the snow. And so I make her go out and earn it. No free rides. Hey, No free rides at the White House. No free rides.
Wait, so what has your entire life been? Right now you're on a 50-year free ride. What are we doing?
Do you remember that? I must have sent you the picture.
I hope she's watching and she remembers that when you want cookies again.
No. And I still haven't gotten cookies. All right.
Wait. Eric, the picture? Wait, Eric, the picture? Oh, you mean a different picture?
No, the picture. Didn't I send you a picture of me having her chainsawing? I could have sworn I sent a picture.
Eric, I very clearly have you blocked.
Yeah.
Scott, you don't want to be getting pictures.
I sent a picture out, and I'll send it to you again.
All right, I'll send it to your parole officer.
And I put her to work, man.
Ray wasn't happy. He was nervous that he was before he was able to get the restraining order served. Facts. It was so warm in Worcestershire that Eric wore his lederhosen. That's right. Eric likes to call his room the Suck Hoss. You got to add Hoss to the end of everything. Hoss makes it better. You know, Eric, maybe you should embrace your Germanness here, because at least they've got those gigantic steins. Like, have you seen the damn steins? They're amazing.
The only stupid steins I have, and I can't dig that one out yet, but it's the Needham stein, and then I got this stupid stein.
All right, there's a collectible.
Okay, so the only two steins on my desk, one says Needham, and the other one says make Eric pay.
And that's women can carry the waitresses or whatever at Oktoberfest can carry like 40 of those things at once.
No, I got broad shoulders. I can't do that anymore.
Well, Scott, so it's funny since I bring this up. Speaking of Eric's Germanness, the funny thing is that one time I've said the story before, but I'll quickly reiterate to make a point here. So my buddy, in his infinite wisdom, we were all part of the wedding party, and for his bachelor party, we could accommodate. We could go anywhere he wanted to go, Scott. And I've told the story before, but so if any of the folks in the chat remember this one, feel free to chime in. Where do you think his choice? I want to emphasize his choice. Where did he decide? This is years ago now. Where did he decide that we were going to go have his bachelor party at? It was in the United States, not in Germany like Eric would want, but it was in the United States.
I bet was medieval cosplay places with turkey legs and big giant beers.
No, we were not at your house. Think again.
That'd be medieval times.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
We got a medieval times here, Eric. You don't need to go far from medieval times. We got one.
That's where he wanted to go.
I don't.
Boston Pizza. That doesn't exist.
No, it's just called pizza over there. You got rid of the Boston part.
No, it's called pizza.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll give you a hint. When Neo hails from the state.
Yeah, I don't know. Hershey's, Pennsylvania.
Neo is Northeast Ohio.
I don't know where he lives.
I just told you, Northeast Ohio.
So to go to the Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, think LeBron.
Cleveland for wiener thistles for.
So here's the thing. There is like a Hoss. I forget the exact name of it, but it's like this Hoss. And it's literally the thing with the gigantic steins of the whole deal. Yeah. One of the nights we were there, and you could buy, and I bought one of those big ass steins. I have it up in my cabinet. The thing is, it's so ridiculous, Scott. Like you can put like 1.5 liters of beer in there.
I did a bar crawl outside Cleveland with my best friends for my birthday. They lined it up. I went up there, and half the places we went to were either Polish or German. So I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. And it was just hilarious to me. I was sitting there like, well, I'm never coming back here. And it's Cleveland of all places. But at the same time, I have to buy one of these steins. I need this
Did
stein.
You go there for that particularly or?
Yeah. He literally wanted to go to this something Haas that had these steins and everything. And I was sitting there like, and yes, you had the ladies that brought the big old steins. But these things you literally can't hold like 1.5 liters, 2 liters of beer in one stein. Yeah, so if you fill it up, like it's full.
I cannot believe when I see them carry them. Like, good grief.
That's how you get the strong shoulders.
You would not back talk one of those ladies.
It's like boom, slap. Bazir says the Germans disavowed Eric after they saw how much he drinks. His German name is 3 beers to the wind. Correct.
That's about right. I felt a little buzz last night. Michelle and I went out on a big old date, and
A big old date.
Yep. And I had a Guinness, but I had one of the special Guinnesses, the ones with the,
the special ones.
the ones
Okay,
with the
be right
big
back.
blue zero, the ones with the big blue zero on the side of the can. And the waitress thought I was joking with her when I asked for it, and I said, "No, I'm not." "Oh, I'm sorry." "Okay." And so I got myself one of those non-alcoholic Guinnesses, and it wasn't that bad. I mean, it definitely tastes a little different.
I scratch my head with that when people drink non-alcoholic drinks.
Well, I don't particularly like the effects of alcohol, and I really like Guinness.
Okay.
And I just really, really like Guinness. Like, I could drink Guinness all day, every day, but that's not good for you. So
Right.
they have
Not with that attitude, Eric.
So
Not with that attitude.
I could have sworn, though, maybe it was the placebo effect, but I could have sworn I was a little buzzy.
Mm-hmm.
with that.
That's a contact buzz from being within 50 miles of a beer.
Yeah.
Well,
you know, you never know with those non-alcoholic ones. They might snip a little bit in there and get you.
Uh-huh. So anyway, so Scott, so when you go to the Haas, they got the big ass, the big proper steins. Now the ones you take home with it's like the home game. They'll give you one, but it's not like the full size one. But they'll still give you a decent. So I found it. It's this one right here, and it's the Hofferbräu.
Yeah.
The Hofferbräu,
Yeah.
Haas, Cleveland.
Camera.
Yep.
There you go. So you can still put a decent amount of beer in this one. It's not as crazy as like the full size stein, but this actually can hold, its fair share. Like,
I think if they serve like meat or sausages and stuff like that,
yeah. They got a lot of stuff in there. Like, they actually have they have swag, man. Like, they got shirts and all kinds of shit that you can buy. I was like, there you go. But if you ever need you invite somebody over, it's like, all right, but do you want me to get you like I'll get you the small glass. Just drop that sucker on there. So I had to buy it, Scott. Like, I just had to.
I would have too. That's
even just to hang on to it. It's too good. I had to have it.
Guys, there was a franchise. I don't know if Mark's still in the chat or not, but there was a franchise here in Massachusetts, the New England area. It was called the Ground Round. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that franchise. You get burgers, pub food, whatever, but it was a franchise. They would bring those out. That was like the beer size. It's like, can I get a beer? Yeah, no problem. And they drop one of those on you. And the glass was so friggin' heavy, you had to pick it up with two hands. It was insane.
Well, you had to pick it up with two hands.
Yeah, well, I'm very small. I got very small. I got a little teeny tiny hand. Okay.
This is how you build up the power, Scott. You gotta
And I remember the first time I went to a ground round of drinking age and ordered a beer, and they brought me this miniature sized keg with a handle and said, "Here you go." And that was it. I was destroyed because at the time, you may not believe this, but I was a competitive runner, and I was running about 50 to 70 miles a week. I only weighed like 148 pounds. And that stuff just absolutely destroyed me.
Well, that's funny, Eric. When we went to the, Havre House, Cleveland, if you actually fill up the thing with all full of beer, I think it's about 148 pounds. So, that's how much beer you drink.
It destroyed me.
Have you ever drink out of a yard? The long glass with the bowl at the
Oh,
end?
I have. Yeah. I totally have. Yes.
Yeah, that's
I've never done that.
Drinking almost like out of a beer bong.
So there's actually a good comment here. That I want to touch on. I figured, Scott, since I brought up the story, that I would bring the visual age. I just thought it'd be kind of fun. But that one sits in the back of the realistically, Scott, I have my beer and stuff. Like, this beer is a good sized beer. Like, that wouldn't even scratch the surface of the damn thing. That would like barely even put it. You'd sit there like, oh, it's like 3/4 empty. He's like, no, you don't understand. Like, this was well over half a liter right here, but it's like, yeah, that wouldn't put a dent in the damn thing. It wouldn't put a dent. Dylan says, I'm so the opposite. I don't like beer, but I love the effects. There you go. Here, Paul says Guinness is like making a beat. It's like making the beat a little different. Kind of like how mayo is like making vinaigrette oil a little different. Bet you think of Guinness the same way again, will you, booby? Paul here always says. Dylan says, Carlos, you need a good coaster for that bad boy. All I need is a solid Beckett slab. Beckett's got a slab for that. You want to coaster that shit? Tag is not good enough. Does not have the slab to compete with the Haas Stein.
No, you gotta have the thick boy there.
That's right. You gotta get the real one, the real deal.
You gotta get a thick card Beckett slab. Yeah.
See, Mark says I remember well. Yes.
Mark, they just I think it was last year. This married couple somewhere in the state purchased the license for the name and opened up a ground round. There's only one now after they've been closed for like 20 something years. But last year they bought the name for it and opened up one. So there is one still around.
There you go. Philly Joe, good evening. Ground rounds are all closed in Philly. Great place. There you go. Middle up here says, I've got some old PSA slabs lying around that you could use as a coaster for that mug. They do exist. You can get big enough ones, but yes. But to be honest, you probably should go with Beckett because the slab is also thicker. That because I bet you, Scott, if you put the Stein down with any beer in it, the weight will crack the slab. Unless you get the really thick ones. Like you need that. There's literally a brewery in Penn called Yards. There you go. Thank you, Dan.
I went to yard house was the first time I had a yard.
Yeah, well, we've got a brewery around here that the actual places go by 3 brewers, and originally they started in Quebec. So over there they call it, I think it's the 3 brasseurs, but it's basically 3 brewers en français.
Quebec.
Yeah. So you go there, they have that, but they have other franchises around here, and the beer's good. But you can get like they'll do flights of beer, but then they'll also do the yard. What you were talking about, they'll do a yard of beer. Yeah. So you can totally order that if you want to the table, and you can have it.
No, I'd die.
Can't even just drop the slab. If they drop that slab right now, the earth will crack.
That was right.
Yeah, get the proper one.
Slab, man, you'll break the floor.
Hey Dan, I just want to say while you're still here, you might come on. I don't know. I did watch y'all's. I love the breakdown on the show this week on the on what Mike could be or whatever. I appreciate that coming from somebody that has the background to talk about. Nice.
Absolutely. No, Dan's background as a lawyer brings a different angle to it. Usually all we have available is potential felons. That's the other side of Law and Order. That's the opposite side.
Well, with you saying that, I want to show you my pickups this week, but you're going to say I stole them all.
Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, you're going to say
dun, 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 dun.
Which I didn't. I paid for all of them.
All right, Eric, would you like to show the totally legitimate items that you definitely did not 5-finger discount from Sports World? That's why he's not wearing the Sports World hat, Scott. It's not just him trying to pose as an American so that he doesn't get
deported. I was wondering where in 2 weeks he's going to be at, if he was going to be in Philly or not on a trip or something.
All I have to say is if you all remember the show, dun dun. Go ahead, Eric.
Sorry. So this one was a gift. All right. So I didn't pay for this one. This was.
If you don't pay for it, Eric, everything's a gift. Go ahead.
You just said.
This gift was on purpose.
Theft is on purpose, Eric.
They meant for me to have it.
Yeah. So there's a Ray Bork game used patch.
Hey, that's the guy who was right beside you when you're wearing your lovely German jersey. That's nice.
Yep. So there's Ray. I'm gonna get him to sign this with like blue paint pen right across here, going like diagonally. So next time I see him, blue paint pen, I think is gonna look really nice on that. So yeah, but check out that patch. That is just that nasty.
Yeah. What team is that patch for, Scott? Just out of curiosity, Eric.
I was a gift. It was a gift.
I remember when Ray Bork left the minor leagues and went to go play in Colorado and won a Stanley Cup. It was a good time.
So here's something I actually paid for from the shop.
Mm-hmm.
game used stick, game used jersey of Gordie Howe. That is just that's nice. That's nice.
So Mark's asking, is Ray going to be there Sunday night?
No, not to my knowledge. No, he's going to be in Florida golfing like he is all winter.
Yeah. Do you see Zach's comment there, Eric?
Zach, just show us the cards from the Dallas Card Show, please. I can't show those.
Dun dun.
That's
all right, real quick. So Eric, you got a couple more? I want to bring somebody else on, but if you got a couple more, show them quickly.
Right,
go for it.
All right. With all the Chuck nonsense with the Olympics and the hate of the boys, I had to get something from their dad. So we got a stick jersey of Big Walt. I've never had anything from Big Walt before, so there you go. And last but not least, the autographed first game ticket of first career victory of Reggie Lemlin. Atlanta versus Detroit, and his very first victory. Atlanta 4, Detroit 3, 1979. So then add to the Reggie Lemlin collection right there. And that's all I got to show for now.
Fancy. Dan, if you're good, I'm back full screen. Mr. Dan's Vintage Baseball, good evening. How are you?
You just showed that Lemon and Then card on the podcast.
Yeah, on Monday. This is Friday. Nobody watches that stupid Monday thing.
I do.
No one watches that crap.
Well, Dan does. He's people. He's people. He's a person.
I don't really watch it.
Nobody's watching this crap.
1.75 and take off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No one should be watching this crap. So there you go. Let me ask a quick question. Mark, are you coming on Sunday? Will I be seeing you on Sunday evening?
He's asking if you'll be a getaway driver, allegedly. Dun dun.
Everybody knows his car now.
They should send Mark a limo. Mark has bought so much from that store that they literally should send like a private car service to bring him there.
He's a regular.
Yeah. Did you like, though, Dan, I don't know if you saw that earlier. Did you like the audacity of Eric there wearing his USA hat as if he has any association to the country when, like, the Ray Borg picture spoke for itself?
Dan Strong, don't let this Canadian warp your mind. It's all about USA right now. Come on.
Hey, listen, no one's listening to the Germans.
Stay strong, Dan.
We just spent an hour and 14 minutes basically raking a bunch of Canadians over the coals. But, what are you going to do? I did say good things about it. One Canadian I said one good thing about was my friend Sean.
I don't know. Dan, you don't realize you did more than that. Rattle Pokemon's also Canadian.
Wait, Rattle Pokemon's Canadian? Oh, okay. Yep. So I said nice things about Rattle Pokemon. So that's Pokemon. Yep. Sorry.
Sorry, the Germans, Eric.
Don't say anything nice about the Canadians. We whooped their ass yesterday.
There is a fantastic Canadian in the chat. Stephen with a PH is one of the nicest guys around and he's Canadian. I don't know how that happened.
Go ahead, Eric.
What?
Try to make a pitch again.
I don't care. You want it? That's the AIs. I know that's the AIs. And
listen, Ray Borg was really there. What are you talking about?
That's not Ray. That looks ridiculous. Doesn't look anything.
That right there. That's the best Ray's ever looked.
No, that's just
you were complaining. Hold on. I remember Scott when I showed an image like that, and he was complaining about the Ray looked. I'm like, do you have a problem with Ray's face, Eric? Is that the situation here? Have you told Ray to his face that, you know what? I don't like your face, Ray.
No, I don't say things like that to Ray. No, I don't tell him that his face is not appropriate. No.
Wow. Just wow. Damn. Good evening, Amanda.
Oh, good God.
Can you believe this? Scandalous, Amanda.
No.
Amanda, have you considered maybe as part of the policies there, if you're going to get rid of the foreigners, I'm just saying there are individuals on this screen and the photo evidence speaks for itself. You need to get rid of some people.
I think you need to read between the lines of that Amanda chat thing there. Because honestly, read between the lines.
She needs to move to get no. I know exactly what the line is. I'm very clear of what's in between those lines, and she needs
is that another Judas or what? What do you think?
And she's rooting against the United States hockey because she doesn't like the Chucks, right? So all she wants to I'm telling you, I'm fed up with her, to be honest. Okay, I don't think I could be friends with her anymore. I'm gonna block her, ban her, and I'm gonna cut her off because I think she's Canadian now.
Have you considered, Eric, maybe the easiest way to solve this problem would be to leave the land that you are illegally in and go back to your homeland?
Where's my homeland again?
The fatherland.
Oh, the fatherland. Oh, yes.
Back to Deutschland with you.
Yeah. So she should just move north and just plant a flag in her new front yard with a big Canadian maple leaf, because that's what she's all about. She's all about the Canadians.
I think I want to see you riding your bicycle wearing the lederhosen or whatever.
The lederhosen.
That'd be just fantastic.
No.
Yodeling up in the hills.
That'd only be like the 40th geekiest thing he's worn on a bicycle. We have video evidence of that.
Oh, I know.
So otherwise, Dan, now that we have this German defector here pretending to be in the United States, now that we've got that situation resolved, and also we still haven't solved the Dallas card show theft, I have my suspicions. Dun dun. Anyway, so Dan, otherwise, how are things with you?
I came in with two agendas, because I'm not going to be here that long because I have to get up early to do a card show. I'm working a card show tomorrow. And so I have two agenda things, but we'll get to them in time.
That's fair. Good evening, Brad.
I just wanted to ask if anybody knows how well in the Winter Olympics the Dutch are doing. Are the Dutch doing pretty well?
I know the speed skaters. I know the speed skaters won some stuff. That's all I know.
Really?
That's literally because one of them is dating one of the Paul brothers. Bring this full circle. One of the speed skaters is dating
really?
It's Logan Paul's brother.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got to be.
So you know what, Dan?
Or the other one?
I don't know the.
So Dan, that tells me that the Dutch are in on this. That's what that tells me. And I'm not saying that, Scott, just because the Dutch and I are mortal nemesis, but I'm just saying the connections. Logan Paul, Jake Paul, the Dutch, FTX, Scaramucci, people from Germany posing as Americans.
I want to see a board.
When she was skating. I'm sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
No, I want to see a board behind him next week with all these, pictures and lines going to it.
Yeah, because she'd be putting her flag over in the Quebec. That's why she would be a separatist. She'd be her little what's the flower thing? What is the damn thing called? The symbol for the Quebecs, that stupid symbol that they have over there. I forget what it's called right now.
The fleur-de-lis.
Yeah,
the fleur-de-lis.
Yeah, that's what she'd have on her front yard, and she'd be a separatist too. So no matter where she goes, she wants to get out of the country.
What is a yad?
A yad? You know what a yad is, all right?
What is a yad?
You know what a yad is. You got a front yard, you got a front yard, and you got a backyard.
Wait, the Dutch have 18 medals? All right, so two questions. Is the Jake Paul girlfriend wearing a necklace with like Pokemon when she's in competitions? Is that
right now she's wearing a gold medal because she won one. She's wearing the
actual gold.
If diamonds on it's going to get scratched.
Yes, she's a phenomenal athlete, and I honestly think the Dutch built her in a lab. She is a physical specimen.
Oh, really, Eric? How closely have you examined the specimen?
I am a huge.
Do we need to scrub your entire internet history?
I am a huge fan of the Olympics. I watch
Emmanuel in space
and
Dutch speed skaters.
And
go on.
Speed skating.
Eric watches women's speed skating for the articles. Go on.
I always enjoy watching a little women's speed skating.
I'm sure you do.
She's a very talented athlete.
Eric watches it for the plot, and he watches women's speed skating for the articles.
I question her choice in relationships, but everyone's got a cross to bear because everything else because everything else on this woman is perfect. So she has to have a flaw somewhere, and she's dating a Paul. So there you go. No one's perfect.
So taste.
Wow.
Taste is our
Wow.
fault.
Thank you, John Bradman Collector. Go ahead, Eric.
Don,
In your
Brad,
fatherland.
good to see you, buddy.
No, but read the comment in your native tongue. It says Deutschland right on it. Go for it.
Deutschland, okay. And you may laugh with all this German stuff. I have an aunt who married into the family that's from Germany. And to this day,
Dan, it all comes together. The BIC is exposing everything.
she
Dun,
like
dun.
How'd you know? How did you
moved
know?
here. She moved
He must
here.
have. He must have been dropping clues throughout the years.
When she was
1900
like,
episodes. You can drop a lot of clues about.
Mhm.
You know.
she moved here like when she was in like her late 20s, early 30s. She's like 80 now, and she still has a thick German accent. That thing does not go away.
See, Dan, it all comes together. People didn't realize the connections. And now, Scott, the important thing. So the Cardboard Cynics episode now available in podcast form on your favorite podcast app, if you so incline. Although I see what you emphasize, Scott, I have to emphasize this for people. The best way to support is the YouTube channel, because then, if we have full access to it, we don't have a NASCAR fire suit worth of sponsors yet. Although Dan was pitching for Penny Sleever, and I am willing to take that Penny Sleever bag. I'm just saying, call us.
I have to agree that the gentleman that runs that is a very nice. You buy from him, you get personal letters and a Christmas card from him. I get one.
His wife writes all the letters. His wife has beautiful handwriting, and she writes these terrific letters. It's amazing.
Yes.
But I think there are some companies that we're never going to get sponsors from. I can think of a couple off the top of my head. But you have to watch the episodes to understand that. But I had to drive a lot today for work, so I listened to the podcast on Spotify, and we're getting better. Episode 1 was a little touch and go, and but we're improving as we go along. But there was one thing that I forgot to mention today or yesterday, and that's my first agenda piece. That is correct. Mark is correct. Isaac is. I don't know Maggie at all. I just know Isaac's wife. If I met her, I'm sure she'd be a wonderful woman. But I forgot to mention that it's not a coincidence that all these crypto guys are now getting into collectibles, because the crypto and collectibles are two very unregulated markets. So if you've gotten away with a scam in an unregulated market, you go to another unregulated market to get away with another scam. So that was the one thing I wanted to say. So that's number one.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see down the road if we find out there is Dallas Card Show theft coin. See, Scott, never let up. It's relentless. And a lot of people are like, oh man, how do you do such long live streams? That's not the part you should be impressed with, Scott. The part they should be impressed with is that I can do long live streams. And no matter what, like we're in the middle of a conversation, what happens there? What's an angle? Boom. Eric is never safe. Never safe. There's nothing he can do. He's never safe at any time. Good evening, Paul. Evening all, and Eric, if that's your real name. That's right, Kaiser.
It's not his real name. It's a pot, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Money, screw you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. Mike left a really nice comment on today's episode that dropped. So thank you, Mike, for that nice comment.
Yes, and I did respond, and I responded to it as well. What I want to do is actually, so to respond to Mike on that, I just said it to him, but I also passed it along to anybody else. If you did enjoy the podcast episode, spread the word. We don't have the luxury of being able to be promoted by a lot of different things. So it's one of those things where people liked it. I'm glad, and I'm actually really happy with it. I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate people, but share it. If you think somebody might get value out of it. The last episode, I thought there was some good stuff in there, at least to think about. And there is a crap ton of links in the description. Like if you actually want to go down the rabbit hole, I offered a lot of stuff there where if you want to dig a little deeper, there is more. We summarized it and like kept it at a high level, but I included the CoffeeZilla video talking about CryptoZoo. If you want to get the information about some of Logan Paul's past transgressions, there's some really good breakdown of that from back then. There is a podcast episode from Sports Card Live talking about Liquid Marketplace on there. Catch it while you can. While you can. It's a real episode. Like, the link works. You can go there and listen to it for yourself. I'm not making it up. I just linked to it. Listen, I'm spreading the word, Eric. I'm just trying to make sure people hear.
You're a word spreader.
That's what I do.
Yeah, you're a word spreader.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah,
that's all I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're easier marks because, as Carlos has said before, the hobby never learns. The hobby needs to learn and needs to stop recycling all the bad actors that keep coming through.
What's rule number 1, Eric?
What's rule number 1? Tell the people.
People are stupid.
That's right. Always and forever. Rule number 2 is see rule number 1.
How many?
That's right.
And I can prove it. And I can prove it that people are stupid. You ready? How many people are in the chat?
Wow.
43.
Wow.
43. What happened? Was that like 49? Oh, I think I came on and just
smartened up.
left.
Yeah, they smartened up.
Wow. How do you
Killing the
be adjacent
Eric,
with that type of attitude?
Eric, would it make you feel better? Look, would it have made you feel better if I had made rule number 1 die Lut Sindum? Do you know what that is?
It's people are stupid in German.
Huh? What a coincidence, Scott. How did he know that?
He can speak German. There you go. Side bag.
Bam. Bazir says, if you ran BAC to crypto and cars, you'll be immediately voted in the hall by the scammers. I'll be voted in the hall by everybody. I'll have everything. I'll also have 50,000 views per episode. OC Fantasy Football. I haven't seen you before, but good evening. Let's see here. As they say, if you are a Dutch, you aren't much. I see. A nemesis. I see what's going on. All right. That is great to see you on Carlos' show, but I don't think Ray from Philly is the only one that's it's cloned. Maybe.
Too much.
Agree. Nothing
I was
wrong
on
with
Professor on Tuesday.
You were
on Professor on Tuesday, and then you're on your channel on Friday this morning, and then Friday night, and then on 4 Collectors Sunday. Naked pitch. I'm going to be on 4 Collectors 9:00 on Friday night. I'm sorry, on Sunday night, 9:00 on Sunday night. Really good episode. Some of those guys were in the chat already. We're going to be talking about the West Coast show and comparing it to the East Coast. We're going to do a little OG West Coast, East Coast feud like rappers in the 90s. So 4 Collectors, 9:00 Sunday night.
Look at that. Love the shameless plug. Mike says, agreed. Nothing wrong with promoting quality content. We try. But as I say, like, I've said this before, but I'll repeat it here because it's valid. And by the way, it doesn't just qualify here. It doesn't qualifies anywhere else. If you do find something to be quality content, then yeah, share it. Because that's the only way. Like YouTube has changed the way it promotes channels. That's been a thing. It's changed.
We are in big trouble.
I actually did a little test, Scott. I was kind of curious. I wanted to apply a little scientific method because I had been watching some stuff where some people have been playing around with their stuff because they noticed that their views, these are channels outside of sports cars. These are things where they had pretty consistent good views for a long time. And then suddenly they dropped off the face of the earth, like huge drops, and they were looking into it. Now, apparently what happened is YouTube has started really clamping down on desktop views if you use ad blocker because they started doing some tests and started checking it out. So you would watch the thing, but if you have I understand people don't want to see ads. I get it. Fair enough. But then the views don't count. And what I did, Scott, is I wanted to try for myself as an experiment because I always listen to my stuff at least once in the background just to see, make sure it's okay and all that. And it does count that view. I have YouTube Premium though, so I don't see ads or whatever, but the view still counts because it's on. I opened up a browser that isn't logged into YouTube, clicked it, it played ads, it did the whole 9 yards, but I had my ad blocker on, so as soon as the ad started, it would immediately shut it off. Didn't count the view. Doesn't matter what speed you listen to it, doesn't matter what speed you sound on it, so it's under-reporting those views on desktop. On mobile and on your tablet or whatever, it doesn't seem to have that issue, but on desktop, it doesn't count them. So yeah, I'm not telling people to turn off their ad block. I'm just saying that YouTube has changed the way it counts its views.
I watch a lot of the video game channels and stuff, and they've really been complaining over there about views.
Yeah. There is something to be said, though. Like YouTube controls what counts and what doesn't. They can always change the rules. And that's kind of the thing. The frustration with some of them was that they didn't know that, okay, so that's what it is. And it's like, okay, so if a disproportionately larger number of your viewers do use ad block, well, then those just won't count anymore. So then your views drop and you wonder why. Like, did I do something wrong? Did something change? Like, no, actually. And there's even a possibility that a bunch of those folks are still watching. It's just, but then what happens after the fact is because the views are down, then YouTube stops promoting you to people that would have watched you in the past. So that's when they shut it off and actually start going the other way. Make me a list.
I've been questioning our views for like 5 years. Like, why do we have any?
They're here to watch me expose the grifters of the hobby.
Are they here in this room?
Oh, they're in that room right now.
Yeah. Where are they? Bastards. I'll get them.
Don't forget to hit the thumbs up and vote for Carlos and Mr. Adjacency. Thank you, Mike. I worked for the Dutch for 5.5 years. Not only are the women tall, but men are giants as well. That is true. Will these channels that buy views and subscribers from Asia be affected? The thing is, those views don't matter anymore. Now, if you buy views, so serious for a second. If you buy views at this point, it's only a vanity metric. It's not going to help you. What it'll do is, because I think Professor obsesses about this, but here's the reality of it. It doesn't benefit you the way it used to. It'll benefit you for a minute, because what will happen is maybe you can con some of these sponsors into sponsoring your stuff based on the views. But then what's going to happen is they're going to be like, okay, but you're getting all these views. And if you have any, this code, use this code for a discount or whatever, or anything, it's a call to action, or click on this link or whatever. Well, Scott, you could have 1 million views, but if nobody clicks the link, nobody uses the code, it never translates. Like, you can have 1 trillion views and no one gives a shit, like, because it's not actually benefiting you. So then what are you paying for? Those views are useless to you. So then eventually those sponsors drop off because they say, well, you're not doing me any good. I'd rather have somebody with 1,000 views, but people are actually engaging with it and clicking on or participating in it to support you, quote unquote, but versus 100,000 views, but literally nobody is interacting with it. So the number will look good, but it won't do you any good. You can fool them for a minute, and then after that, they're like, oh, yeah, this isn't translating. That's why I say when Pac-Man had originally his issue, what he discovered was the viewers that were watching his stuff don't want to spend money. They'll watch the video, but they're not interested in spending money. They'll just watch it casually in the background or whatever. Oh, I'm just interested in this product. Yeah, just show me what is in the box. But I'm not going to give you any of my money. I'm not going to click on your stuff. I'm not going to. So then it doesn't do you any good. Who cares then how many views you got? Carlos, do you know why sometimes I can speed up the podcast and sometimes I can't? You have to be a little more specific, Zach. If it's on YouTube, you should be able to speed it up anytime you want.
It's probably something Eric did.
Oh,
definitely Eric's fault.
Yeah. Yeah, but the YouTube controls should be the same for all of them. You should be fine with that. Carlos, forget about Crumble. I thought you and Dan land a contract with Penny Sleeper. Listen, Dan was making a good pitch. I offered, like, Dan, we just got to get it in front of Penny Sleeper. Go, listen, what Dan just did, we can make that happen.
Why would he pay us if I'm just giving him free, free pitches?
That's what I was thinking today when I saw that. I was like, he's just giving it away for free.
Zach says, are they paying for views or subs? You can do either or. But like I said, subs doesn't mean what it used to. Subs at one point actually meant so. That's what I'm saying. For a lot of the folks that got a lot of different brands to sponsor them, there was a time where they would look at subscriptions and say, okay, so you've got a following, and then they'd roll with it. But what happens is, as time has gone on, some of these companies are now getting tighter with the marketing budget. So they're saying to themselves, okay, look, we'll pay for this, but you got to show us that it actually translates. You got to show us that what, your viewers or subs or whatever actually translating into somebody using something or clicking on something or whatever. Show me something. Because if it doesn't translate, then I don't care how many people are supposedly watching, even if they're all real. If nobody's clicking on your link, nobody's using your code, you do a call to action and nobody follows through. Eric, what are you going to pay for that? That's not worth anything.
I don't want to pay for anything. I'm cheap.
Oh, but you're going to be paying for the like button.
It's not
full value
for
for
that.
Not
paying for cards. We know he's not paying for his collection.
I got that for free.
For the saving. Oh,
but that's what I didn't pay for.
Yeah, it's like I didn't pay for that one.
No, that one I got for free.
They call him in sports world the Claw.
Free.
The Claw.
It was a gift.
If you're into YouTube for the money, almost
Baron Von Erich. That's who he is. Baron Von Erich.
That's right.
The Claw.
Yeah. The Claw.
You gotta change his name.
If you're into YouTube though, for the money, almost any type of content is better than sports. That is true. That is true. But no,
You gotta change
we had
his name.
we had the question. We did have the question though. In the podcast episode, and the question was like, can it be viable? And they go, the answer is it depends on what you consider viable, because if you actually have enough ads, like I'm serious, I've watched some it's Stacking Slabs has his podcast network, and on that podcast network he's got a lot of shows, but he actually has sponsors for every single show, and he actually does it full time. So I don't know how many listeners he has in it, but I guarantee you it's not hundreds of thousands of listeners. It's not like this crazy number that will blow your mind. But Scott, if enough people are watching enough of his stuff, and he does have a Patreon as well. And then what he did for that one, Dan, and it was smart. He started as mainly an audio podcast guy. So what he did for the Patreon is he put the video version of the podcasts behind that, and then would do shows that were exclusive for the Patreon. So that was the pitch to the audience, and said, okay, you guys let us know if you want it. And then the audience could say, okay, yes, I'd like to support you. So I get the bonus episodes and I get the video version. So that's what he did. He put it behind the paywall.
It's not a sports card thing necessarily, but there's Nebula also. Nebula does that with
yes.
You can do video content. You can offer extra things. You can put something up on Nebula before you put it up on YouTube. All that stuff, which is a subscription model that has been used rather successful. But for different kinds of stuff. I don't think there's any sports card stuff on Nebula yet. It's probably too small. Anyway, I don't know what that means.
It would be very difficult to do it. So yeah, he's saying on the TV app, I'll be able to speed it up. Sometimes this is playback speed not available. I think that might be a glitch with the app, Zach. It should just, because that's based on the app, it should just be available like normal.
All right, hold on. Zach. Pal. Goomba. Are you telling me that in your spare time, not only do you watch this crap, but also our Monday crap, and in doing so, you put it on the big screen? Like, it's bad enough if you watch this crap on the tiniest screen available, but you specifically, on your own, without a gun to your head, put this right here on the big screen in your living room.
They want to see Baron Von Erich.
Sick individual. You need to get some professional help. I will pay for it.
You'll pay for it?
Yes.
From your ill-begotten gains?
This is a serious situation. This is a sick individual who
Brandon's beard must be really big on a full-size TV.
Oh my God, can you imagine? Oh, I mean, does he have a sound system? Does this voice like come from all over? You have surround sound with this Boston accent?
No, Eric, he has Dolby surround sound.
That's
but
a
one of the
German
speakers
accent.
one of the speakers comes in English, the other speaker comes in your native German.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
A lot of people don't know that Eric dubbed. If you ever watched Downfall, Eric dubbed that. The whole rant was just
Don't pound the table, you're going to get canceled.
Dylan says, Carlos, if you don't mind sharing, how much money do you average per month for your YouTube channel? I don't mind sharing. That's fine. I'll give you the last 6 months. So I got it in front of me. November, I'm not going to count because that was I'll give it to you anyway, but just bear in mind that was in the midst of the Jimbo Beckett controversy. So a couple of those videos took off. So just bear in mind that is a big factor.
You're welcome.
Yes.
You got to run me a check for that, man.
Listen, right now, Eric's like button is about to pay for it. It's coming. So going back to last September. So I'll give you month by month, just so you guys can see. The big money. Let me tell you, big money. Here we go. So last September, $100.20. October, $95.26. November was the big Jimbo Beckett, the videos that related to that, Patrick Ryan. Like it was one thing after another. There was a series of them. Big money here, $227.54. Big time. December had carryover to that because there was still residual and more things going on in December. 153.41. January 97.09. And then February so far, just shy of $70. So right around sub $100, give or take, close to $100. And in recent months, it's been more consistent with other people catching on to it. You're not getting rich on this shit. What I try to tell a lot of people, just so they understand. So that's why I say I have no problem sharing it with you. What a lot of people don't understand is that it is, if somebody in YouTube or in hobby social media makes money, it's because of sponsors and the other stuff, man. It's because of all the other stuff. Like the lives by the hour is usually like $1 an hour. And if you don't, that's why I say I joke with a lot of things. It's like, there's people who's like, oh, could you make a living? It's like, guys, if this is AdSense, you could 10x all these numbers. And it's like, Scott, $900. That's if you 10x.
Right.
So all these lives, instead of you're gonna have 53 people watching, 530 people watching, 10x. Yeah, it would be great. But that means you go from like $7, $8, $9, $10 to 100.
So those are US dollars?
Though that gets converted over. So right now that's after the conversion. So it's reality. It's not that crazy. Now I used to do it in US dollars first. There were some months where I would get close to that in US dollars. But like the reality is, my point is, even if I 10x all those numbers, you're not living off that. 10x every one of those numbers I just gave, you're not living off. That means 10x the views, 10x the watch time, 10x everything. You're still not living off it. There's not enough hours in the day. So that's why I say your numbers would have to be huge. And that's at 10x. Again, this isn't the biggest channel, but it's not the smallest channel either. So the Cardboard Cynics episode we did, if I 10x everything, Dan, that means 600 views becomes 6,000 views. I would consider that to be very successful. In this genre, 6,000 views for a podcast episode, that'd be really good, Scott. That's a really good number. That'd be right up there at the top of this genre. And you're still not making bank off that.
The Beckett one that we did together has what, about 2,500? And that was like the biggest video of the year for you, right?
Well, no, the biggest video of me is still that carryover from the old viral videos from back in the day, because those will still get views.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but for like sports card stuff, I would say yes. So if I say sports card stuff, hold on, I'll scroll through. So that one was, let me see if it's this one here. I believe it's this one. Let me double check, make sure. Yeah, so like 2,200 and change is that one.
Yeah,
from November.
So
hopefully that helps.
Cynics views are not bad. 875, 615, 632, and today is over 200 in 12 hours. So that's actually probably going to do better than the other two.
Yeah.
So
that's what I mean. I have no problem, Scott. If ever anybody wants to know, I have no problem sharing that information, because at the end of the day, like, did I wow you with those numbers? Did I blow you away? Like, maybe it pays a bill. Like,
I make $0. That's why I don't care what I talk about and say.
Well, Scott, even with all the dozens of dollars I make, well, clearly I care so much. I'll take the money too, Scott, is my point that I'm trying to make. I'll take the money too. I saw the other day. Go ahead.
How much does Eric pay you per month?
Ooh. So on a related note, this is a two-tone gold and golden metal. I like to call it Eric's January like button payment. Like, you know how you can have a boat and you put a name on the side of the boat? I just engrave on the back Eric's January like button. That's what I call it. So I'm not answering that question, but I'm answering that question. Baz says, I saw the other day a channel called Sky B. Is it Sky B or Scotty B? That had 135,000 subscribers. Sky B Cards. I'll type it in. I'm curious if that's a thing. I've never heard of them. Are you sure you're not talking about Scotty B?
Scotty B doesn't have 135.
Yeah, I didn't think so. No, Sky-B Cards. Everything sports cards. 135,000 subscribers. I have no idea who the hell that is. Like, I genuinely have no idea who that is.
I never heard of it either.
Huh.
So
Well, his hold on, let me see what his most popular videos are. Well, he had a couple of videos that popped off a couple 100,000 views like 3 years ago. Like his latest video is 3,800 views in 2 hours, which is pretty good. Like it looks like a box breaking channel. So I guess so. Listen, people like box breaks, man. That's real. Like I know that for a fact. But I don't know, that's a first for me. I hadn't heard of it. Bobbles could hide the Vegas sphere in that beard. Nice.
Yeah, he could.
Sarah says, Eric, DM me your address. I'll send you my therapy bill.
I will, because you need help.
Indeed.
And I want to help you.
Yeah. Dylan says, wow, that's awesome. More than I thought, since you mainly do lives. Lives are a big, heavy thing. You know what's funny? Being serious. My standalone videos do way better than the lives. Because when you're doing them real time, like the standalone videos, people can kind of sit there and digest them through. Like we do the lives, and most people are going to watch for a little bit, click on, click off, click on, click off. But then, YouTube AdSense depends on how many ads you see. So if you're hanging around for a little while, you might not see that many ads. But if you're watching the videos, they'll show a couple. That's the difference.
And you're not putting it together that when I am not there, you get more views, and yet you make me continue to come here.
Oh, no, Eric, we get more views in the lives.
You'd get more views. You'd make more money.
We get more views in the lives.
You don't need me.
We get more views in the lives. Calm down, Baron. Anyway, obviously that's like 30 cents an hour, but you do it for fun. So it's like free money, basically. Yes.
I'm having fun. Can't you tell?
Yes. Brad says, Beckett's insistence on continually making things worse, put dollars in your pocket. Literally. They did. Yeah. That's 100%. I'll put it on my TV, do chores and cook. I live alone, so I can just have the podcast playing and listen to it while I'm getting ready for the day, making breakfast or whatever. Go for it. Go for it, Zach. Remember to hit the like button so Eric pays for it. Dollar says, nobody made any content creation in this hobby. Silver medal channels have a bigger audience than carbon. Oh, that's true. That's 100% true. We need to speak. The Baron must speak of the silver.
Can I ask a question when we get down to Orlando?
Yep, we're almost there. All right, so I take that back. Actually, Pokemon channels and massive following into. Yeah. There's a couple of Pokemon channels that have like 1 million plus subscribers easily. They crush. Like it's not even a question. Mike says, when asking a delicate question, my grandmother used to say, "Pardon me for asking," and my cousin would say, "I don't mean to be ugly." Getting Orlando. Scrolling through. Hey, Dan and Big Scott. Walk around and talk to yourself for 10 minutes at a card show and get 3K in views. That's right, Rick. But unfortunately, all you do is talk about ultra modern. Enough of that ultra modern shit, Rick. Scott, I don't want to hear Rick or Mangini talk about that ultra modern anymore. It's 1700s or earlier. The real old stuff. None of that modern bullshit. Oh, old Judge. That's new. That's ultra modern crap. Throw it out. In the garbage it goes. All right, you're good to go, Dan. Go ahead.
So when I re-listened to Cardboard Cynics today, I heard you say something about Orlando being on Cut the Nonsense. Is that a real thing?
It was. Yeah. Dan, I literally, on the episode, I said to you that Orlando was on there. He was the one who pushed back against the Mike Trout thing. Sorry.
Old man ears. I must have missed it.
Yeah. Yeah. So Orlando was the one who suggested, because Joe was being ridiculous, he suggested that if you're going to quote unquote invest in Ohtani, stop looking at a 2018 Topps Heritage card that is, I think Eric is still printing in his basement right now. Versus if you're going to go Ohtani, just pick a higher end Ohtani. Some of the high end Ohtanis are going to do very well if he keeps playing well and the money gets thrown into it, they'll be fine. But he was comparing this Ohtani to like a Mickey Mantle 52 Topps. I'm sitting there like the 2018 Heritage, like get out of here. Like it's a nice card, but calm down, settle down, sir.
So Orlando's here. Is he now going to be part of that team, or was this like a guest appearance?
They literally put the link in the chat and said, if anybody wants to come on, come on.
Oh, okay.
They wanted to get some engagement, so he clicked on it and came on.
Because I was wondering if Gio was going to come on and fire him. Because, I don't know if Orlando knows that Joe got fired on the air.
Well, first, he should hire Orlando on one episode, and then he can fire him on the next episode. That's how you do it.
That would make Gio even more popular than he is.
Yes. I like it. Yeah. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate that. Yeah. Jumped in to help Joe. That's right. Yeah. And I said in the episode, I said what Orlando suggested, he was trying to be nice. to his credit. But the suggestion he gave him about why don't you pick up more rare Otani was at least sensible. Again, I'm not in the Otani Kool-Aid camp to the same degree. I can appreciate that he's doing historical things. I have no problem with that. You want to talk about how much you like Otani? I have no issue with this. Again, very salty. But even with that said, I can acknowledge that he's done some great things. But you don't need to try to tear down somebody else's stuff in order to try to make your point. If Otani's great, he should be great in a vacuum, or he's not great. So make up your mind.
You tear down my stuff all the time.
Because everything you love sucks. Just want to be clear on that. We're saying, hold on, we got to get all that base out of here while it's still on fire. Otani will never end up in the great Hall of Fame stats. I don't buy into the long-term hype. He is great, but he may never break into top 15 all-time home run hitters. No, probably not. His big thing is that he can be a very good pitcher. I hesitate to say great because I think most of the pitchers in Major League Baseball are trash at this point. See that World Series. That was horrendous, some of the stuff that was going on. And they're sitting there like, oh, man, but you just – during that one game, Scott, where they're like, he got on base 9 times. Yeah, because what they did is they pitched around him. The rest of that lineup couldn't hit for shit. That's what you do when the rest of the lineup can't hit. And also, Otani can totally be beat, but these pitchers are trash. Like, they're throwing meatballs down the middle of the plate. He's crushing them, and then we're glazing him over. Like, for God's sake, how about you actually play the position correctly?
I'm trying to remember who with a lot of credibility on this topic told me that a couple of years ago. Oh, I remember. It was
probably a German philosopher. Go on.
It was Louis Tiant. And we've discussed that several times on this show.
Who is
very
Louis
clear that today's
I know only Louis Taint.
Louis Taint. I was talking.
That's what I was thinking. I was wondering. Never heard of Louis Tiant.
Half an hour of him just going off.
Now, I don't want to upset Dan by making fun of Jeff Wilson.
Here you go, Dan, just for you.
There you go. Taint. Did he sign it Taint?
He did spell it correctly.
Yeah.
I've had that on the desk. I've had that on the desk forever. So whenever Dan, this joke comes up, I've had that. So at the expo, Ferguson Jenkins would have his charity foundation used to have a booth. So he would have a lot of other Hall of Famers do autographs for them. I've got a Gaylord Perry baseball. I've got a Andre Dawson baseball. Those all came from the Ferguson Jenkins Foundation. That right there is Raleigh Fingers. So right there above my head.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. That's
Is he on
Fingers.
San Diego in that? Looks like
he's it's the dark A's jersey. It's the dark
it's the A's. Okay.
Yeah.
I can answer. So, I have some breaking news on this.
Yes. You're gonna have a Royal Rumble and the winner is gonna be the 5th collector?
Nope. Here's the story.
Go ahead.
We decided that we were getting sick of the joke that we can't do math. So we decided as a group that we're going to go back
to get Eric
4.
who can't do math.
And so that the joke that it's 500 collectors can't be used anymore because we're now 4 collectors. So somebody had to pick the short straw and it was Sammy and he had to quit. So that's what happened. So now we're going to stay at 4 forever to keep that joke away. Because we don't want that joke anymore.
No, you won't. You will give up on that so hard. There's no chance. There will totally be. Scott, we need to get a pool together on who the 5th collector is going to be. Any day now. It's coming.
Collector adjacent. Because
there's going to be adjacencies. They're going to cheat.
Yep. I was on the show, therefore I'm a 4 collector adjacent.
So when the 4 collectors, this new 4 collectors makes it big, is it going to be like the Beatles and the thing is going to be who was the original 4? Who's the original drummer?
Pete Bastard. I met him. I met Pete Bastard.
Sammy Thunder is going to be that answer. So,
Pete Bastard.
Well, Sammy Thunder was not an original 4 collector.
Oh my goodness. No, I didn't, because I'm so confused on who's in it now.
It was James Elite Hunters. And then he left for
that's right,
reasons that I've not been told. And then Sammy came in as the new 4th collector, and then they got a 5th guy. Who just I don't know what they were thinking, but now it's down to 4.
Give it a month, Scott. Give it a month. We're gonna find out. All of a sudden, it's like, what happened? It's like, look, we got to go back. There was a bloodless coup to get rid of James. Elite hunters. He's out, and then it's like, and now it begins. What's old is new. It begins again.
But that we have a respite from that joke forever, so we're good.
We'll find out. Look, I know for a fact that you're going to see on the next Four Collectors thing, the next time you see Theo, Scott, you're going to see it's like, why does Theo look a little bit different? And it'll just be like a cardboard cutout face of Theo. They'll be auditioning the fifth collector and they'll just have the cardboard cutout in front of his face. It's like, no, it's the same four people. It's the same guys.
CGI.
Yeah. Orlando says Joe was even saying Ohtani was better than Ruth. Yeah, I listened to that. It was wild. Although Orlando, you did misquote. You tried to give Babe Ruth credit for 200 wins as a pitcher. I think he's just shy of 100, but still, for the seasons he was pitching, he was a very effective pitcher. That is very true. And right now, Ohtani has not actually pitched a full season, really pitched for a full season. But he's pitched very well in the times he has pitched.
Hasn't he already had Tommy John surgery?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's not good.
Yeah. The reality is he's never going to be like a full-time pitcher. It's not going to happen. He'll pitch at different times because he wants to, but they've got an investment in him. They'd rather just make him an outfielder or /DH, do something like that, and just use him sparingly. He's more effective as a hitter. That's been the biggest problem. And even when he does pitch, it's like they're going to pull him after the fifth or sixth inning if he's got any kind of a pitch count. So it's not comparable. When Ruth was pitching, you were expected to pitch 9 innings. If you're pitching, you're going to pitch 9 innings unless something wild is happening. That was the intention. Zach said, I just watched Professor Sports Card live the last couple of weeks. It's quite the spectacle. A spectacle indeed. Joe left the show and left me and Danny alone to end the show. I know. You should have just taken over, Orlando. Take over the contract.
Did Joe quit or did he get fired?
No, Joe ran away. He supposedly had a pre-existing engagement, and then he ran away. And I was sitting there like, what's Joe paying you for? Maybe he should fire you again. I know, it's wild. Unfortunately, when Eric leaves, we charge him more.
Whoa, hold on. Oh, slow your roll.
Did you see how fast he came back? That was German efficiency, Dan. That was quick.
That's like the Autobahn where they do like 110 miles an hour.
Super fast. Agreed. The majority of pitchers throw. They don't pitch. Yeah. Right now, that's a problem. That's a serious problem. Nolan Ryan versus Ohtani. Choose Nolan Ryan.
I'm picking Nolan.
Yeah. Now, as a hitter, I'll take Ohtani. Nolan Ryan wasn't a great hitter, but as a pitcher, Nolan Ryan was durable. He threw hard and he was durable. He went forever.
A hell of a right hand.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yes, and he could fight people.
Yeah. That's probably the term. So I don't know this stuff. So you guys know more about baseball. He did pitch in the National League, correct? So he had to.
Who?
Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, a couple times. He started in the National League. Right. He started in the National League with the Mets. He was there. He basically switched leagues about once a decade.
Right.
He started with the Mets.
He played with
went to California, went for the Angels, and then he pitched in Houston.
Right.
Back to the National League.
So what was his hitting like? I mean, was he absolutely horrific at it? I mean, because that guy just
he was. If he pitchers are not good at hitting for the most part.
I don't think he was terrible, but he wasn't good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think he's so headstrong and such a brute that if he wanted to be a hitter, I just in my head, I just see Nolan Ryan going, oh yeah, I'm gonna get in there and just knock this out of the park.
Well, he did that in his first at bat back in the National League when he got back in Houston. He hit a home run.
There you go.
But that was his first at bat.
I mean, he's so big and strong. I mean, if he hits it, but
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
but,
he batted 110.
All right.
He batted 110.
See, I would have
thought.
Yeah,
and he had that. Yeah, one home run in 1980. Yeah, that was his first year back in the National League. Yeah,
I would have been a better.
2 home runs
they didn't
total.
even take batting practice because they were afraid to get hit on a hand or something.
Yeah, they didn't let a lot of those guys try. Like his main focus was as a pitcher. But like he was a good athlete, and as a pitcher, the big thing for Nolan Ryan is that he was so durable. The key thing, he could just keep pitching inning after inning after inning, and when he was on his game, he was dominant. He would just be a dominant. That's why he was the guy with the most no hitters. He was just dominant. He would just basically take over certain games. but he played for a lot of shitty teams. And as a result, his run support was atrocious many years. He would have actually had a much better record if his hitting support had been average. Like, he would have actually been more skewed considering how well he pitched for really bad teams.
And he got better as he got older, because when he first started, he wasn't a great pitcher.
He's also a freak of nature, because if you in the early 70s when guys were throwing 300 innings, there was like 10 of those guys. None of them lasted into the 80s.
Yep.
Like Mickey Lolich was throwing 300 innings. Catfish Hunter was throwing 300 innings. None of those guys lasted to the 80s. Nolan Ryan pitched through the entire decade of the 1980s and like several years into the 90s. So, I mean, he's a freak of nature.
So honestly. I know he had 7 no-hitters. Did he ever have a perfect game?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
He was still even later on, once he got better at pitching, because obviously once he got to California, because otherwise the Mets would have totally kept him. But it was a situation where like he still had control issues when he was with the Mets. In California, he honed it. In California, he kind of figured it out.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I'm looking at it right now. He led the league in walks 6 of 7 years when he was in California.
He did, but he also threw a mill.
Better.
He compare the amount of innings he's pitching to the walks to what he was doing in New York.
Yeah.
I want the ratio of walks to innings.
Now it's pretty high in where is it? Walks per 9 innings is actually pretty consistent from his Mets time through his Angels time up until the last couple of years in California, and then it goes down. In Houston, his walk numbers are perfectly fine.
Yeah.
He's like 5 or 6 walks per 9 inning for like Mets and most of his California time. But in California, he just threw, 200 pitches a game. He would just go out there and they would until he was tired, which was never basically.
Yeah,
Carlton made it into the 80s. That's true. But Carlton, I don't know.
I'm trying to remember, because I know for a fact, because when he was with the Mets, they never let him really go off because the raw arm was already there. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that he had, even with the walks notwithstanding, he had more control issues, and he added that I think it was the curveball to his arsenal. And basically that, because he starts getting no hitters as soon as he goes to California. So yeah, he's still walking people, but at the same time, he starts suddenly being able to really turn up the dominance, because he's a hard thrower the whole time. The hard throwing is not the issue. He's doing it the whole time. But he makes a couple of refinements that help his game, and he's able to then have the more dominant performances. And yes, Paul, it's about who's the 4th collector. We're going to find out. Take half Orlando and half Petty, and that could be the 5th collector. Who knows? By committee, maybe. Rick, what's up with the Misfits? Little Rock is not retired. You guys should be able to do more. You talking about Lou Rock? Not Little Rock, Lou Rock. You guys should be able to do more shows. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Okay, I see it thereafter. Eric, he had Tommy John twice. And speaking of Otani, maybe. Okay.
Jesus.
Menudo, the entire cast of Gandhi, Wu-Tang Clan, and 4 collectors in that order for largest cast. There you go. I like that. Yeah. No way Nolan Ryan could have been Otani. As a hitter, no. But as a pitcher, Nolan Ryan would be pitching to this day if his arm finally didn't give out. His arm did finally give out.
He's and his last like an 80 mile an hour fastball as like a 70-year-old for opening
the first pitch, right? He came out, they had him come out and throw the first pitch for a game. He threw a strike, and it was 80-something miles an hour, and he wasn't even warmed up.
And that's after he had blown it out, because his last pitch in the major leagues, he threw in like the mid-90s, but he literally blew his arm out. Like that was the end. Otherwise, he would have just kept pitching. Like there was really no reason not to.
This is surprising to me.
It's not. When Ryan was having his best seasons, his run support was garbage. So if you look at his win-loss, he was like 500 for some really crappy teams. So because he would pitch complete games, but he was basically lose almost as many games as wins.
But there was games where he got touched up pretty good.
He did. But there were games where he basically gave up 1 run. Yeah, games where he give up. Right. We always look at the no hitters, but he had a bunch of one hitters, 2 hitters, and give up 1 run or 2 runs.
His ERA in some of those years.
So you guys know more about this than me. So I'm asking a question.
The only year that he really could have won the Cy Young was the year he had 383 strikeouts to break Koufax's record. But like Carlos says, he was 21-16 back when, wins and losses were considered. 21-16.
Right.
So that's what I'm about to
Yeah.
Jim Palmer had a 2.4 ERA and Ryan had a 2.87 ERA. So Palmer won the Cy Young.
But look at 72, Dan. 2.28 ERA.
That's
Yeah.
And then look at the record.
Am I
Was
wrong?
it 19 and is it the 19 and 19?
19 and 16.
19 and 16, yeah.
Yeah, but he had a 2.28 ERA that season
Yeah, that's
and 9
crazy.
shutouts. So it's like 9 shutouts, 2.28. So if I say 9 shutouts, Scott, 2.28 ERA, I'm like, oh, obviously, saying he was 19 and 16.
Well, who
He
won
had
the Cy Young
329
that year?
strikeouts. What's that?
Who won a Cy Young that year?
Well, no, look, I'll do one better. I'll give you the answer. But Nolan Ryan was barely in the top 10. He was 8th in Cy Young voting that year.
He
He really wasn't
Oh,
close.
Gaylord Perry. Was
Yeah, you had
fantastic
2
that
guys.
season.
Yeah, and Wilbur Wood was second with the 24 and 17 record. Gaylord Perry was 24 and 16. So Gaylord Perry's ERA was sub 2, but he was also 24 and 16. So
he's pitching for Cleveland.
yeah,
Gaylord Perry that year, I think he started the All-Star game, and he also at the All-Star game was like 16 and 3 or something. So I don't think he had a great second half, but good enough. Look at his WAR, 10.8. Damn, that's a high WAR.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
enough of
So there
that.
were a couple of seasons. So the year after, in 73 he was second. In 74 he was third. In 77 he was third. So he hovered around it, but he never really cracked. The last time he cracked the top 5 was in 1989 at the spry age of 42. He was top 5 in Cy Young voting, but he never won a Cy Young. Carlton made it into the 80s, yes. Ask Robin Ventura's opinion of Nolan. Facts, Laura. Thanks. Ryan had an elite curveball as well. Yeah, it was the contrast between the curveball and the fastball, because all of a sudden you have this fastball and then throw a curveball that moves like crazy and you're good to go. Bob Gibbs and Walter Johnson were hard throwers that were good hitters. A little bit. We're going back a little bit a ways in the eras, but yes. You see, the Rangers are giving away a Ryan bloody jersey for the Ventura thing as a promotion this year. Excellent. I like it.
Hold on. The bloody jersey, it didn't have anything to do with Ventura. The bloody jersey is from when he got the ball hit back to him and it split his lip and he kept playing.
That's correct.
Eric, how do you know Robin Ventura's blood isn't on the jersey?
Okay. This is why I don't like to be here.
Don't make me bleed my own blood. Ryan pitched for 27 years. I don't watch much baseball, but I love pitchers. I even find vintage. I gravitate towards pitchers. Nice. There you go, Zach. Ryan's lifetime ERA is about 3. Should have won the Cy Young over Fernando in 81. Interesting. Well, he led the league in ERA that year, so it's pretty good for him. He was 4th in Cy Young voting that year. 1.69. Wilbur had a year with 11 WAR, says Mark.
Yep.
Mike, of all the people I saw pitch, give me a starting 5 of Ryan, McDowell, Sandy Koufax, Big Unit, and Jim Palmer or Tom Seaver. That we would rack up some strikeouts. They would.
Tom Seaver can suck it.
Ooh.
Wow.
Go on. What's your nemesis without Tom Seaver? Let's go.
86 Red Sox.
Everything. I wanted to hear him say it, Dan. I wanted to hear him say it.
Other than you're German, he's American. What?
Tom Seaver.
I don't even hear the sirens anymore. The sirens is me. I don't even hear the sirens anymore. First Avenue is right there, window right next to me.
Thank you.
Stephen is Canadian. As a result, he's very nice.
I don't know what you're right about, but
We need a PSA DNA to check the bloody jersey. Yes. Tom Seaver, Red Sox legend. Yes, Mark.
Shut up, Mark. Come on now.
Wow.
Seaver can suck it.
it's not nice.
I don't care. He can suck it too, the big cheetah. And then he
what does a cheetah got to do with pitching?
Anyone going to the Blue Jays,
the
Yankees.
Look at this card
Too.
Like,
I love that
post
card.
cereal. They didn't.
Yeah.
They gave him a black hat. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, we're gonna
He's wearing an umpire's hat.
It's going in one of my dollar boxes.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
The only story I remember about Roger Clemens isn't all the Cy Youngs or the strikeout record or any. No. It was his steroids were delivered to his house. The feds showed up, and he said they belonged to his wife. That guy is a scumbag.
What would you said? Your mom?
Yeah, of course. What are they? Throw her in jail. So what? What are they gonna do? She's older, man. She'll be out in like a couple of months.
To be closer to home. That's right. Carlos Zambrano could hit pretty well. Yeah. What team gets the washed up Hall of Famers after the White Sox? What was that?
Said all the Braves pitchers could hit back in the 90s. They had contests. So we could out hit each other.
Well, the problem is whenever we're talking about all these pitchers could hit, we're saying like, okay, they can hit. So they hit like 200.
Yeah, well, for pitchers.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We have to grade on a curve here.
Yeah, let's put it in perspective.
Yeah, that's basically it. Exactly. That's exactly right. Bill Romanowski with his wife signing for the Pills. Listen, you got to do what you got to do.
Bill Romanowski, another scumbag. And huge steroid user.
Sounds to me like a bunch of guys that Eric would like on his Boston Bruins. That's all I'm saying. Try hitting every fifth day. Ohtani hits every game. Yes. Well, Ohtani is a hitter who happens to pitch. It's not the other way. It's the other way around. A lot of people make a big deal out of it. What Ohtani does is that he's got a very strong arm, so he can throw. He is a very good pitcher, but it goes back to what I said earlier. He is not racking up the innings like a lot of the pitchers that are full-time pitchers. We are literally putting a curve on him. So we know that he can pitch very well in spirit, but again, he won't go past the fifth or sixth inning. So at a certain point, like in today's game, Scott, technically that's a starting pitcher, but to me, like, you're a long reliever. You're a reliever. Just be a reliever then, and you can pitch more often, but you're only pitching 1 or 2 innings at a time, and you'll be maximum effective. Just be that. Stop trying to pretend you're a starter. Eric wants to park the car, not in the yard. Boy, I'm Tom terrific.
Did you hear about what that idiot did at the Olympics? So this guy is so full of himself.
Pretended he's from America when he's from Germany?
So he's at the hockey games.
Oh.
He has his own suite. Okay? You got the Tom Brady suite at the Olympic hockey arena. And he sees that the Hughes brothers are down in the stands watching the women's game. So he sends his people down and asks the Hughes brothers if they want to come up and meet him. And the Hughes brothers kind of were like, well, we don't want to miss anything in the game, but okay. And so they go up to the Tom Brady suite because they got the chance to meet Tom Brady. Can you imagine me ever calling up somebody and being like, hi, would you like to meet me? Because I'm so awesome. You want to come up to my suite and meet me? The guy is just such a loser. I just cannot stand Tom Brady at all. And I just hope that at some point in my life, I get to run into this guy because I'm going to tell him, 1, he owes me money. And 2, I think
you're going to ask him if he wants to meet you.
Yeah, I'm going to say, do you want to meet me? I think you're a clown and you owe me money. But you're also the greatest quarterback I ever see play in my life.
Wow.
Can we go back up to Brad's question about what would Ruth have done if he pitched for the Yankees? Because I have an answer.
Well, he did pitch
briefly,
he did a couple of spot things here and there. Like there was a couple of things.
He pitched in 5 games with 4 starts and was 5-0. Yeah.
Again,
I'm wondering what the story is with this one. He pitched 1 game in 1933 as a 38-year-old. He got the win. He pitched a complete game, 12 hits, 5 runs.
Was it for the Boston Braves?
Yeah,
0 strikeouts. No, 33 was with the Yankees.
Oh, he's still with the
Braves
Yankees.
was
Okay.
35. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he pitched
I think this
one complete game with the Yankees as a 38-year-old. It's bizarre.
There would probably.
You know,
I would
Brad,
bet
I'm
you.
making sure.
I would bet you somebody probably got hurt.
Yeah.
And maybe he just agreed to do it as like a spot thing. He goes, "Yeah, I'll go and do it."
That guy
Because
just was an athlete on sheer will and skill, because he wouldn't even pass the physical for any team in the league today. It was
that's later on. When he was with the Red Sox, he was not heavy.
He was
in early years with the Yankees. He just got
But just to
heavier.
be clear on this, I know I like to have a lot of fun with the whole general side of it, but this has always been a thing for me. And by the way, Rick, I know you were here earlier. I'd be curious what your top 20 pitchers are. So the thing is, we were talking about Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan was a bit of a freak of nature in the way he approached his business. He made decisions that worked for him and his family, and that's what he wanted to do. He basically played for one Texas. Houston had a very brief window where they were decent when Ryan was there, but that was it. The Rangers were not going anywhere, and this was right at the end of his career. That's a different conversation. This time with the Angels, they weren't going anywhere.
When he was with Houston, was that with J.R. Richard as well?
When J.R. Richard was there for that brief window, they were both overlapping. They actually had a really good pitching staff, and they were decent. Like there was right near the beginning of his, I don't remember the specific years, but right near the beginning of his tenure, they were either in the playoffs or they had a really good chance with the team they had and the staff they had, but it didn't last because once J.R. Richard was out, that was kind of like, that was it.
Next they had Mike Scott as well.
Yeah, so they had like a moment where like the combination of players was almost really good. But the point that I wanted to make was that Ruth came from the old school where these pitchers, and again, I harp on it all the time, Dan, but it's my big pet peeve with the current players. I got so many guys that can throw hard, that have these strong arms, they can throw, but all you're telling me is that you can throw hard. I would like to see you pitch. And I use Greg Maddux as the example. He's an extreme, but the fact is Greg Maddux was a pitcher. And he's they're basically the end of that generation because he's sitting there like nobody would even draft Greg Maddux today. Oh, you don't throw hard enough.
Well, Maddux did throw hard till he got hurt.
I understand, but I'm talking about like today's standards, Scott. They would be like, oh, you don't throw 100. No, stay in the minor leagues. I'm like, no, the man can pitch. let him pitch. He understands the art of pitching, and he got better as the time went on. He became more honed in what he was doing. But they wouldn't let those guys pitch now. They'd be like, do you throw 100 or not? And if the answer is no, never mind. And I'm like, no, that's a terrible. There's a reason why you're not getting pitchers coming out of the sixth inning, because all they're doing is throw hard and then keep throwing hard until you run out of gas and we hit the pitch count and you're out of here. Nolan Ryan threw 200 plus pitches a bunch of times, which is impressive because of the durability to be able to do that. But Dan, most people cannot throw full power 200 times without the arm falling off. That's the exception rather than the rule.
Well, yeah, he was a freak. That's really what it boils down to.
Yeah. But that's why when we go look at the old school baseball players, the Cy Youngs and the Walter Johnsons and all that, and you look at how many innings they're pitching, and I'm like, do you think they threw 100% on every pitch? Absolutely not. They did not do that. They were smarter than that. The reason the Cy Youngs and all those guys were able to pitch inning after inning, yes, they were stubborn. Yes, they would be durable. But Scott, they're not throwing 100% on every pitch.
Well, that's me. Me and my dad had this conversation a lot on our Mondays. Then you didn't have your 8th and 9th place batters put it 10 rows up into the seats. You could pitch to contact. Now these guys,
you can still pitch to contact now, Scott. Half these guys don't make good contact unless you feed it down the middle. They don't make good contact.
Well, you still get a lot of strikeouts in a game, and
strikeout numbers are insane.
You still get a lot of home runs. It's all or nothing in this league. That's literally home run derby.
Yeah, but a lot of these guys that are hitting these home runs, go look at where the ball wound up, because now we've got the technology where they'll go and put the spot where the ball is. I go watch these guys. Oh man, did you see he hit 3 home runs? Yeah, all 3 of them were meatballs. They're right in the middle of the strike zone. You're not painting the corners. You're not actually going off the edge of the corners. You're not trying to make these guys work a little bit. Well, yeah, you put it down the middle of the plate, low and inside. There's a lot of these guys that love that pitch. They'll take it all day long. You can throw it 150 miles an hour, and there's some of these guys who can hit it. Doesn't matter how hard you throw it.
I remember you asked me a couple weeks ago about the new strike zone thing.
Yeah.
And you were talking about now some of the pitches that were called strikes. I'm thinking it's going to be the other way around. Some of the pitches that were called balls are going to now be called strikes, because a lot of these umpires had tight strike zones, or bad strike zones. So it's going to help, I think.
We're going to see. We'll find out. We'll find out in short order. We won't have to wait too long. They were in the playoffs, and then Richard had a stroke. Exactly. That was the one. Yep. Really believe right now that you cannot put Ohtani in the same sentence as Ruth? No. Completely different thing. Ohtani is a great player, but he did not dominate the current game. A lot of people keep thinking it's the same. It's not. Babe Ruth out-homered teams. Shohei Ohtani can put up a ton of home runs. He's got plenty of power. But go look at his best seasons. He's not out there competing for triple crowns because he doesn't have a high enough average. But he can hit. I think he hit 310 this past year, right thereabouts. Somewhere, it was this year or last year, I forget. Which is very good. But there used to be guys who used to be able to hit 340, 350, and hit 50 home runs. Not many of them, but that was the Mickey Mantle in 56. Go look at the combination of the stats. 50 home runs, a 340 average or whatever it was. So he hit for average and power. And the stolen base record was after they changed the size of the bases. Now Soto isn't even a good base runner, but he led the league in stolen bases last year. I don't think anybody thinks of Soto as a speedster, but he's just really smart. He figured out how to exploit the size of the bases. That's one that nobody had on the bingo card, Scott. Juan Soto being a stolen base leader at any point in his career. He's not that type of player. Maddox threw a scuff ball and made it look like a wiffle ball away curved. They're all blowing their arms out also. Yeah, if you just keep throwing at full power, you're going to blow your arm out. Beto versus Simmer. Yes. That was a classic confrontation of the Titans. That was Godzilla versus Mothra for our day.
So, Phil, my friend and owner of Sports World, was very good friends with Don Zimmer.
You mean man you steal from constantly? Yes,
the man I steal from constantly was very good friends with Don Zimmer. And talked to him shortly after that incident, and Don was very, very embarrassed. He took full responsibility. He said it publicly also, but he was just, telling Phil, I just let my emotions get away with me. I'm so embarrassed. I'm ashamed. I shouldn't have done that. And, they're gonna blame this kid and, all this stuff. But that Don Zimmer greatly regretted doing that.
This I would have wanted to watch. Dave Kingman pitching and hitting. That would have been funny. Dave Kingman was a tall bastard.
Strikeout.
Now there's a man. Yeah, there's a man. There's a man who could hit 40 home runs, 50 home run plus power, but also barely bat his weight.
That's right.
That Eric is a man.
He was Joey Gallo before Joey Gallo was even heard of.
Oh, man. I think Winfield was drafted in 3 sports.
He was drafted in 3 sports.
We got a smart chat here. A lot of these guys know what they're talking about.
Listen, Eric brings out the baseball savants in all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ruth was a lifetime.
55 in the chat. 55 in the chat. Damn. Good chat.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I still would like to see, I would love to see a couple more of the current pitchers with the strong arms that some of them have really take to actually working on honing the art of pitching. I would love to see if a couple of those guys took advantage of that 100-mile-an-hour fastball, combined it with a couple of other pitches that can move a little bit. Things that use some deception. Don't throw 100% on every pitch, but locate. Put the ball in different, make the batter do some of the work. Put them in uncomfortable positions. I think people would be shocked. I think they'd be surprised. And then having the strong arm, occasionally, Scott, all right, you know what? Now I am going to throw at 100. I've been messing with you. I've been doing off-speed pitches over here. I've been painting the corners over here. You know what? Now I'm going to rear back and I'll fire one. and throw them off. Give them a little bit of timing. Heaven forbid you actually try to pitch the guy a little bit. What you say about Kingman? He had an awesome season with the Cubs when I was 7, and he was my favorite player. So that probably would have been that was like the 48 home run season. He had 1 year where he like put all the pieces together. He put all the pieces together. But Kingman was one of those guys where like, look, Kingman is one of my favorite, Dan, for one reason only. He's like the perfect example of a guy who managed to basically piss off enough people where like on paper, he should probably have been able to play a couple more seasons, regardless of anything else. Because
last season he hit 35 home runs and nobody would give him a contract the next year.
That should like you on paper, again, in like the pre-war, pre-analytics era, if you say he hit 35 home runs, oh well, he's got something in the tank. The dude can hit some bombs. Like that should be fine.
You know, he had a reputation, a well-earned reputation for being just a complete jackass to everybody when he was playing. Apparently now he's been out of the game for 30 years at this point. He was done in the mid 80s. He's apparently the nicest guy around these days. Somebody said that they'd met him and he's like so kind and nice. And it's funny, these guys, when they retire,
those guys,
they turn into nice guys.
When they were playing, it was competition. These guys were, it's not the business it is now. They saw the other team as the enemy.
I had that experience with Steve Carlton, who Phillies guys will know was a little bit difficult and a little bit odd. But when I got an autograph from him in like 2017 or 18, he was the nicest guy. And there was nobody behind me, so we ended up chatting. He and his like agent or whoever. And he was the nicest guy. I'm like, I expected him to be a total douche, but he was really nice. Same thing with Reggie Jackson. Even autograph guys say Reggie Jackson was difficult. My interaction with Jackson was actually really positive.
My thumbnail on my YouTube channel is me and Reggie Jackson sitting here talking while he's signing autographs, because I heard the same thing, but he was awesome with me. I got him a Baltimore Orioles mini helmet, and the ink started running. He stopped and had his handler clean it and had me sit down while I was getting clean. And I sat there and talked to him while he was signing autographs. He was a very nice guy.
Yeah. Well, I think some of these guys, like it's possible that for some of these guys, once, and I won't speak for him, but like imagine what we just described. He was, Kingman was 37 years old his last season, but he hit 35 home runs that season. He's not a high average guy, but for most of his career, he was. And he had a little cup of coffee. That 48 home run season, he hit 288, which is very respectable, very good. Yeah, overall, just it's very. So he managed to put the pieces together. He still struck out a lot, but hey, he's a power hit. Look, Scott, if somebody hits 288, hits 48 home runs, how much money would they make right now?
Yes,
ungodly amounts of money.
Well, they were telling me he's not hitting enough at 288.
Kingman's strikeouts are nothing compared to now.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, now he'd be a low strikeout.
Yeah.
So. So the point though is that
it's all relative.
But I would think though it was kind of humbling to be like, I think he probably assumed, again, you hit 35 home runs, you're thinking, all right, I got a job somewhere in this league. But then everybody's like, yeah, I'll pass. That's kind of a slap in the face. And you go, damn, you have years after that to think about it. And like, because he had 442 home runs. He could have easily, again, even if he's got a little bit of a drop off, he's easily into like the 470 range. Couple more years, he hits 500 home runs. He'd be an interesting case, though, Dan. I'd be curious what the Hall of Fame would have done with a 500 home run Dave Kingman, and they're just looking at him going like,
"That's the thing.
What do we do with this?"
Mike references it in the next comment. At the time, now remember, 1986, I was 23 years old, so like I remember very well. At the time, the thinking was the sort of tinfoil hat thing was that nobody wanted to sign him, because nobody wanted to have to keep him and have him hit his 500th home run. And then what do we do? It's like same thing with Canseco. If Canseco hit 500 home runs, what do you do? You couldn't back then. You couldn't keep a guy out of the Hall of Fame, and nobody wanted Kingman in the Hall of Fame. I think people were just sick of him, and they didn't want to have him get up to that point. So that was part of it.
Yep. It would be an interesting conversation, Scott, because at the time you would feel like that's automatic. So you'd be like 500 home runs, you kind of have to. But at the same time, you're sitting there going like, Like the entire last chunk of his career, he was a guy who hit for power very consistently. But the other thing also, he had over 1,200 RBIs. So he plays another couple of years, Scott, 500 home runs, 1,400-ish RBIs. You're like, huh. So what do you do with this?
You put him in.
I guess you have to, don't you? At this point. Judge averages 100. I don't know what you do with him. Imagine though, like you're sitting there going like, so Scott, that would actually make the sabermetrics guy's head explode. His career WAR is like 17. It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah. Well, he never walked.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like he's pretty much all or nothing in home runs. So I'm like, all right, fair enough. Judge averages 194,000 a year. Load management may be the saving grace for Reggie, keeping his career K record.
Case.
Oh, 194 Ks per year. Okay, now I got you.
Right.
Yeah. Judge has been good though. I was having a conversation with Steven and Mike, Canadian Cards. We were chatting during that show, and yeah, we were talking about Judge and like, look, I hate the Yankees, but Judge does impress me. And the fact he's managed to stay healthy the last couple of years, you are seeing kind of what he's potentially capable of. I think regardless, I'm still very impressed. Like he's fashioned himself a very impressive career.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm a Yankee hater, Dan, but even then I have to like, all right, begrudgingly, I'll give this to you. I have to kind of give it to you. Like I am impressed.
Yeah, some guys are like that, you know. You get to the point. Judge has got a career WAR of 62. I mean, he's borderline Hall of Fame right now. He's got 368 home runs. I mean, he's got maybe 2 years to be a lock. If he's at like 450 home runs and at like 75 WAR, he's a lock.
How many more?
His last 4 years.
Yeah, so right now he's 33. He's 33 right now.
Yeah.
So he could, again, it's going to be health based. Like the last 2 seasons, he's played over 150 games. I think that's critical for him. The fact he's been able to play 150 games, I think, has been huge for him. But like, I'll take his last 4 seasons, and it includes a season where he played 106 games. So bear that in mind in the middle of it. 62 home runs, 37 in the 106 game season. Pretty impressive. 58 home runs. By the way, the 58 home run, 144 RBI, 322 average stat line. That one pops off the page. That one's a really good one.
Well, I'm looking at it too.
I love me the RBI. I'm an RBI guy, Scott. I love big RBI totals. You drive people in. I'm a fan.
He's got black ink across his entire season that year. It's insane. Yeah. Also, you know, last year, this guy who hits 50-something home runs won the batting title last year.
Yep.
It's insane.
Well, he's going to have 2 issues with numbers. One is the COVID year and probably next year. Some of these guys have been going for numbers next year is going to kill them because we're going to be lucky to have a season. So,
I think that's where next year is going to be critical for him. If he can play this season, I think is going to be critical for him. If he plays a full season, given what he's been able to do the last several years, that puts him comfortably into the 400s, into it. And then it gets real interesting. And it also pushes him within like striking range of 1,000 RBIs right there and then, like already there. And he's really done heavy damage the last couple of years, right? I'm going from 2022. So from his age 30 season. So in his 30s, those are 4 years in his 30s where he's done heavy damage, really heavy damage, big numbers across the board, and 3 MVPs to boot.
Yeah, and a Rookie of the Year. And he really should have 4 MVPs. The year that he finished second to that was his rookie year. The year he finished second to Altuve was ridiculous.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Yeah. Orlando says Judge is a log. He's still strong and not like Trout. So he's kind of done the opposite of Trout. He had the injury problems early. He was missing games early on, and then he kind of has really turned it on. Like I said, since age 30, he's really been putting up big numbers.
Yeah. Hopefully they get him in DH a little bit more this year. It's going to be tough on that team.
I think it could help. Yeah.
Good
evening, Jay. Dave Kingman was awesome at RBI baseball for Nintendo. I love the reference. He crushed it. Of course, he did strike out. Let's skip WAR scoring. Put this individual up against the original RBI baseball game. See, I like that metric. I like that metric, Jay. I like where your head's at on this.
I do too, Jay.
If he stays healthy, he could hit 500 home runs easily. Right now, he's pretty much. That's why I say this season, I think, would be critical for him. It kind of sets him up very nicely for it. A big season this year, and he's right there. Hard to argue. He's got the potential strike as a problem with some of these older guys they lock out all year. I think, though, Scott, to your point, though, then we kind of have to error adjust it a little bit, right? If some of these guys miss time for that, that's going to adjust. That's going to affect everybody across the board.
Have they
That's why
done that before, though? That I most time it doesn't come up when players were in strike years and stuff like that. And everybody forgets about the COVID year almost, it feels like. Like, you know, that was a lost season. What did they play? 40 games? I mean, you know, it really set back the rookies and prospects. It took a couple of years to get them going. So kind of forget about that.
So I got to clear out pretty soon because I got to get my stuff ready for tomorrow and get up early tomorrow. But I did have one more.
I was going to say you had a second agenda item. Go ahead.
One more agenda item.
All right.
Hall of Fame. You don't need to enter.
This is the OG one you're talking about?
YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame OG has changed the nature of the ballots this year. I think more older, experienced channels have come out to vote, and they're voting for people that they know in the regular, which is why I think we're seeing far less votes than last year for the guys who are newly eligible. If you look at last year's five guys in that class, 4 of them were newly eligible last year. This year, based on the numbers that I have heard, a couple of guys that I thought were absolutely going to get in are on the outside at this point. And I think what's happened is that I'm seeing a lot of votes come in from guys that I don't know that well because they're old school guys. And that OG ballot really kind of skewed the voters, let's put it that way, the voter base, so to speak. So I think it's going to be a little bit different this year. And maybe that's kind of fair, actually. Because having 4 or 5 guys last year be first timers, maybe wasn't the best. So maybe Brad came up with like the best way to even the playing field. So it's interesting. I'm going to be interested to see how it plays out. But there are guys that I thought were going to get in this year who might not even finish in the top 10, who are newly eligible. And so, you know, we'll see how it plays out. But that's my theory, and I think there's something to it.
I think what Dan was skirting around and what I was hearing, Scott, he was saying, to be fair.
To be fair.
Woken up.
Nice. That right there, that's the effort you bring in. I liked your hustle. Hold on. Come on, Dan. We like the hustle. Since we had a whole long baseball conversation.
Yeah, he's still awake.
Yeah, we like the hustle.
He's still awake.
You lost me when you mentioned.
See, that's the German yodeling.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
the Austrian hills.
Dave Kingman. I have no idea who that is. I don't want to know who that is. But you guys talked about this guy for a half hour, and I just fell asleep.
We're talking about sports, not non-sports, like the stuff in your room behind.
What is Ham talking about? I'll wait till you get to it.
We'll get to that. Hang on. What I was going to say, the other piece of the puzzle was, so Scott, so just speaking for myself, what made it amusing is that I wanted nothing more in my life than to not vote for a single OG just to make Dave mad. That's all I wanted. The problem is that on my previous ballot, 3 of the guys were like OGs, so I had already had them on the ballot. So just keeping them on the ballot, all I did, Dan, was shift them from one side of the list to the other. They were the same people. So I basically just shifted them over and just put them in that OG category. So I was sitting there like, damn, if I could just, otherwise I would have skipped the OGs just to make Dave mad. Outside from that, though, I do think that actually also opened up some other people on different lists, because there were some folks under the old format that specifically had slots. They were like, look, I want to throw a couple of OGs in here, but then you have an OG ballot. So now you can totally do that, and you've already got a spot for it. So now that opened up a couple of slots on the main ballot, so to speak.
Yeah. And to be fair,
I can't do that again.
Well, then do the short version for the fatherland.
there are quite a few. There are quite a few newly eligible guys this year, and I voted for I think 4 of them, or 3 or 4 of them, 4.
Mm-hmm.
And there were guys that I didn't vote for that I'm friends with who are newly eligible this year, and so one of whom I apologize because I would have voted for him if I knew that he was eligible. He was eligible by like 3 weeks. Anyway, so I think that kind of diluted it also. Whereas last year there were very specific 4 guys were very specifically like main newly eligible guys, and so there's a larger class of newly eligible this year, which I think is diluting their vote. So that's part of it too. But also, people just want to see Eric do the kazoo parade. So, I mean, I think that's really skewing it also.
That's a crowd pleaser. Yeah, that's huge. Mike says, vote for Carlos and Eric will come and wash your car and wax your car while he plays the kazoo. Facts.
It's a possibility. Might be able to work something out if we get the votes we need.
Mike Ham has to explain this.
Are we sure that semantics is the word you're shooting for? Ham, hold on. Serious question. Ham, this is a callback from earlier in the episode. Ham, are you currently consuming a beverage that was transported in a stein of this size?
I mean,
no judgment, but I'm just asking a question. Florida man. I'm just asking.
So Mike has a video today where the last half of the video is him fishing.
Yes.
And I am a terrible golfer. So when I see somebody who can golf really well, I'm like, it's humbling. I'm also a terrible fisherman. I'm like as good a fisherman as I am a golfer. And when I saw Mike casting today, I was like, it was like watching a pro golfer like hit off the tee. I mean, he was like casting like, and I'm like, oh my God, if I could cast like that, I think I would fish more often, but oh well. So watching Mike cast was kind of impressive. But Mike had a good vote, good ballot. I think you made it in his votes, Carlos.
Indeed. Look, he was all over. He was all about the kazoo parade. The train is strong. The train is strong. So Will here says, I hear this year they're adding a character clause. Pretty much eliminates your Carlos. Well, all I have to say about that, for legal purposes, Scott, well, Will, that's the last time Paul and I help you bury a body. I don't know how they found out about that. Again, allegedly, that's the last time. You're on your own next time, Will. Moving on. The card story says, my Hall of Fame ballot was so quick, YouTube made it my first short. Go with it, man. As long as he tagged it, it's legit. Mike says with 0% lies. Why do you fill us with lies? That's fine. Do what you're going to do. Zach says, wait, do most people vote for their friends and not the most deserving? That's crazy. I know. I'm as scandalized as you are.
I voted for Chris Sewell last year when I had never even talked to the guy. And this year, I've talked to him, met him. He was on my show, but I voted for him again because I think that he deserves to get in. And I had some deserving guys. I think everybody I voted for deserved it. I happen to be friends with some of them.
Paul, clean out your
or
ears.
In the case of you, Carlos, have any friends with you, but the adjacent guy, forget it.
Yeah, nobody likes him. Listen, ask Matt from Providence. He puts up with the show despite Eric's presence. Paul, clean out your ears. I said this the last time that you and I are going to help Will bury the body. Pay attention. Will is the one who needs help with that. Allegedly, for legal purposes, Scott. Allegedly.
I'm just trying to figure out how we qualify who is eligible, like should be eligible or should win this fictitious YouTube Hall of Fame.
Scott, I'm glad you asked this question. Bobby, by the way, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
That's always been my my thought.
Yeah. The Burrell joins us. All right. So Mike, to finish up. Let me answer this question. This is an important question that Scott brings up. Allow me to answer it. I'm glad you asked it. So basically, who should be eligible is me. Kazoo Parade. Fuck everyone else. That's it.
Agree.
This is not complicated. I made this so easy for you people.
Yes.
One person on the ballot, everybody, recant your previous ballots. One person on the ballot, this channel. Next year, do whatever the hell you want. Scott, next year, do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. We just need this one time. One man Kaiser parade. We get what we want, and we move on with our lives.
That's because, like, if people are eligible this year and they don't make it, guess what? They're eligible again next year. So,
Scott, this is what I'm trying.
Guess who's eligible next year?
Yeah, Dan,
eligible
I'm trying
next
to get
year.
these people to understand. I'm trying to get these people to understand, Scott. As a people, let's just rig this the way it needs to be done, and then we move on with our lives.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
That's it. That's all I want.
Mm-hmm.
The way why not people to vote. Apparently, Will's trying to hide his bodies closer to New York. This is bad.
So.
Mike says you don't have to be the governor to vote in the governor's race, so the people they let the people decide. So why can't viewers vote for their favorite YouTube person? So here's the problem with that, Mike. A lot of people have pitched this idea. The problem is then, if the people vote, well, then the biggest channels just say, "Hey, vote for me."
They win.
And they just stuff the ballot, and that's it.
Yeah.
So Geoff will be in. Like, if he gives a shit, he'll just be like, "Hey, voters, vote for me."
He don't even know it's a thing.
The best, Scott, you don't need to. I like literally look, if this ever became a thing, Mike, a bunch of us would let Geoff know just so that he could stuff the ballot, because then it would spit in everybody's face. Then it would be funny. Will says.
Go. Sorry. I just wanted to say congratulations on Bobby for getting his ballot in this year.
Yeah. At least it went through.
You did a nice job, actually.
I'm
going to take off so you guys can go back to four on the screen.
Four
Scott,
like the
thank you very much
four
for those nice
collectors.
words. Appreciate that.
Four like the four collectors.
It is four collectors.
We don't have enough
now,
on right now
now.
for four collectors.
It's four collectors right now.
We're going to
That
see a
joke is
lot
over.
of Theos. We're going to see a lot of Theos, Eric. Eric, there's going to be a lot of Theos coming up in four collector videos.
One more card.
Carlos
I got
is
this
on
in
the
the mail
channel. I
today.
think he's one.
E3 Bowman in a 6. I
Mm.
think I now have 128 slabs in this 160 card set, so I'm getting there.
There you go.
But otherwise, everybody, excuse me, be well, everybody. Thank you. Carlos, we'll talk to you later. Bobby, be well.
Good.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So
Yes, the man.
Yeah, Carlos Cabot, Geoff equals 500 home runs by Kingman. You don't want either one in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, that's always been the issue, is that if you leave it open to commenters, is like then there is literally no barrier. You can just make up your own additional accounts and vote for yourself that way. Like, it's the idea was to have some kind of a restriction, something to create something to, otherwise, like, who's counting that? I wouldn't want to count that. Good luck with that. I need to be the committee counting Geoff. So it'd be miserable. That would be, at that point, that's work.
Yeah.
86 Astro says Nolan's first at bat with the Astros a home run. Yes, we did make reference to that. That is accurate. That is correct. So so that's part of the reason why. Again, it's a fictitious Hall of Fame. It's silly, whatever. But again, Scott, I tried to be as clear as I can. Dylan had his video where he talked about it. I was very clear on this. I'm in this for the one man Kaiser parade. I'm here for the content gods. This is what we want as a people. That's it.
I got on board it in Ed's video, the one who shall not be named. He made a great point. It's a shout out. Like, yes, you're voting for your friends because you want your friends to be recognized. Great point. It changed my philosophy of the whole thing. So
yeah, but friends always watch Friends, so it's the
exactly
same thing.
That's why I'm saying, because I have voted for Jeff Wilson in the past and card collectors.
Excuse me.
Because if I'm sitting here going, if you're going to have the best card people, I mean, they're two biggest channels. So, and this guy, I guess Sky B should be in it with 300,000.
I literally know that wasn't a joke.
Whoever this guy is,
I've never heard of this person.
I was going to vote for him, but
yeah, you'll be on my next year's ballot. I don't know who he is.
I guess so. I will say, though, I think Dylan already went away, but I will say one thing. Obviously, Dylan was on his thing. He was explaining that, he again, everybody's got their own criteria. and Dylan likes the idea of giving a vote to someone that would quote unquote appreciate it. So that was his logic behind it, because I've said, like, guys, I don't care about that portion of it. The whole shout out thing, I get the point. But you know what, Scott? I'll be 100% honest with you. You know what means way more to me than a shout out in a video? Way more? The engagement on the actual videos.
Yes.
A one time a year shout out video, like, I appreciate it. Conceptually, I appreciate the person taking the time, especially if they include like a little blurb explaining whatever. That part I appreciate. The voting for a fictitious Hall of Fame, Scott, I don't give a shit at all. But day to day, who says that if you like a channel and you would like to shout out so-and-so's channel because you think it's good, guess what? This thing ends, February 24th, 25th, whatever it is. Scott, there is nothing stopping you from making a video on March 14th saying, 100%. Hey, I like so-and-so's video.
That's my
You guys should check it out.
And I do that. I have done that. So,
but that's my point, Scott. Like, even as a shout out thing, there is literally no law stopping anybody from, hey guys, you should check out this video. I thought it was really well done. I saw a couple of their stuff. I think it's good. Check it out. There's nothing stopping you. Comments, likes, actual engagement on it. That to me is more valuable. I appreciate that more because that can be on a bunch of videos over time. For this, one man kazoo parade. This is a different conversation.
Simple.
I'm in it for the one man kazoo parade. That's what we want.
I mean, I must say I've gotten people to my channel from votes.
Sure. Yeah.
So
that does happen. Yeah.
You know, so I mean, me and my dad Monday had actually great turnout for our live for just talking baseball from it. So I hope that continues. That wasn't just a one-off, but
sure. Yeah. Yeah. So like Orlando puts here, engagement and comments. Yeah. If a video, like, so the Cardboard Cynics video, people were commenting on there that they liked the video. That has more value to me, Scott, that the video itself. Hey, you know what? That was interesting. Thank you for
I'm just talking purely about the Hall of Fame, this Hall of Fame thing itself. That's all I'm talking about, not overall.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, day to day, I get a lot more satisfaction from people letting me know that they got something out of the actual video or the live or whatever. That the shout out portion of the Hall of Fame thing, whatever.
Yeah, because the likes are just what somebody clicked on it and then they looked at it for 10 seconds and then it went away. So you got a like on that. You know, I did that with my series, the 5-part Parker series. I think I have almost 800 on the first one. And then by the 5th, we're at 300 and something. So you know that not everybody is following through watching the whole series. So, you know, realistically, 1/3 of my people that watched the first one, that's really the number, I guess, that are somewhat engaged. You know, so if you kind of extrapolate that to the rest of the hobby, you know, you can look at how many views you really or clicks you have opposed to views. But the comments are really the big part. You got that right, Carlos. When people engage in it, because you stimulated them to at least take the time to, you know, it only takes a half a minute, but I mean, just to say something, you know, that you really enjoyed the video, you know, that's more than a click, like, or whatever, right? So
yeah,
and then
you actually, that additional little bit of extra hashtag effort that we talk about, that means at least you felt enough to do it, even if it's just, hey, you know what, that's interesting, thank you for bringing that up. Great. Perfect. I'll accept that. That Scott, that comment, hey, you know what, that's interesting, thank you for bringing that up. That's worth 150 Hall of Fame votes. Like, way, like, it'll blow out the line. It's worth way more.
I'm 100% agreed. I wasn't saying that.
Well, that's the war number, I think, for
that bumps it up. I was going to touch on Stu's comment here. This happens too. This happens too. Some people like, but you know what, Stu, you already know you have my unconditional support because you have assisted me in my attempts to combat Eric's Guelph denials. As a Guelph denier, Stu has produced the evidence and things. I'm very appreciative.
2 thumbs down, really?
Some people do, yeah. Some people actually. So some people get legitimately
upset. A lot of that going.
They get legitimately upset.
Really?
Yeah.
So who's the other one other than Eric?
It can be the most innocuous ballot in the world, and it's like, It can be a short video, like literally just a short thing where they show a couple of names. They don't even have to make it long or elaborate on anything. It's like thumbs down. It's like, why? Just skip the video. You know what it is. It's not like they're hiding it from you. I don't know. MS emojis that I didn't know about, and that's good. And then, hey, there's some value to that. Why not? Let's see here. Says, are we overlooking the possibility that the YouTube Hall of Fame was created simply to make grown men cry? If Mike Baseball Collector had done that, I would have co-signed from day one.
Yes.
I would have been in.
I have not got any dislikes. I'm surprised because I'm looking now. But yeah, I know some other people get quite a few dislikes.
Really?
Oh, they totally have. Yeah.
You gonna call him out, Scott? Who is it?
But you can't see who did
Wesker
it.
Griff
I would love
got
to see.
quite a few.
Really? Oh, Ed? Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. So Rick here says, are you doing a Sunday morning? You lost me a Sunday morning. He's a Sunday morning hockey live stream talking about the hockey in this.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He's like, you lost me a Sunday morning. You lost me a Sunday morning.
Hey, you were at an expo at an early time. I don't know.
I had an agenda with that expo. I had a very clear agenda. No, Sunday morning I'll be in bed. That's where I'll be. Jay says, I make no effort, just like Eric. That's right. That's right, Jay. Team no effort. Appreciate it. Yeah. So unlike Eric in his attempts to shy us all, make us all look away from the obvious, again, we already know he wears a silly little hat. He pretends. We've seen the text message thread. He puts in his little U.S. flag. And we're all sitting there looking at him like, what kind of bullshit are you trying to sell, man? What kind of a con are you trying to run? Kaiser. Baron von Erich. Whatever, man. But unlike this poser, I don't pretend to watch the Olympics. I don't give a shit. I genuinely have no idea what's going on. I don't watch any of it. I have not watched 1 second of one event. I haven't watched the opening ceremonies. I won't watch the closing ceremonies. I don't care.
I've been very enthusiastically watching. I've been very much enthusiastically watching the events.
Women. The what?
I like the Olympics. I like the Summer Olympics. I like the Winter Olympics, the Fall Olympics, the Spring Olympics.
You like women's speed skating?
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
I don't hate it, but no, I like the Olympics. I always have.
I hate the speed skating. It drives me crazy. Is they have like 4 people on. They can never pass anybody. It's so silly. You know, why don't you just do individual times and just do it that way? It's just, I'm sitting there going, come on.
You see the girl who got hit in the face with a skate today?
No, I did not.
Yeah, that not good.
Why is it always women's stuff that you're referring to? I don't know.
Eric doesn't watch anything else. He watches women's speed skating for the articles.
You know, the men are in the finals, right? Anyways, just saying.
Eric doesn't prefer to watch the men's speed skating for the articles.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, John. 2 thumbs down on my video as well. Actually, less than I thought I get. That's fair. I get you. Whole 3v3 overtime is kind of BS. Is it 3 versus 3 for overtime?
Yes.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's horrible.
That's actually dumb. That's okay, fine, whatever.
No.
Again, like I Scott, there's a lot of times I'm bullshitting and joking. I'm not joking. I haven't watched 1 second of this shit. I don't care.
I haven't watched one live. I saw a replay just because it was on my phone, on my TikTok.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, if you say, I didn't realize it was 3v3. That actually is news to me. I did not know this.
Yeah,
so
I
guess thank you for letting me know.
I was like, 3-3 overtime. What is this?
Like, what's the rush? What I understand.
That's the rush, exactly.
In the NHL regular season, I get it. It's like, hey, look at the regular season. I don't want ties, and I just want you to get it over with. Give me a winner. I don't care.
It's 82 games, yeah, whatever.
But for Olympics, like, can't you just play hockey? Just play. What's the problem? Like, you guys are on a curfew? Like, you don't have time? Like, what are we doing?
It changes the whole trajectory of the game.
Like, I don't know. That just seems odd to me, but okay, fine. Seriously, Carla, you won't watch Sunday? Absolutely not. Not 1 second of it. No, I'll be in bed. I'm completely serious. I will be in bed. See, Eric always likes to talk a big game with this nonsense. But here's the thing: if Canada wins, good for them. You know what's it's gonna mean for me, Scott? Nothing. I don't care about these players. I don't care about this team. If the U.S. wins, we'll get Eric with his little emoji flags as if he's actually an American again, the Deutschland, the fatherland. Eric, I can go buy a hat that says a different country too. Like, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
You just go to the merchandise stand. But yeah, no, I don't care. Quinn brothers are looking good in hockeys. That'd be good for the market. Rick says some people definitely got butt hurt. That was true. I can still remember the people who didn't vote for me. Remember it, Rick. Write their names down. I do hate 3 versus 3 overtime. That's fair.
Yeah.
That is silly. That is kind of dumb. Yeah, 3 for 3 in an elimination game. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Don't like that. Do not like that.
It changes the whole game. It really does.
I don't, like I said, for the reasons I said a moment ago, for regular season hockey, just to get a conclusion, to get a winner, no problem. In elimination games, Scott, I don't like that.
Yeah,
In an elimination, I'm not a fan.
No, because there's a record, isn't there, for an Olympic game going for, geez, it was way back. I know the NHL had one, what was it? I don't know, 8 overtimes or something.
Yeah, it's like 7 or 8 overtimes. Yeah, the longest one is
Maroons and the.
Yeah, I remember it. I was watching it.
You were there, yeah, I know.
Well, Eric was there. They hadn't even invented television. He was on closed circuit.
Peter Klima can suck it.
In the 30s? Okay.
See, that, Stuke, is why you're a Hall of Famer. That's a tremendous suggestion. It's an amazing suggestion.
Mm-hmm. That would be something.
There was actually while I was at that card show, Bobby, the Super Show, the Extravaganza.
Yes.
I saw 2 University of Guelph hoodies.
Oh yeah.
1 Guelph Royals hoodie, which is the inter-county baseball team. I was like, okay, that right there is a more obscure reference. I'm impressed by that one. That was impressive. I did expect to see that one. And then I did see a couple of Guelph Royals baseball caps. I was like, oh, this is because if you're from the university, I've seen the hoodies around from time to time. You know, the kids will maybe they go there and they'll have the hoodies. But when I saw the Guelph Royals, like, no, you got to go out of your way to find that one. That one you actually got to go get that. That was interesting. I was like, all right, hey, good for you.
Well, that just reinforces that it was a lot of local people within the outer surroundings of the GTA came to that show, and it got pretty busy.
It did.
For the Sunday, it was really busy. Considering on Saturday, it was very busy too in the afternoon. I couldn't get down the aisles. I couldn't. I don't know how it was when I left because I left.
It actually picked up more. It did get busy for a bit.
Yeah, it's hard to get around.
Yeah, so in the regular expo, Saturday starts really hot and just continues to stay kind of busy throughout the day. That one built. It was okay at the beginning, and then it steadily built as the afternoon went on, but then it picked up as you got later into Saturday.
Yeah, because there was really no lineup to get in, as there traditionally was over the years. There was always the lineup because early bird gets the worm kind of thing. So, in this regard, it was just I kind of just walked in. It was pretty easy. I
think the other thing was that I think on Saturday they actually had a trade night as well. So I think some of the young guys came in because basically they'll have it on the side room, similar to the expo. So I think for some of the young guys, they would come in later in the afternoon, walk around for a little bit, and then go to the trade night right after. So that made sense. It made sense to me. Orlando says, that guy being chosen to the YouTube Hall of Fame was one of the biggest thrills of my life. Guess my life is boring. Live the dream, Orlando. If it means something to you, it's real to you, damn it. Then it's real to you.
Hey.
I'm just in it for like I said, if I get the one-man kazoo parade, that's going to be one of my biggest thrills. Because we're going to have content.
I just want one vote. That's all I want.
Yeah, and Eric just needs adjacency. Orlando, if it helps at all, Eric doesn't even want to be in the YouTube Hall of Fame. He wants to be adjacent to being in the YouTube Hall of Fame. It's another level entirely.
That's like, I want to finish second place. I don't know. I don't get that. Anyways.
Rick says, I need to watch my man Celebrini. He's going to score the winning goal Sunday. Go for it, buddy. Go for it. It's going to be early for you, though, because you're out on the West Coast. So that's going to be the wee hours for you. That's going to be wee. Because so if they start at like 8:30, then it's like 5:30 in the West.
8:10 start.
Or 8:10.
5:10 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. You're going to need double coffee for that one. Brad says, I blame MSC. They don't want Sunday's game to creep into the coverage of the luge. It's all about the luge. Washington Islanders played a 6 OT periods. That's probably right. Guelph Royals up for sale. Eric.
Not a real place.
Logan Couture. Okay. Guys are going to deserve a special wing in the Hall of Fame. There you go. Kind words like that. Let's see, Brad. We're one Beckett controversy away from Carlos buying the Guelph rolls with the YouTubers. That'd be amazing.
Mm.
First thing I do is I'd be decked out in all Guelph roll stuff, and Eric's like, "Not real, not real," and I'll be like, "Don't worry." And then Scott, I'll reach out to Eric's wife. First, I'll reach out to Ham to talk to Eric's wife, and then I'll be like, "Hey, you should come up. We got a place over in Guelph. We'll come by." And then Eric will be like, "It's not real," and then I'll throw a baseball bat at him. We'll clock it off his head.
Maybe you
It's not real, Eric.
Netflix,
The concussion isn't real.
get a Netflix deal, just like they did with the soccer team over there. You know, do your day to day on Netflix.
I like it. I like it a lot. And I like the way you're thinking, Brad. I like the way you're thinking. They tell Bobby about our lunch break. So actually, I'll share the story. I'm assuming Mike has the picture, Stephen. All right, so let me quickly do the cosplay story. Let's do the cosplay story.
Not my Sailor Moon outfit.
Yeah, well, listen, Eric was very excited about that. He was begging. He was begging for it. So I'll tell you this. So basically, they had the TCG Pokemon section, they had the sports card section, and then they had the cosplay. And then where the food thing was a little scaled down from the normal one.
Mm-hmm.
And where the food section was, they basically had some other tables on the side. And then on the side tables, a bunch of the cosplayers there were taking pictures of all the different cosplays and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You pointing at a box there, Eric?
No, I'm pointing to Bobby.
You're mirrored. You're mirrored, Bobby. He's the other way. Right now, you're pointing at the tickle trunk.
There's nobody, but there's no one over there.
What the hell was that?
There is real. Bobby, you just got hit, Bobby. Calm down.
Damn it.
Calm down, Eric.
That's not how I see it. Yeah, down is easy and up is easy, but then
Yeah.
So anyway, while Eric is figuring out how mirrors work, so they got the cosplay thing and they got all the different cosplayers. One of them was actually a Johnny Bravo cosplayer. And he actually had like a foam head that was like, you've seen Johnny Bravo with the hair and everything. He had like a foam head that was like the whole thing. It was actually pretty good. I was kind of impressed. It was like, all right, that's fine. But then you got the usual complement of all these different anime characters and all this stuff, whatever. But they also had like this little, they had like this whole setup for pictures. It was actually designed for pictures. And it was like
they had that at the CSE before in the other room, remember?
Yeah. So they've got these two little anime characters on the left and the right, and then they've got the spot in the middle where all the different cosplayers can take pictures. So Mike was sitting with me and we were having a beer and just chatting, and he was just trying to get his head around this thing. Like he was just looking at it, he just couldn't get his head around it. So then I don't remember if it was his suggestion or my suggestion. You can film it, you can remind me, Stephen. So we said it would be kind of funny if Stephen went there and posed in that thing with the two anime characters with his Jackie Robinson card.
That'd be good.
So Mike took a picture of him doing exactly that. So I don't know if he actually shared the image, but while I don't have that image because it would have been on Mike's phone, I do have the behind the scenes picture of Mike taking said picture.
Oh, so picture in picture. Oh.
Yes, I should be able to. I think I can share that with you. So hold on. I got it on the phone here. I will share it to my computer and then I think I can show it to you guys. Yes, I think I can. All right, so here we go. Hang on. So rather than try to describe it here, I think I can show you. So let me see. The proof is in the pudding. Check this out. All right, so there you got. So you got like a cat something here, and then you got Steven there with the card, and there's Mike taking the picture. So this is the behind the scenes. The behind the scenes. So somewhere in the world on Mike's phone, there is a picture of Steven with the Jackie Robinson between two anime characters. It does exist. And then you got like a military guy here, and then you got a bunch of people standing around. What's that?
I thought that was you, the military guy.
Nope. Nope. He went with the whole garb and everything. I'm actually behind this photo, so I'm one taking the picture. Okay. So basically, I wanted to make sure I captured it. And Mike didn't realize that I'd taken a picture of him taking the picture. I was like, we got the behind the scenes.
Yeah. That picture is worth more.
Yes. So that's the original to the original.
Very good. So that's what happened.
Couture's from Guelph. Okay, I got you. I didn't realize that. Interesting.
You don't have to pay for being with those. They don't charge you. Well, I guess not.
You can just stand there and take a picture.
Yeah. But I remember the other one that they would charge you. They would have a nice camera, and then you can dress up whatever, and then.
Oh yeah, no. For that one is literally it's set up there, and anybody can take a picture they want.
So it's just coming. Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's just there available for anybody that wants to use it.
Mhm.
I got you, Steven. I got you. So yeah, I'm leaving it up to Mike if he wants to share the rest of that. But yeah, he saw the Johnny Bravos and he saw the whole thing, and I was like, there you go. I like it.
The Sailor Moons.
Hey, listen, you already got your picture, Eric. You're excited. It finally distracted you from Googling the women's speed skaters for like 2 seconds. So at least it got you off that for just a moment. Thank goodness. Dr. Copernicus here, a fellow doctor, says, who's the Harold Baines of YouTube Hall of Fame? Great. Bob Lewis.
I was gonna say Ed.
I could make an argument. But I really do think it's Bob Lewis.
I have some other thoughts, but yeah.
Do you want to share some thoughts, Scott?
No,
I'm all here for the controversy for the content gods.
We're good.
Come on. We want the thumbs down reality here.
We're good.
That's right. I like it.
Hey, if I get in this year, I could be the Harold Baines. I'll take it.
You would be, yes. Yeah. There you go.
So there was.
You know what they called Harold Baines? A Hall of Famer.
They do. That's right. So actually, also, kind of as an aside, Jay sent me earlier tonight. I'm not surprised, but he sent me a little article that was just confirming that for the aforementioned gold medal game, they're doing a couple of municipalities already do it for this particular kind of event, but officially Ontario, a bunch of bars, Bobby, are all going to be allowed to serve alcohol in the morning.
Yeah, I heard about that.
The game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No wrong.
Yeah. So I just responded back. I go, it's a 5 o'clock somewhere edict. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Yeah, go for it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That somewhere.
It's 5 a.m. on the West Coast.
Yeah.
It'll be from the night before.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock.
Running right through. Yeah.
That's supposed to be 5 p.m. You didn't specify.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna be 5 o'clock where Rick is. Does that count? So there you go. So yeah, there'll be a bunch of folks watching. I'm sure the rating will be very good, especially for Sunday morning. Yikes! Yeah. Like I don't know. Saturday morning cartoons are gone. I have no idea what the programming is on Sunday morning. I'm assuming it's infomercials usually.
Yeah.
Can't even imagine.
Nobody around the world is going to be really watching. It's not like it's going to be on in Prague and everyone's going to be watching, kind of thing. So, I think the time they could have upped it a couple hours.
There you go. Jay's pandering to your sensibilities, Eric.
It's good stuff. I've never had one at 8 a.m., but
I have one of those non-alcoholic ones.
Maybe
champions.
Maybe I'll have to get the ones with the big blue 0 on the side for Sunday morning.
Big blue L on the side.
No.
Oh,
hey,
that's the weirdest look.
That's all I know.
What's that?
North America will win.
True enough.
America.
I just keep thinking every time Eric points at his hat, he goes, Eric, you wore the wrong hat. That's the weirdest looking German logo I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had a joke.
Not my fault. The best part, Scott, is I kept thinking which team would be the most fun. And I just go, German. Let's go. The Germans. Yes.
It's usually the Dutch, but I don't know if they have a team.
Not for hockey.
No.
For other stuff, sure.
Yes.
Well, apparently, Stephen was letting us know earlier tonight, they actually have 18 medals.
It's more than Canada.
Yeah. Well, it's more than a bunch of countries.
14,
Norway's
15?
winning the whole thing.
No, Canada has more than that. The one that Norway is the one that's really dominating.
Yep.
It's Winter Olympics. What do you want?
But that's what I mean. Like, it's not a lot of things. Like, you have to have a country that has a lot of winter weather and that different athletes that are competing. Basically, the more sports you participate in, the better for it is for you. Like, as many as possible is going to give you better chances. But certain countries are going to dominate in certain sports. So they'll rack up a ton of medals in certain sports, and then they won't even participate in others. That's basically how it goes for it. Sure.
In those countries, skiing is prestigious, whereas here, hockey is everything, right? So in the States, it's baseball. So just saying. They don't have a baseball team, though.
Number one sport in America is not baseball.
It's football. Okay. There you go.
The number one attended sport and the number one sport in the United States, NASCAR.
So who won the gold medal in NASCAR?
kind of not a sport, but in the they don't
NASCAR,
have NASCAR in the Olympics, so
100,000
anyways.
people at every race. It's the number one. They race every weekend.
Yeah,
through
but
the
that attend. I don't know if you've checked the attendances the last couple of years. I don't know if that's true or not.
But
Is that sports or non-sports? I don't really know.
they were the number one sport in the United States of America for a
I
couple
don't
of
know if that's a sport, really.
Look, Scott,
In that
I've had
sense.
I've had this conversation with Paul, and I have a lot of fun with it. My problem is, so you want to call this a sport? And I go, but if your car's tire blows out, you lose. So that has nothing to do with the driver per se, not necessarily. Like literally, you could be driving and the tire just blows out, and that it could be debris on the feet, basically on the track. That doesn't necessarily have to be you.
But Carlos, if he handles it properly, what an athlete.
It avoids the entire and avoids everything.
Yes.
Yeah. NASCAR's really fallen off the last decades. Ratings are way down. Attendance is way down. Yes, that's true. There's no chance NASCAR is the most heavily attended sport, and I'm the guy who wants to pump racing. He is, yeah. But Paul and I have this conversation all the time. Scott, but I did propose. I actually proposed a way of fixing the racing problem. I can make NASCAR a sport, Scott. I figured it out. So you know how they have the Daytona 500, right? So for example, okay. So what you do is you get in the car, you drive 499, and then for the last mile, you have to carry a tire. You got to run with that shit across the line.
Yeah,
These guys
Get the
don't
tire
work
and
out.
run.
They're not in the gyms. No.
I thought he was
Must
going to say
have
the most attended was bike riding because everybody's outdoors and they're just accidentally out there watching it. So I thought
Yeah.
that would be the most attended.
But Scott, that's the key. By doing what I propose, I have turned it into a sport because at the bare minimum, you have to run a mile with a fucking
That's
tire.
true. That's one of those questionable sport thing.
Well, chess is also considered a sport. So chess, really?
Look, I am completely happy disqualifying chess as a sport. It's not. NASCAR racing is not a sport. Unless you take my change into, at which point I will allow it.
So is golf a sport?
Yes.
You actually move physically more than you do. The car's doing all the work.
Right. I got you.
You at least have to move.
I just
You
want
have
to know
hit
where
ball.
no one's ever died in golf.
Eric, you come golfing with me, you will die.
How's that?
I will hit you with that 7-iron until you learn your lesson.
Yeah, I think there's sport.
Nobody's drowned in a pool.
So,
By Eric, hold on. By Eric's
swimming's
logic,
not a sport.
hold on, Scott. By Eric's logic, when's the last time anybody died in the NHL? It happened, but how long has it been?
Masterton.
How long has it been?
Masterton in
When was that?
Minnesota, 1969.
Okay, so after
Masterton.
1969, hockey
Nobody
ceased
else.
to be a sport.
Like he
No
died
one
on the
died.
ice. I'm just saying,
I
opposed to
understand, but this is what I'm getting at. Per Eric's logic, hockey ceased to be a sport after 1969.
there you go.
That's it. So I don't know what he's been doing this whole time, watching another non-sport.
Yeah.
I agree with Brad. I thought NASCAR was really down. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I don't think it's been the biggest. The car is the bigger piece of equipment than hockey stick it is. Dale died 25 years ago. That sounds about right. I don't remember the specifics, but that sounds about right.
Who was it?
That's good. Dale Earnhardt.
Oh, Hart. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Earnhardt. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's been a
NASCAR.
while.
NASCAR had 3.6 million attendees last year. The Cubs alone had 3 million. Yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
Good evening, gents. NASCAR is a motorsport. Well, if you use the word motor at the front,
Yes, that's true.
that qualifiers the thing. Is it chess or leisure? Well, maybe, Eric, what if it's battle chess? What if
Okay.
you make a move and your opponent says, wait, challenge, and then you have to fight?
You
Sport.
can see them in the gym working out. Anyways,
Listen, Eric hurt his
That's a
wrist
sport.
just hitting the timer.
yeah.
And he had a concussion when he moved his pawn too fast.
You see some of those guys can really hit
That
that
shit's
hammer
dangerous.
fast. Wow. It's like ping ping. Wow. It's great.
But
Anyways,
that says my question: why do they drink milk when they win? Because it's the most athletic thing they'll do the entire time.
pretty much, yeah.
Lifting. Now, Eric, if they took the milk out of one of these suckers,
Wow. hmm
now you're talking.
I just like to know where to get the bottle. They drink out of a bottle, and milk hasn't been delivered in a bottle in 80 years.
Scott, what if it's a really old bottle? What if it's all expired milk?
Same one. Indianapolis. Like,
and per Eric's logic, NASCAR then becomes a sport because the guy dies after drinking the milk from the winner's circle.
There you go.
It's the same
goodness.
milk.
Yeah. So Paul says, chess is a game, but most people don't realize how much of an athlete you have to be to drive a race car. Prove it, Paul. Carry the fucking tire for the last mile and show me what an athlete they are.
I know they work out and stuff, but I mean, I've watched racing back in the 70s and 80s, early 80s. Those guys were calling them athletes would have been tough. Tough.
Well, Scott,
now they're all in shape and stuff. Yeah.
Look, all I got to say, Scott, is Carlos Sr. Is going to be 72 this year. He has arthritis in his hands, and he drives a car.
He can go left.
And he can turn left and right.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he's twice an athlete than a NASCAR driver is.
True.
And when he gets out of the car, he gets in his cane and moves. So, obviously,
it is a sport.
First and last hockey game my aunt attended was the Masterson game. That would pretty much put an end to it.
Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, Stu was saying the first and last hockey game my aunt attended was the Masterson game. Well,
I think it's Master Done. I think it's Done at the end. I don't know if it's Ton.
The Bruins have died a lot on the ice. Eric, does spiritual death count? Yeah. Have you all ever watched old NASCAR deaths? The announcer's just so casual about announcing a race car driver died after a crash. It's true.
I have not.
Could you imagine though, Scott? It's like, the driver goes, it's like, and they have a horrific crash. He passed away. And on turn 7.
And they're racing back to the line.
And that puts number 14 in the lead. Okay.
Well, Paul, on that one, yes, it's dope. But then he also put like thing of flowers or roses around them like they're horses.
Yeah. What is with those horseshoe things that they
at the Indy? What? Well, I mean, come on.
They haven't figured out a real trophy award or something. I don't know. That denounces the sport.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Flowers. I think they're trying to make it classy. It's just not working.
Yeah. Paul says Indy cars don't have power steering. That's all drivers 2 to 4 hours. It's nuts. NASCAR is limited power steering. You got to be a solid athlete. Again, I would be more. Look, Scott, you know what actually impressed me? It would impress me if NASCAR switched to being like, okay, so now it's going to be the AAA championships. So the first thing you have to do is replace all 4. No, you don't get a team. Replace all 4 tires yourself with the jack and then push the car across the line. Replace all 4 tires with the jack. We're timing.
I have some answers for that too, but I don't want to start a whole thing about motorsports stuff.
Well, it's funny. When I was a kid, if you drove a truck without power steering, man, that was a sucker to get around a corner with it. If you're going slow or something, it's like, wow. So it is a workout. I'll give them that. Yeah, but they only have to go. That's it.
And tire stagger and the slant of the built of the racetrack.
Scott,
all that stuff.
Look,
yeah.
For all the jokes, and I have endless amounts of them. The real thing that kills the whole idea is that you could be a great athlete, you could be whatever, you could be mentally sharp, you could prepare the track. You're at the mercy of the equipment. But the equipment is like 95% of the equation here. The driver's important. If all things being equal, if all the equipment stays,
the engine builder, the winner.
Yeah. If all things are equal, everybody has the exact same setup, no variation, no nothing, then quote unquote, the best driver will win. But if your tire blows out, you could be the greatest driver of all time. You're still losing. Like if it blows out at the wrong time, it doesn't matter what you want to do. All the preparation, all the whatever, it's irrelevant. In any other sport, it's like, oh, but what if your leg gives out or whatever? Your body physically failing you is part of the sport. But in this one, your body could be perfectly fine. The car is the one that gave up.
That's right.
Yeah, I like if you define a sport as a competition, I'm with you. That's all I'm asking. It's like, what's the definition? 'Cause everybody has a different definition.
Yeah, I just don't want it to be so dependent on the equipment.
Yeah.
Because the car is clearly the key piece to this puzzle. If you take the better driver, but you give them a car that's so inferior, they may not be able to make up the difference. Then them being the better driver is irrelevant. The other person has such an advantage that it's like, so again, then it's not the driver, then it is the vehicle.
Well, an Eric reference, here you go. So if you have a cyclist and he blows a tire, but he's doing that on his own accord, he's running the so-called engine of the bicycle. So blowing a tire is a little different story in that regard, if you're thinking that way. But when the machine is all run with gas and whatever, it's like, boy, what an athlete.
You guys know nothing
Jackie Stewart.
about race car driving, obviously.
That's fine. Are you still holding out that it's the best top sport? Something, I don't know.
I just don't think you guys truly understand what the physical toll.
Eric, Eric, on contrary, I do understand. I'm saying I don't care. I'm saying you can talk about the physical toll. Tell you what, give me your best physical specimen, the greatest race car driver of all time. I'm going to remove all 4 tires from the car. Tell me how many races you win. How many races do you win with no tires?
Mm-hmm.
How many races do you win with no engine? Then it doesn't fucking matter. That's not a sport.
Mm-hmm.
You can be the greatest physical athlete to pay tiddlywinks. You could be a specimen. You could spend 8 hours a day training. It's tiddlywinks.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That one's yours.
My greatest, my number one on my Lemon collection hunt list is for Reggie to be my friend. I have everything else I need. I just had him sign a week or so ago all this stuff from when he was like, playing for the Philadelphia minor league team, and he's like, oh my God, I was like 19 years old in this picture. Where did you get these? And I'm like, man, I've been collecting you since 1988. The stuff, I find it. He couldn't believe all the rare stuff I have, right? He loved going through it all. I've had cards made. I've had McFarlane's made. Now it's just, I just want to collect him. I want him to be my friend.
So here's a hobby
Wow,
question.
somebody's going to clip this and you'll never be within 15 feet of it.
Yep, it'll be finished.
I just want him to be my friend. He spent about a half an hour together, the other day, and he really seemed to like me. So I think it's possible.
You're a nice guy, Eric. You are.
He liked me, and he kept using my name, which I thought was really nice because he kept being.
Call you Aaron or Vaughn? Here.
Did he say call you Eric with quotation marks?
Don't you make fun of Willie. No, he's just a good guy. I had a lot of fun, working with him and hanging out with him. So, but he only lives down the street. He's gonna be my friend. I don't care. He just needs to get to know me better, and then he's gonna be my friend.
Well, you showed him all the rare stuff, high value, rare lemon and stuff. So that was impressive. It's rare.
Then he told us handler, keep an eye on him.
He's got a handler? Wow. I thought Eric was the handler.
We're gonna be friends.
Is that what you're going with?
Friends. I
We're
don't
gonna
know.
be friends. Me and Reggie are gonna be friends.
I like that Brad and Zach had similar comments back to back, and I have an answer for this. I actually have this covered, but I'm glad they brought this up. So Brad says, you can remove the bat from the hitter, and how many home runs do they hit? But Brad, number one, you don't need to hit home runs to win the game. And I'm going to answer this with Zach's comment that follows. Hang on, I'm getting to it. Zach says, Carlos, it's like arguing Mike Trout isn't an athlete. Well, Mike Trout's not an athlete. Mike Trout sucks. But let's pretend generic hitter because he can't hit home runs without a bat. Again, you guys are assuming, Scott, can you or can you not win a baseball game without hitting a home run? That's first.
Of course.
Yes.
Can you win a baseball game without hitting a home run?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Scott, hypothetically, I have batter with no bat. This is the analogy that Scott and Brad want to use. The pitcher on the other team sucks. He throws 4 wide ones. You go to first base. You didn't even need a bat. The bat was irrelevant. There's no
4
bat.
walks, 1-0.
Now, that's one way, Bobby, but 4 wide ones. You don't have a bat. You can't swing. It's ball 1, ball 2, ball 3, ball 4. You go to first base. You can run to second base. You can run to third base. You can steal home. You never swung a single bat and you scored a run. Scott, if nobody else scores a run, what happened?
Yeah, you win.
You win without swinging a bat. So you can still win without it.
So if you get walked and you bring a guy in, do you get an RBI on that?
What's that?
If the bases are loaded, you get a walk, yes.
Yep.
So it's an RBI?
If the bases are loaded, because that walk will bring in a run. Yes.
What does RBI stand for?
Run batted in.
Okay. That
Baseball
work.
doesn't make any sense, man. Don't try. It's the worst sport.
Hey,
invented.
it's run batted in, but there's no bat.
It's
I'm
the
just
worst
saying.
sport ever invented. It makes no sense.
No, you got to play. What was it? Rounders in the UK. They tried to make it like a baseball. It's the weirdest.
Well, rounders
game ever.
predates baseball.
Yeah, it still doesn't do it justice. It's a weird game. Totally.
Eric prefers something where you hit a small vulcanized thing with a stick, and then you've got zombies playing it. You got guys who died and they're still playing the game to this very day.
Baseball, it's like, listen, you can't stand right here because that's where the guys like to hit the ball, and they can't hit the ball in other places. They like to hit the ball right here, right in between second base and first base. That's where they like to hit it. So you can't stand there. Now you can go stand in between second and third because they don't like to hit the ball over there. But you're standing right where they like to hit, and you're stopping them from hitting there. So you can't stand there anymore. That's fucking baseball.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that someone is standing in the way, preventing it from going where you want it to go. So you're saying you can't stand there. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about hockey because in the 1980s, they got rid of the guy that was standing in front of the thing where they wanted the puck to go in. So in the 1980s, they banned that. And then eventually they put them back.
Yeah, I'm saying something real. You're just being silly. They
I
said,
can go find the footage. There's nobody in net in the 1980s.
You can't stand there. Nope. Listen, these guys are not good enough to hit the ball around the park and or switch hit or hit the come in a little bit quicker with their bat and hit it over there. No, they like to hit it right there, and you're standing in the way.
Yes.
So
Scott, there's a thing called the net, and the players want to put the net in the thing, and they weren't good enough to put the puck in the net. So they banned the goaltender for the 1980s. I don't know if you know this.
It is unbelievably boring, and it is so stupid. And
last year, the game averaged under 3 hours last year.
In the greatest era of baseball history, every motherfucker was cheating.
Ooh.
The 1950s? The 1950s?
Ever.
Well, you're going to have arguments with different people because people with the golden age.
That adjacency is slipping away.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bobby. He's trying to say the 90s with steroids, but the best era of baseball was the 1950s.
He's getting around it. I know.
The ratings were
Mickey Mantle, all the boys. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Eric would have felt better, Scott, if baseball had done what hockey did. And for the 90s, if every home run had counted as 3. Like, let's say a player hits a home run and you give him credit for like 12 runs. We call that the Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky actually only scored 6 goals his entire career, but they gave him credit for over 800. I don't know if you know that. That's maths.
Oh, my good God.
It's crazy.
Baseball,
Eric, you know there's laws against stalking. Eric does not know this.
They have a start time. They do not have an end time. It could go on forever.
Or it could be done in an hour.
Horrible.
Or it could be done in an hour.
They should go 3-on-3.
You can leave
That's true. They could go 3-on-3 instead.
Yep. Pitcher, one fielder, and some guy between first, second, third. I don't know.
Well, I love this. Have all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bach, run, score. Yes, there's multiple ways. You don't even need a bat.
Yeah.
Totally doable. Do you know why the base runner slows down between second and third? Because he heard there's a shortstop. I know.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Eric, you need to discover this guy who plays for the Sox. His name is Noma. He comes with the yell, Noma, hit a Noma, Homa. It's cathartic.
Never was a fan. One, he's a steroid abuser, no doubt about it. And
no doubt about it. What did he cycle in his off season?
And that whole thing, that entire thing in the batter's box. Oh, it's like, dude, this is why these games are so long. This is ridiculous.
He's getting the pine tar off his hands.
So, Scott, did you notice how Eric knew about the whole ritual with the whole thing? And Eric was observing this very close. He was observing it almost women's speed skating closely, but closely.
So do you not like David Ortiz?
He cheated. Screw him.
You know the other thing, Scott. That whole pre-at-bat routine, by the way, burned more calories than a lot of the so-called sports that we were just talking about. Like, he probably burned 1,800 calories just doing that shit.
How many games did he miss for cheating?
Who?
David Ortiz.
None. And it's just another reason why baseball sucks, because all the cheaters got away with it. You had to be stupid, and I mean stupid, like Manny Ramirez, to to just blatantly use it, get caught, come back after a 50-game ban, get busted again, get banned for 100 games.
That was after they started testing. So
yeah. Otherwise, they never would have known.
David Ortiz was on the list. We all know he was on the list. The guy was dirty.
Do we know he's on the list, Eric?
The guy was dirty.
I know it was on the list, but all these people that complain about it saved baseball. And the terrible part of it is like they all cheated, but yet they never missed a game for doing it.
That's a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Bad, good, and different.
Lance Armstrong cheated, and he got exactly what he deserved. He's banned for life. All his records are taken away, and he lost all his money.
I would agree with that, but baseball still celebrates all these guys. That's what makes me mad about it.
Nobody celebrates Lance Armstrong. He's not welcome anymore.
Okay. But go to
the problem, Scott. The problem with this is Lance Armstrong is just the one that was dumb enough to get caught. This is like the 88, 100-meter dash where they're like, oh man, it's like you're out. Every single person on there.
Lance never got caught.
And the head of
so then he should protest. He should get all his Tour de France's back. He's the most legitimate cyclist in history.
Because just like Major League Baseball, who turned a blind eye and helped these guys cheat because they were making so much money, the UCI did the exact same thing. They knew he was dirty. They knew all the other guys in the peloton were dirty, but they were making so much freaking money and had ratings beyond belief and sponsorship deals beyond belief. They turned a blind eye until it wasn't beneficial for them anymore. And then all of a sudden they were like, we got to clean the sport up. Well, you don't have to clean a sport up.
Did they clean the sport up?
In comparison, they haven't caught anybody in a while. And
wait, that doesn't mean a damn thing.
You are right. But there was always accusations. And right now, there are very few. Right now, the biggest concern in cycling is not the athletes being on drugs. It's there being motors hidden in their bikes. And all the bikes get x-rayed now before and after races. It used to be
that's smart.
Guys, they used to be able to grab the guys and bring them in and make them do a piss test. Now they steal your bike and go x-ray it to make sure there's not a motor hidden in it.
Man, these guys are smart now. I like that.
Yeah,
that's smart bicycling.
Genius,
Scott,
for cyclists.
All I'm hearing is that these cyclists need to start leaving the bikes alone and go back on drugs. That's all I'm hearing.
Might be easier, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was still a thing.
But... Oh, listen, the cycling is the drugs. Eric's on drugs right now. Louis says, Eric knows too much about switch hitting. I know.
Yeah.
Good night. Eric knows all about the switch hitting.
Goodbye, Louis.
Zach says, I thought Eric loved baseball before the 86 Red Sox broke his heart. What's that? Eric's story changes with every concussion. We never know what's going to come up with this week.
That's a true fact. What am I saying? I'm saying baseball sucks. I don't understand yes. I used to love it. 86 Red Sox, Tom Seaver, they all suck. And then now I hate baseball. That's what I have always said.
So the 88 Bruins, nothing? The 1990 Bruins, nothing.
You shut your mouth about them.
I'm just saying, Scott, there's an inconsistency here. He talked about the 86 Red Sox, not a peep about the 88 Bruins or the 1990 Bruins. Both teams that were miserable failures, losers of the highest order.
What
Nothing.
here lately? What was it like 2-3 years ago? They set the single season record for wins and
Then lost.
Yep. Immediately.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you know what's a stupid sport, Eric? Hockey. Moving on. Anyway, Mike says, Eric, you're a bicyclist and a German fan. Facts. Do you know who won the first Tour de France? Germany's 5th Panzer Division. Eric knows all about that.
That's kind of funny.
So if you figure in baseball that they were using steroids in the 90s, do you think there was any other sport that they used?
Well, we know
Yeah, totally.
we know the NFL was riddled with them.
basketball. I mean, it was everywhere.
Scott, right now, the NHL, 3/4 of the guys are on steroids. Otherwise, they'd all be 100-pound weaklings.
Basically.
They've never had a steroid problem. Now, I'm sure they were.
How do you know?
Eric, I happen to know for a fact
got all
Zdeno
that
Chara was
equipment on.
only 3
I'm
feet
sure
tall
they were
before he got on the
used.
juice.
I'm sure people used them over the years. The NHL never had a steroid problem. What their problem they had was with speed. The guys were taking speed, and that was amazing.
That was in baseball before the steroids, or at the beginning was beanies. They took those out of the clubhouses at the same time as steroids. Now they all drink. They got Red Bull on refrigerators in the club, right there in the dugout.
There's other things too that they use, but they're okay. Well, they are for now, I guess. You know, all the enhancers that do stuff to your body. So, you know, they're not typical steroids, but they're, you know, they do change the way you play. So,
or if you're a Mets in the 80s, they just, you know,
Coke.
it's just Coke, man. It's just Coke nowadays. Like, who cares?
Bam, bam.
They just skipped to the speed, went to the good stuff.
Yeah.
Stu says, so cycling is less of a sport with motors being used? Listen, man, I don't know what to tell you.
Cheating. If you cheat in anything, you should be out for life.
I mean, to me, it'd be better. The race would be faster.
Yeah, that's what I want.
I mean, let's
Get this over with, for God's sake. Eric's talking about boredom, and it's like, do I want to watch somebody exercising?
A lot easier going up hills.
Actually, Bobby, I kind of want to watch the World Stationary Bike Championships.
I would pay to see that. Yeah.
They're like, what happened? There's about as much action as the Tour de France, so take it. Do you see how hard he's pedaling right now?
You've watched me do it 2 years in a row. It wasn't that exciting.
I know that was really that solidified in my mind what a non-athlete is.
It's got to be a thing somewhere where the stationary bike, like the golf courses, where you bicycling and it's a fake road and thing in front of you, and you're going up hills, and it's got to be something out there for that.
So, Scott, in the same vein, again, I don't like to just complain. I like to be a problem solver. And I can fix this. I can make this more interesting. All we got to do is, what if Eric was talking about the whole motors thing? What if you take his whole biking thing? And what if several of those bikes had small explosives put on them? And just at random intervals, some of the bikes just explode.
I say take it a step farther and put little rockets on them. Let's go.
That'd be awesome.
I think I'd watch it.
Yeah, that'd be exciting.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. It's going to go.
That right there.
Go. Boom.
I can imagine it. I could see the vision, and I could see it being like, just imagine Eric sitting there walking, the person in the lead, he's right on the cusp, he's about to cross the line, he's right there, and then suddenly the bike goes poof.
And give them crowbars and, you know,
hit him on the side. Yeah, you got
like Road Rash video game.
Oh, Road Rash would be amazing.
That'd be.
Put it in the spokes.
Let's give that to ESPN.
Listen, I'd watch that shit.
Got to put it on the Ocho.
Yeah, that would be something.
I like it. Prescription steroids are okay. Yes. Hey, listen, it is what it is.
Prescription, sure.
Yeah. The important thing, I like to call this segment, Scott, the inconsistencies of Eric, the many contradictions of Eric. there's the art, the whole justification, it changes depending on the days. But like I said, I still think my idea is cool. I think it'd be cool if we just put explosives and just randomly have shit blow up. That'd be cool.
Mhm.
Fill his tires with helium. That'd be great. A pack of Rottweilers chasing the cyclists. Yes.
They're bringing back the the American Gladiators. Put
Yes.
them on a bicycle and have them go out there. In the middle of
Yeah.
the night. That'd be awesome.
Death
I
in
think
the
it would be
Gladiators. Yeah.
Give them
I
the
think it would be.
jousting things, the jousting sticks.
Oh my
The
I
god.
think we got
jousting
something.
sticks.
The Extreme Gladiators.
I still
Somebody-
think your road rash
car
idea.
with the tennis ball gun shooting at them.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
I still like your road rash idea, Scott. Could you imagine the cyclists are going, it's the Tour de France, and they're approaching the end, and then one guy just pulls out a crowbar, just puts it between the spokes. The other guy's like, ah!
Oh, he was almost there. It was right,
It's right there.
right there.
That's the best dismount I've seen in
Now we're
years.
getting an emergency crew out here for it. That's
All of a sudden, everybody's joining Eric. He goes, why is everybody watching the Tour de France now? One crowbar. Ah!
That's it.
You do it over the Himalayas, and they just go over. Ah!
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
rolls down the hill.
I assume none of you have ever seen the cycling movie Breaking Away
Yeah, we saw it.
during the
No,
bike,
absolutely not.
during the
God,
bike
no.
race with the Italians. He
We
takes
saw the big stars that, yeah.
he takes his cycling pump, which back then it's they
One of
used,
those.
they used to be a lot longer. Now they have mini pumps that can do it all, but he took it off this frame and stuck it in the kid's spokes, and he just exploded. So yes, that you don't have an original idea is my point. Okay.
Well, crowbar hurts more.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Did they do it with a crowbar? Did the player fall off a hill and then we get to watch them roll down the hill and laugh? Did that happen?
You know, cyclists die in these races, right?
I
A
am
treacherous
proposing more,
sport.
Eric. I am proposing more death. It has the dual effect of not only making it more interesting for us, but killing people stupid enough to cycle as a sport.
kind of like Road
The
Race.
focus.
Was it Road Race 2001 or whatever?
Death Race.
Death Race.
There you
That
go.
was good. That was really good. I like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a good one. Yeah, yeah.
Bicycle. See,
2 and 3. I think there was 3, wasn't there?
nobody has original ideas. We just remake old ones. Eric, that's the way we are now.
No, I've never seen the remakes. I've only seen Sylvester Stallone and David Carradine.
The first one with Statham wasn't bad. The remake
I
with
like that
Statham,
one.
the first one wasn't bad. I actually liked it for what it was.
Yep.
It wasn't bad at all. The modern agony of defeat. That's right, Stu.
Yeah, they had Frankenstein in there. They had that was
Yeah.
a good movie. Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, the first one, because they actually had the budget. They did actually have a
They
decent
had a
budget.
good budget, yeah.
They-
But it was,
you need the budget to make the cars cool.
it was
that's the best way
successful.
to do
But when you do a second one and third one and don't put Statham in there, you're finished.
But you can also tell the budget drops. Like you can
Mhm.
tell the budget drops as each one of the made for direct to DVD sequels.
It's not like it's a big budget movie, anyways.
Yeah, but I think the first
They
one they
wreck a
still
few
made good
cars.
mileage. The first one they made good mileage out of it though. They got
It was
good
good
mileage out of what they
storyline
had.
too. Yeah.
Well, it was like a drive-in theater mainstay. for the
Yeah.
first one.
Mhm. I agree. So it's Eric, this is
That's
most
where I
cycling we've
saw
talked
it.
about in the show for a long time. We made it, and we made it better. We've improved it substantially.
Scott, I don't know if people know about a drive-in movie.
I'm old enough. That's
Yeah, I know. I've been there.
Bobby, they had one around here for years. I think they
Yeah.
still do.
There's I think there's still one left. It's 404, something like that. 400, or is it still there?
couple that I know of, nostalgic style. They'll do them every once in a while.
And those metal speakers that were like mono, like horrible, just the worst, the worst. But the snack bar was the best.
So I have gone where it's actually on your radio.
Oh, that's later. Yeah.
Yeah, they broadcast it on the channel.
We used to have these little metal things that hook on your window or the
Yeah.
inside, and
I
then the
think
wire
that's
was
what I went to.
Oh, you know what, Bobby? They still got it.
400.
No, it's the 5 drive-in in Oakville.
Oh, okay.
It's still there. They reopened it.
That's cool. That's really cool.
They had that one for years. Actually, we watched the family. So that was the outing, Scott. My parents liked going to that one because it was kind of an old school drive-in. And then, yeah, you put the station on the radio to listen to the audio. And then they had the snack bar and all that stuff.
Yep.
And then they had the old school like 60s commercial. Let's go out to the kitchen.
Yep.
So because they had the snack bar over there. But yeah, basically it was just here I got a picture. The basically just big old they updated this. This is the newer version of it, but they basically would just have the big whiteboard and just project onto the big board. And that's how you played the movies, and you just put the radio station to get the audio, and there you go.
Yep.
And they'd run like 2 or 3 movies a night. And they usually had double features with like new movies that came out all the time. So that was the 5 drive-in. And that one for years, that was my family would go and watch a bunch of movies that way. So they'd have the double headers going over and over again. Carlos Sr. liked that one. He had fun with it because he'd just sit there and chill, enjoy it. And then we go get snacks, crap tons of popcorn.
Oh yeah.
Load up. Let's go.
Horrible burgers and hot dogs, but they were great. And most of the theaters, when I was going back in, I guess it would be 68, 69, 70, they had a playground at the front. So all the kids would just go to the playground. Kids just in the playground. It's just like, they had swings and everything below the screen. And every kid just went there. It was like, today's world, you wouldn't have that. But anyways, it was just like, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I never
150 cars there and different people you don't know. It's like stuff that went on. Anyways, those are my memories.
Does anybody remember the Vroom motor that you got attached to your bicycle that made the noise? It might have been made by Mattel.
Yes. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that was.
Well,
cool.
if you have one of those on the bikes, per Eric, you get excommunicated. Can't have Vroom motors.
No
Vrooms.
Then it's not a sport.
I think, Scott, you get kicked out if you put a card in the bike spokes. But it's just making motor sounds.
That's it.
Illegal.
How about if you ride and you just make a noise with your mouth?
Just illegal. Tossed out.
You're out of here.
It's against the rules.
Sorry, it was just gas.
Yeah. Dr. Perdica says, random question. We love random questions. If Santa Claus could get you gents the entire 1970 time hockey O-Pee-Chee set in PSA 10, sans the Gretzky rookie, or the Gretzky rookie of whatever the value is, which would you choose? Okay, so I'm thinking what you're saying is the entire set minus the Gretzky, or the Gretzky rookie of equivalent value to the set minus the Gretzky.
It's easier just to have, well,
I think the Gretzky rookie would, without the Gretzky card in the set, even with there's got to be some 10s that the people building the registry would still pay good money for.
Oh yeah.
So I would think that 79, like normally I would say the 79 PG set without the Gretzky would lose most of its value. But for set registry guys, if you have every card in a 10, there's going to be some guys that are going to be lower pop in a 10. So there would be some value there.
Yeah, the checklist, the
there's only 4 cards in the set that are worth anything, and there's only one that's worth a lot. So you don't need. It's a good set. It's got the other cards that are worth something. You have Gordy's last card. You got Bobby Hull's last card. You got Ken Dryden's last card, and those are great cards. But it's all about the Gretzky. There's nothing else spectacular in that set, or that's worth anything in that set. So I'd rather just have Wayne Gretzky. That's the most important Wayne Gretzky card there is. And if you can get a PSA 10 O-Pee-Chee,
there's no such thing.
I wouldn't think there would be, because
the Gretzky. So Eric, the Gretzky 10 here would be in whatever the grade is to match the value of the set.
Yeah.
So the Gretzky would not be a 10. It'd be a lower grade Gretzky. In this scenario.
So whatever the set would be worth, would you want that Gretzky opposed to having the set?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'll take the Gretzky. I don't need the set, and I like the set. And
But you just love the Gretzky, or you're just looking at the money? What are you doing? Come on.
No, I'll take the Gretzky rookie.
I take the set
and not have the Gretzky rookie in it.
No, you can get that anywhere. It's not like there's no shortage of Gretzky rookies. I'll tell you that.
All right, here this is what I was looking for. All right, so because I knew, Bobby, the key here is there are going to be set registry guys. So what I
Sure.
wanted to know is if there would be any condition rarity. This is condition rarity, so it's important.
Oh, there's a few,
So-
quite a few.
Yeah. So 8 days ago, the Richard Mulhern 79 Peachy, the Richard Mulhern, SB signature legend, Richard Mulhern,
Probably.
in a PSA 10, sold for $1,637.
Crazy. You get one of those checklists in a 10? Wow.
Here's another one.
Expansion cards?
Late January this year, not even long ago. Dennis Huron, the
Aaron.
Dennis Huron.
Aaron.
All right, Aaron. Now with Canadians in quotation marks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, SP signature legend. Again in a PSA 10. 1,358. So those two cards alone, right? Remember, Copernicus was
Eric,
the
you're broke.
entire 79 OPG set and PSA 10. Those two cards alone are $3,000.
You got the Gretzky rookie. Now you're poor.
Oh, hold on. Tony Esposito, PSA 10.
That would be big.
$1,000.
Do the math. Holy
Eric,
shit.
on the 10, you're full of lies.
But they said the Gretzky.
I just gave you $4,000 and 3 cards in 10s.
You realize that it's so hard to get 10s in the 79 OPG. It's like almost unbelievable. So the value in the set would be phenomenal.
Yeah, but
Yeah, because you're getting every card in the set in a 10 except the Gretzky, and I just gave you 2 cards. Again,
That
the
was-
PSA registry guys will pay, again, relative commons, huge money for relative commons because you're getting volume.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
getting a whole stack of 10s. You can sell pretty much. A couple of the stars will do okay, but it's those common and semi-star guys that are low pop that the registry guys will pay huge money for. So you
Yeah.
can actually get a decent Gretzky, but just by having that stack of 10s.
And there's 396 cards in a set. Man.
You can melt the plastic, and that's at least $100.
Yeah, probably.
Stereotypical guys in pickups, extra extensions so they could climb up to get in, smoke machine in the back for when they pass those atrocious cyclists, especially the mountain bikers.
Oh yeah. And go.
That's right. Money.
Hmm.
I would take the set. There you go. That's fair. I'm kind of inclined to take the set because I feel
Yep.
like right there's a lot of value. Those 2 examples there's a lot of hidden value. It's the sneaky players that are going to be the ones that'll get you more than you think. And then you've got 395 of them. All in 10s. There's money there. You could liquidate it. You'd have to do some more work though. To be truthfully, you'd have to do a lot of work, Scott, but you could extract the value from it. Like there's
Oh,
a couple that you get good money
I
for.
would just want the Gretzky rookie and going about the day.
Well, the thing
I
is, Scott, if you just want a Gretzky rookie, like I think $1,000 now, you can get one all day long. How many you want?
Mm.
Well, I mean, because the point was the Gretzky would be the equal value of the set. So
Yeah.
you would,
Yeah.
it'd be
Yeah,
higher.
we'd have to figure out what the equal value of it. So I think you,
proved it would
I
be
think
pretty
maybe, yeah, you'd probably get. I feel like maybe you could get
396.
like-
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I have a tops one.
be like 30
Oh,
grand.
What's a 6 go for now? Let me see.
I'm sticking with my answer. I'll take the Gretzky card.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I feel like maybe you could get probably a 6 out of that. Just guessing. No, you can do better than that.
So it said, I got a 7 for.
Oh, you know what? Gretzky's gotten down a lot more than I thought. Hold on, let me see. When was the last time sold? Last sold Gretzky 6. Oh, Gretzky 6 is only $3,000. Those 2 cards alone would be more than that. All right, let's go to 7. What's a 7 looking like? 7, 7,600. Psh, nothing. All right, let's go to 8. See how much money we got. 8 centered, 14.6. So you probably could get an 8. Probably be about the neighborhood you'd be playing in. Somewhere in the high 7s or an 8.
Yep, I'm sticking with my answer. I'll take the Gretzky.
I already had 2 Gretzkys. I'm bored of that card.
I don't think it's got pulled. You would have heard about it.
The autograph one did, right?
You're talking about the redemption?
Yeah. I think the autograph one got pulled like on the first day.
I have to go double check. I'm not sure. Maybe. Then we didn't know. So yeah, I'd agree. Fanatics would be all over that. They definitely promote the hell out of it if somebody pulled it, because that's a big one. Hey, Scott, you know what? I will say, though, one thing the Fanatics Overlords did well, and it's not even what they think worked. Again, the 35 years ago was 1991 Topps, which was the 40th anniversary one. I have purchased 2 mega boxes. Mega box. I was like, all right, I want to pull some. I'll open a couple of boxes. I haven't done any box of flagship Topps in years. It's been years and years and years since
I
I've done
opened up a hanger pack, and then a hanger box today. I'm not too thrilled with this year's design. I love the card. I love baseball cards, but it just looks like the big league from the original big league run. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, Stu. It's a hypothetical. I thought it was an interesting thought exercise. I just knew there would be some low pop ones. But yeah, the majority of the set, there's going to be no 10s even available. So in this case, you're getting a mythical bunch of pop ones that don't even exist right now. You probably get an 8.5. Yeah, probably, with the mythical pop ones that don't exist today. I don't know. Maybe if you get a really sharp pair of scissors, you could get a couple of new 10s. But right now, they don't exist. Plus, Eric loves him some rough edges. So
Yeah.
to have the proper 10s, you need some rough cuts.
Yep. That's a bunch of bullshit. I can go off on that for the next hour. That's a bunch of bullshit.
You know, you could probably do that on the cycling death race. You could tell them about it, and then they would just put the crowbar into their own spokes.
Whatever.
Yeah, I find that unacceptable too. Like, they know there's a defect or something, so they look past it. That's ridiculous.
Yep. Because I can show you plenty of 79 O-Pee-Chee cards that are cut very, very nicely and don't have rough edges. And to say that, no, they're all cut like that, so that's what we have to be okay with it. And it's like bullshit. You can't change the fucking grading standards on this set of cards versus this set of cards or this age of cards. It's a freaking 10 is a 10, is 8 is an 8, is 6 is a 6, a 5 is a. Stop
to your point.
Standards.
It's called natural occurrence.
If we all know that there's rough edges and you grade them accordingly, then we know that's what the grade. Like a 7 is the best you're going to have because of the edges. Then a 7 is equivalent to a 10 in that card, right?
Exactly. I've said that.
But it's still a 7, right? I am with you on that.
But the highest 7 is still you're going to get the most money for.
Right.
So,
I agree 100%.
I've said it all along. You can't change your grading standards because of what's in front of you. Your company says this is what we call a 10, this is what we call a 5, this is what we call a 1. Every card has to be looked at the same way. Nope. We're gonna have this card.
There is a thing. It's called natural occurrence, and when it happens on the majority of a set of anything, whatever it is, be it a flaw or what have you, it's considered normal or natural. There's a gum issue that they have where they have these wrappers. It was this orange gum, and it bleeds through. It always bled through. Now, there was the occasional one that wasn't, opened in the day and, when it first was produced or something. But they accept those as natural occurrence because 80-90% of them are stained. So you have to have that. Otherwise, the standard, they're all a 1 or an authentic at that point. So make every O-Pee-Chee authentic? Is that it? Like what? I don't know. So
I have the same theory. We both agree on that. So you just said that with the wrappers, there are some that aren't stained. Therefore, there's your 10. The rest are lower. You can't tell me that we're gonna the 90% of these are stained, but 10% isn't. But so we're just gonna upgrade the 90% that are all ruined.
Well, the stains one should never get a 10.
That's my point. And there shouldn't be a PSA 10 O-Pee-Chee with a rough cut. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, there'll never be anyone with a perfect edge all the way around. And then maybe might be trimmed.
Grading standards on it. It's a 10 is supposed to be, as close to perfect as it can be. And this thing's got cut with a chainsaw. It's not a perfect 10 card. It's been driving me nuts for years. I'll never change my mind on it. I'll I'll die on this hill. Grading standards should be the same for every single card that's put in front of the grader. It should never ever change. That's the company standards. But depending on, oh, this is a shiny blue rainbow unicorn versus a 1952 tops, we're gonna grade them different. Oh, are they centered? Are they corners? Are they cut correctly? Are they the same size? Do they have scratches on them? Do they have bends in them? No. Okay, that's that.
But the company Beckett that you owned used cut cards from sheets. So
really,
how does that work?
You really gonna bring up that shit?
I had to. You left me no alternative.
Hey, they gave you the straight edges you wanted, Eric.
Bobby Orr went for how much? Yes.
The straight edges are there. That's what you asked for.
Yeah.
Mike here says, Carlos or Bobby, I saw a really good YouTube video on O-Pee-Chee. Everything's O-Pee-Chee. So by chance, either one of you have so by chance, do either of you have pre-war hockey or baseball cards from O-Pee-Chee? Baseball cards from O-Pee-Chee, I do. But no, pre-war hockey, I don't. Yannick has been the one dabbling in that one.
Yeah. I've had them over the years, so many, and I just don't keep them.
I don't have any. Mostly because I can't afford them.
Those are rough cut or not?
What about the Dick Clapper?
Yeah.
Don't you have that one?
There you go.
But that's not. I wouldn't call that pre-war, would you?
Pre-war is pre-48.
33. 1933 O-Pee-Chee.
World War II started in like 38, 39. So yes, that would be pre-war.
Is that got a rough cut on it too?
Well, what happened to World War One? We don't. That's not.
World War One doesn't count towards the pre-war designation.
There's other wars as well. I mean, the French Indian War,
War.
Whenever anybody says pre-war, Eric, they're talking pre-48-ish, pre-47, thereabouts.
It's the last World War. That's all.
Yeah.
It determines anything pre that, and it's not pre-World War One. We don't get into that.
Yeah, that's what I say. Like, even as soon as you said that, I'm like, no, the Dick Clapper counts. That one definitely counts. That's considered pre-war.
Eric lied.
I do that all the time. That's not a news flash, Bobby.
You lied?
Yeah, I lie all the time. We used to have a rule. We literally had a rule that we now got rid of. One of the rules was I lie.
I thought it was number one was people are stupid.
Scott, we actually used to have a rule that everyone on the show lied. It was literally listed off.
Number 5.
Hold on. You see there, Scott?
Oh, okay.
Oh, Carlos lies. Yes, I didn't see Eric in there.
And we got baseball collector in there too.
Yeah, how did he catch a stray? What did happen there?
He's my frenemy, Scott. Mike is always there. Mike is always there.
So,
poor guy just catches strays, man. Jeez.
Hey, he'll be fine. He's got a ranch. He'll be okay. So Brad here says, I like the way they grade the rough cuts. Otherwise, the trimmers will alter all of them. That would suck. Listen, Eric wants this. Eric wants to be like, so as soon as they say, all right, look, the rough cuts are not, all of a sudden, there isn't a single O-Pee-Chee with a rough cut anywhere. Wait, do these measure correctly?
No.
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because you're just taking the rough cut off. Like, it's not even part of a card, right? So it means nothing.
We got lasers now, Eric. Lasers. Eric.
Stop making fun of Willie. He can call me Eric. Whatever he wants is fine.
Well, they had different color stars behind the hockey and baseball players. Yes. So Steven thinks you're right. Steven is supporting you.
Thank you.
Different color stars behind the baseball now.
There was an issue. So there was a year that had different colors on the back. I forget which year it was, but there's one where it's like it's similar to that Dick Clapper, but there's a thing where they've got the color behind it. There is a set that has a similar kind of thing as well. I forget the specific year and the brand, but there is a similar one that has a similar concept.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought he meant O-Pee-Chee because the only O-Pee-Chee baseball you're looking at the bendable or the what are they called? Stand-ups.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah.
36. Yeah. 37. Sorry.
Kirk could try to turn your rough cut into a 10. Yes. Kirk could take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
The old Beckett story never fails to deliver. That's right.
Company.
Is that Kurt guy still around? I haven't
Yeah, totally. 100%.
Oh yeah. He's grooving.
Scott, nobody in this hobby ever goes away. Ever.
I don't know.
Yeah. So what he did is actually, it was smart. He actually he got quiet. He just started being like, "We're gonna keep doing business, but you just all you be quiet."
He still has videos out there, and he's still
Oh,
doing
totally.
them.
Well, that's what I'm pulling up, just for reference here, just so we all can all look at
Some
it.
of the stuff that he does is almost impossible. I kind of almost don't believe it.
So here, so Stuke 3940 5x7 did clapper. Yes. All right. So here it is. So Kurt's Card Care's YouTube channel. Last video 1 day ago,
Mhm.
8 days ago, 8 days ago, 12 days ago.
Hall
So
of
you got
Fame.
Corner Care and a Griffey Jr. rookie. Wednesday Night Live, Pokemon Vintage and more. Pokemon Damage 8 days ago. You got Pokemon Experiments 13 days ago. Almost 3,000 views on that one. That's pretty good. That's 3,000 views. That's pretty solid.
Mhm.
2.7K on the Pokemon. 1.5K on the Corner Care Griffey Jr. rookie.
So does Kurt qualify for the YouTube? No, I'm just
Hall
kidding.
of Fame. Hall of Famer.
3 weeks ago, 19,000 views on a Pokemon repair.
This almost makes me like physically ill because how morally that people, because there's people that think this is okay, and it's just
Oh, Vintage Hockey, Gordie Howe. 3 months ago.
Parker's, yeah,
1,000
they're the
views.
easiest to do, of course.
999 of these views are Eric. That's pretty crazy.
Mhm.
30,000 subscribers, 32,700 to be exact.
There you go.
So yeah, no, he's totally around, Scott. He just he got quiet on the louder social medias, but he's still churning away and making videos and doing his thing.
that's just horrible.
No, it's just reality. That's all. It's like steroids. It's like all the other things that are, there's always going to be an infection in some hobby of some sort.
Yeah, but to be just open about it and people are, I don't.
Did you see the views? Do you know how many people are really doing this?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, but
Probably
but
half
I
the
was saying-
people maybe.
But I was saying the proof is in the pudding. Like when a lot of people want to argue, I was like, I not only I showed you the YouTube channel, I showed you over 30,000 subscribers, and I showed you a bunch of videos that are doing thousands of views.
Yeah.
So it's like people are there, they see it. It's not like he's hiding.
It's just-
It's
it's
literally- it's
sad.
under Kurt's Card Care. His logo is right in the logo.
And this has been going on for 30 years that I know.
Oh, I know that, but I've never seen somebody so blatant about it that it's just throwing it out there in your face and daring you to let anybody.
If in any show you go up to somebody and say, "Hey, listen, anybody can fix this card," they'll tell you somebody. Everybody knows somebody. It's always been there. Oh, I can make that.
And that's what I said. I understand that, but it's just, I don't know.
So whether you know about it or don't know about it, it's in your face. It's not in your face. It's out there. Understand it.
Right.
If somebody fixes a card and you can't tell them they didn't add it or take anything away from it, then I don't see much problem in that. If you ever grabbed a corner and kind of pulled it, did you fix the card? I don't know. So, varying degrees of what is moral, I have no idea. It's just, collect the card. You like it, fine. They grade it, fine. Whatever. It is
All right,
what it
Eric, we're
is.
talking about performance
We can't
enhancing
control
cards.
that stuff. We can't
What
control.
are we doing about that one?
Oh,
That wasn't a trick question, Eric. Bobby was making a point about, how do you feel about these different kinds of things? He was giving a pitch for one side of the equation, one side of the argument. So are we okay with that? Does that work for you?
I don't understand the question. What are we talking about?
Bobby literally spent the last 2 minutes explaining about Kurt's Card Care, that similar kind of thing being around for a long time. He's okay with it if you like it and the way it is, and some people using that kind of a thing. For some folks, it's verboten. The moment you touch it up or do anything to it, it's a scarlet letter.
No, I don't like it when you stop messing with cards. It's not. If you want to take with these shinies, you want to take some Windex or something and clean off your fingerprints or something. I don't care, but no. Once you start dealing with
Getting the dent out or rolling out a corner.
the structure of the card, no, you shouldn't do that.
so if you ding it, didn't you do something to it too? Anyways, it's sort of like a wax pack. How many of wax packs that have been done by Mr. Hart, how many of those are really good and how many are not? So we will never know that equation. So even at a percentage, if he's done 1 million cards and 10% are wrong, there's 100,000 of them out there. So how many of the cards do you know that are in PSA holders today know that Kurt had a hand in those? You'll never know. It's not a thing to focus
I
on.
agree.
It's not a thing to worry about.
I don't worry. I don't worry about it.
I don't agree with it, but
Yeah,
you know,
my whole thing is
to a degree, I don't
sad
agree
that
with
it's
it.
out there. We have a YouTube channel, and thousands of people are watching it. That's my problem. I know it's out there, and I know that I own probably.
Just put money in front of it. That's all.
So
People
that's it.
follow the money. It's that's whatever. You know. I like creases in cards, right?
Now, I hadn't actually checked. I knew that his YouTube channel was still active. I did know that.
Yeah.
But I haven't checked any of these videos.
He's doing a
here.
lot
I'm
of
kinda
shorts, it seems, or something.
Yeah, well, there's some of them are, but he actually has live streams on, looks like Wednesdays, where he basically, one of them was like an hour and a half. So like it's pretty long. Now, what I'm actually curious about is I want to see, because they've got a decent amount of views. I'm actually curious what the engagement is. So I want to see if I pick one of these. Let's go with this. I'll go with the Griffey one. So here, I'll show you guys what I'm trying to figure out, because I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, so you got all these different videos here. So I'm going to go with this Griffey one, even though that's a short one, and then I'll pick one of those live ones. What I want to see, Scott, I'm curious how many likes he has, because we don't know what dislikes. We can't see that.
Yeah.
And I'm also curious how many comments. So basically, I'm curious about the engagement metrics. That's what I want to know. Okay, so let's see here. So this is one of them. This is the Griffey. So 60 likes on that, 1,500 views, and let's see, 30 comments. People are going to start thinking your breath is magic. Ha ha ha! Nice enhancement. All right. Perfect video after a conversation yesterday, becoming one of my favorite channels. There you go. Curator of Cardboard, well done. They're really fighting him, Scott. They're torching him in the comments.
And,
I tell you, woo.
And I think a lot of the comments, I think a lot of people would abstain from those because they don't want their name to be out there. Where the other people don't really care.
That's why I was kind of curious. So
Yeah.
the reason I'm saying I was curious how many people would comment on it and the tone that the comments would take.
Yeah.
And it seems like a decent amount of these comments are pretty positive on these folks that have commented on it. So in total right now, it's about 30 comments, which isn't a crazy amount, but it's still not nothing. And 60 likes on it. So that's also not nothing. Let's see.
I think you could double those comments pretty much if people wouldn't have their name attached to it.
Yeah. Let me pick the Pokemon Repair. So this is 19,000 views. So this one is a much bigger video. So that's for the Pokemans. Let's see. Starting off with a CGC. Okay.
Bobby,
so
I disagree, because I think there's a lot of people that don't find anything wrong with it. They don't even know that there is an issue with it. They think fixing it is fine.
Well, when you walk into the hobby and you're into Pokemon, you've been in only for the last few years. If you know nothing different, then you think it's normal.
Yeah,
If you've been in the hobby for as long as we have, obviously we have some issues with certain aspects of it.
Yeah, so 622 likes on this one, which isn't too bad. It's a pretty decent ratio of likes. 211 comments is pretty strong.
That's very strong.
Yeah. Because that was the whole thing. Professor spent a bunch of time looking at different videos. And one thing that you always want to look for, if you're not getting a ton of likes and you're not getting a lot of comments, there's not a lot of engagement. You can have a crap ton of views, but it means no one's really reacting to it. So it's just like, systematically hitting views, but not really generating any commentary. But no, 211 comments is decent. Not like crazy, but it's pretty decent. Here you go. Shining Ganon, you're the man. Whenever I have questions, your videos have the answer. There's the man, Scott. Yep. Looks like the Pokemans.
They fix comics. They do a lot of different things. They can press comics. They can do all these things. What's acceptable and what hobby. Everything has changed in the with the ultra modern. There's so much money in it. That's why. That's the big thing. Well, there's so much money even in doing vintage cards, but ultra modern's a big thing too.
Mindful Workshop. Can you answer direct questions from me? I have a 1972 Roberto Clemente. This is literally a slight stain on the crease. I feel it'll be truly an 8 or 9 with those repairs, but truly after watching the videos, I'm still lost in the first step. Watch your 1972 Roberto Clementes.
Yep.
There you go.
But if you can't tell the difference, like I said with the wax pack, if you can't tell the difference when you got a PSA Clemente, whatever, 72 in 8, and it was a 4 before, how are you ever going to know? If you can't tell, does it matter?
That was the old philosophical question when Kurt's Card Care was. It was funny you mentioned this, Scott, because that's why I say, like, as soon as you mentioned, I was like, no, he's still around, but nobody talks about him anymore because he's just kind of quietly receded into the background. But he didn't go away. He didn't disappear.
We can only talk about him like this. That's the thing.
My thing is like, yes, I like I said, I probably have a card or 2 or 4 that has been, and I don't know, but that still doesn't make it right.
No, that's a completely fine take to have.
Well, it makes it right for a lot of people there in those comments.
Well, not now, Scott. Watch out for your 72 Clementes. You just saw the comment. Watch your 72 Clementes.
I don't need it.
Yeah. Stu says, "Wonder
When
if
did
Kirk
you
gets
get
thumbs
yours?"
down."
I'm just saying.
It's been a while.
Okay.
Yeah, Stu says, "Wonder if Kirk gets them down." He totally will. I can get even without being able to see. I guarantee you he gets thumbs down. I'd be curious what the ratio is. The ratio would be interesting to know. If he got 622 likes, how many dislikes did he get?
I don't know. Do you think people hate watch him? I mean,
people hate watch everything.
But I mean,
Scott, people hate watch everything.
I just don't see where the entertainment. Like, I mean, I've hate, but I stopped pretty much hate watching stuff. I just don't watch it. I don't have enough time to do that.
Pretty much stopped.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair. That's fair.
Every once in a while, something come across my feed, and I go, "What is this dumb shit?" I'll watch it.
That's right. Yeah, Zach here says, so I think, Zach, are you referring to like Mr. Minty? Because I still see Mr. Minty out there from time to time. That's one that I still see boots for. So like the Dallas car shows, people literally have boots advertising. So Mr. Minty is one that's been out there for a while.
Yeah, he's the other one, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think he was at the Collector Supershow, wasn't he? Didn't they have a Mr. Minty booth, I thought? Yeah, they definitely had one. Brad here says,
it's become a natural thing. It's just, it's the way the hobby has evolved. It's all about the money. Because really, you're not upping the grade for your own personal gain. You're upping it to make money. So
the key takeaway here, though, is that it's out front and center. So that's why I thought it was interesting, Scott, to contrast. Whereas Kurt's Card Care kind of receded into the background, but didn't actually go away, as I just proved. I believe I've proven this point. Mr. Minty, though, is still out there. He's still got they got their boots out there with their whole kits and their business and whatever. They're still very visible. I collect high grade vintage, says Brad. But a percentage of my cards are altered. Someday tech will be able to better detect alterations. PSA will abandon the guarantee. Cards will be integrated again. I honestly, Brad, I think some of the alterations, depending on what they did, some of them I don't think are detectable. I don't think any amount of technology, because if whatever it is doesn't leave residue, what's to detect? What are you going to detect?
Water basically can do it anyways. Like if somebody soaks a card in water, they can take a lot of the corner dings and creases out. Yeah, we've seen that. I've seen that. And that's just plain water. There's no chemical. Is it dividing line chemical? Is it water, or is it anything? Is it touching it? If you pull it with your finger on the little corner that got a little ding on your 50 whatever, did you fix the card? Where is the line we cross? I just let those, let those things go by. I've known about these guys who fix cards. Actually, one of the best guys I ever known, he just passed away. He was one of the best ever. And I heard about him through all sources. And you just kind of what am I going to do? What are you going to do? Can I arrest them? There's guys who resealed packs, you can't do anything about it. You send the cops there. You got to catch them in the act. How do you ever know? It's such a tough thing. It's not a thing I like to focus on.
It's not about doing something about it, though. It's just the whole issue of it. It's
morality.
Scott,
sure.
Are you saying, Scott, that it matters in principle?
Yes.
Right. I mean,
it's a morality call, right?
If you're all right with it, that's on you. So,
that's what
I buy it. It don't know it, then I'm not part of it.
Yeah, well, that's kind of
indirectly you are, I guess, but
No, I'm not. Not even.
It's the microcosm of the whole thing, though, right? Who's going to tell? Who's going to know?
No,
but you don't know.
Scott's point, Bobby, is that as the buyer, he is indirectly a party to it in the sense that he has the card, but he's not a party to it in the sense that he knowingly purchased the card, knowing it.
Of course not.
He bought a card because he looked at the card and said, "This is a nice card."
And
I don't think I'd want to buy a card that was done that I knew. And I don't think anybody really does. I think
Although there's some people who would buy it regardless. They don't care.
you know what I mean. Yeah.
Kenny.
We're going back to Ken.
Hey, listen, my boy Kenny. Listen, Cheetos art. That's all I got to say. So
Yeah.
everybody says, it's a question of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. Getting philosophical. Rick here says, I saw Mr. Minty at the West Coast Card Show. Minty was wearing the black gloves and spraying the special juice on the cards. Minty's a franchise, man.
Yeah.
It's a franchise. They're everywhere.
You know, he was with us, you know, back in the day on the clubhouses and and all that, and a nice guy. You know, everyone liked him, you know, and everything. And you know, he's been up in the Toronto show, and I've, you know, been face to face with him up there a couple of times, and he really is a nice guy. I don't love his philosophy, and you know, he probably doesn't love mine, and that's completely okay. But you know, I just think if you start messing with the structure of the card, you've crossed that line. Now, Bobby said something a few minutes ago about, like, if you have a, you know, an old vintage card or something and the corner's bent over,
He just did it.
and you just take your thumb and flip it back over and put it in.
Is that how you do it? Is with the thumb?
Yeah,
It's a German way.
The card isn't fixed. You just flipped up. The thing's still bent. It still has a crease in the corner. You just flipped it up and flipped it, you know, and stuck it in the holder. Anyone who takes the card out to examine it is going to notice it and see it. You didn't do anything to change the structure of the card. Now, if you soaked it or you added glue to it, and then you took a spoon to it and pressed it and all, now that's you got a whole different situation going on.
How are you ever going to find out?
Yeah. If you take this and, you know, there was a scratch here where JJ's hat is, and
is that where the scratch was?
And I took a black pen and just touched it,
Dynamite,
and made that white scratch go away. And now it's very difficult to tell that's wrong. You know, that I really don't think it takes a lot of thinking or discussion to know what's right and wrong when it comes to this.
Yeah, I don't think it's really a matter of that. I think we're all moral in what we do. I understand that. But if you can't control something, just let it go. Move on. You don't have to watch his videos. You don't have to care. You'll never know the difference. You'll never know if a wax pack is sealed or unsealed. There's no 100% guarantee. There's no 100% guarantee with signatures. Come on, guys. It's just like, let it go. Let them do what they do. You can't control it. We can complain about it, yeah, but I guess it gets us nowhere.
I bet you guys didn't have a Frozen reference on your bingo card there. Let it go, the man says. Good evening, how much, Dave? The quality of the water must matter, otherwise you'd be introducing bacteria. A lot of the things use distilled water. Dallas Card Show doesn't go out of their way to promote Mr. Minty like others. Yeah, no, but they're there. They have a booth. They bought the booth and they're there. That's basically it. Dylan says, life in collecting can be won without cheating.
You know what drives me crazy in the hobby is that reprints. You know, where guys reprint something and they don't have the license for it. Why do I care anymore? Why I can't do anything about it? It's actually up to the people who own the license to do something about it. Getty will get you, but I mean, with other things, it's like you can't control those things in the hobby. You know, they bother you in a sense, in a moral sense, but you know, you just keep going on doing your own hobby and don't worry about those guys. They're going to do what they're going to do. You won't even know.
It's not about worrying about it. I don't know why you keep saying that. It's not about worrying about it. That's not it at all.
I'm worried because we found out Eric is Mr. Minty. We're learning all the things. I'm very worried.
No, didn't. Never said that. No.
Rick Vintage Oddball Card said it with an exclamation point at the end. He didn't even put it in quotation marks. He put an exclamation point at the end of it. That's a very strong punctuation. Very strong.
Yeah, we can talk about it, but it's not really getting us anywhere. It's not going to stop it. It's not going to do anything. We know we all have that moral fiber that we don't really like to see these things go on in the hobby, but you can't control them. So don't worry about it.
Dog ears are natural. No sweat pushing those back. Mike here says you have to watch for black Sharpies at 70 tops. Just tilt them in the light and you'll see the difference in the back. Are you talking about 71 tops? 71 tops is the black board.
Yeah, those ones you'll see in the, they shouldn't go through PSA.
Yeah. 70 tops, Scott. I think we can catch it. I think we can figure it out. On the gray borders, I think we can figure it
Pretty
out.
easy.
Don't use the black Sharpies on 70 tops. It's not going to work out. Don't do that. Dylan says, if I rank the things I dislike most, maybe like this: trimming, worst; coloring, second; soaking, next. Off the top of my head. All right.
Trimming is a big no-no.
Oh yeah.
That's the big no-no. Because you're taking away from the card. When you add or take away from the card, those are the definite no-nos. Fixing, so hard to tell. Trimming, we got to trim some of those O-Pee-Chee rough cuts off.
Well,
Carlos said.
Eric was advocating. He was telling us is the way to solve this problem is we just trim all the OPGs and then the edges are good.
That's right.
And then everything's a 10.
All right.
Everything's OPG and everything's a 10. Scott, we fixed it.
I got my razor knife here.
You got knives. He
does have knives. Why do you think he has so many knives? He needs a lot of them.
He's always sharpening them.
Stu's right. He says, can't wait to see the Mr. Minty Kazoo parade. Eric.
And Dyson all the time on the cards. No problem.
Scott, can I get the Kazoo parade sponsored by Mr. Minty? The amount of anger. Oh, man. Getting excited just thinking about it. That'd be amazing. 71 tops, yes, yeah. So we're on the same page. We got you. I ran across shows, see a card and think there's not a reprint. That's an illegal counterfeit. Some honestly don't know the difference. There's a lot of issues with a lot of the difference. A lot of people try to be real sneaky with that stuff.
I don't like when a show lets people sell reprints at the show. You know, there's a dealer that I know very well. He's been around for 30, 40 years. And he has reprint wrappers, you know, just photocopies and stuff like that. I said, do you really need to have that associated with your booth? I said, take them off your table, or I'll just buy them and throw them away. Like, come on, stop doing this shit. Do you need that extra $1 or $2 you're charging? Like, you know, if I was running the show, I would say, no reprints. No, you can't do that. That's trademark infringement, and you don't need to make money off of that. And it takes people away from the collectability itself. You know, I just asked a guy on Marketplace just before I came on. He had he said, you know, Bobby Orr pizza parlor menu, very super rare, crazy rare. And then in the description at the bottom, because then I messaged him, and then because he had $20 on it, I'm going, okay, he's a fool. So I said, okay, fine. That's great. And then I read it and it says, oh, this is a high resolution copy of my rare personal copy. And I'm going,
F off.
It's just like, oh, you know, it just never ends. So they don't say it in the title, but you click in and then you message, because you message right away. You don't even read the bottom because you think the item is the item. And unfortunately, it doesn't turn out to be. And this happens a lot. Cereal boxes, all these other things you get caught on because you don't read the description. My fault for not reading, but understood that I'm not going to buy it because it's a reprint copy from your high res. What's that?
Autographs too, whether it be 8x10s or whatever. They make a copy of the 8x10 that's autographed and sell them on eBay. And in the small print, now the honest sellers have it in the small print that this is a reprint of the signed 8x10, but you may have already hit buy it now, you know, because of the good price, and you're getting the Bobby Orr autographed 8x10, and it looks perfect.
And people can't tell the difference a lot of times.
Not through it. Maybe in hand, you can look at it and say, wait a minute.
Sometimes you can't even. If it's marker, like with the pen, you can see the impression, but sometimes with the markers, you can't really tell. It's tough. So,
you know, 90+% of the stuff that I have autographed, and there's way too much. I was thankful enough to, you know, get myself, so I know it's real. But even the things that I have that I bought and it's PSA certified or Beckett certified or what, you still question it just a little bit because you didn't see it happen in front of you. You know.
You know, I found that old 1940s. It was signed. What was the team? I forget what it was. A minor league team, but it had Johnny Bauer, and they had all these autographs on these pages. Like, you can see that those are kind of real. and they were back to back. So, you couldn't really do much. So, when some things are real, but some of these photos that are out there, guys come up and ask you, and I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah.
So we don't know autographs. We don't know sealed packs. We don't know if Kurt's card care has been in there. All these things that, that affect the hobby, as much as you disagree with them, there's really not much control you can do on it. Like autograph, look at, what was that bullpen back in the day?
Oh, Operation Bullpen.
Yeah. That was a big thing. And then we happened again. And now where are we? You can fight it as much as you want, but you can't stop it. And then they had those artists redo the at the expo when they did that. But the artists did the autographs, and then took them to JSA and all the other ones, and then they authenticated them because the guys were signing at that time, which was kind of a double thing. But you couldn't stop them, and they said it was good. So yeah, getting them in person, Eric, is a really good thing. I only get things in person. I don't care about any other autographs, but it's just a hobby.
You hope and you hope and you hope and you hope and you hope that these card companies are not going to risk their reputation and their futures by putting in bad autographs in their products, right? But we know now that there's been a lot of question when they're sending through the mail, the sticker sheets, for example, to someone's house. Who's signing those? It used to say on the back of the cards,
my mom,
that that the autograph was witnessed by an upper deck, employee or whatever, right?
Well, the issue, kind of touching on that, the issue is that it still says representative, and representative is a very loose word. Representative, what does representative is adjacent.
Yeah.
Basically.
We don't have an upper deck employee. If we had an upper deck employee who then gives them the stuff, they sign it and they take it immediately back, the chain of custody is very tight.
Right.
That's one thing.
Yeah.
But when it's a representative, it could be a player's agent. Well, the thing is, a player's agent has access to the player. That doesn't mean that the player's agent got the player to sign it.
Yeah, you have no idea,
Well, they're saying that just like a hand in the clubhouse could be an agent. A representative.
It's the loosest. Anybody agent is literally the sports memorabilia version of adjacent. That's not a joke. It is the adjacent. Adjacent is a very open-ended thing. You just need some kind of a connection to it. The problem is nobody's watching. So if the representative is the one doing it, did the player even touch the thing? Was the player even within hundreds of feet of the thing at any point?
And this, and this has been going on for a long time. I mean, you used to, back in the old days of the 50s, baseball's heyday, you'd send something into, Mickey Mantle, and the clubhouse attendant would sign his name, I mean, and yeah, all the autographs look the same, but it's the same clubhouse attendant, it's the traveling secretary who did it, it's, whatever. So this has been going on for a long time. And, it's as at working at a large shop where we get so much, walk-ins trying to, they think they found, the lottery ticket in grandpa's, garage toolbox, and brings in that baseball. And we have to tell them, no, that's not a Mickey Mantle. That's not a Ted Williams. That's not a Yaz. That's, whatever the big star is. That's a clubhouse signature. That's, his wife did that one, blah, blah, blah. And it's like you watch people just get completely deflated. And there are the rare times where they fight with us because they're so like in shock and upset. And they thought they were walking out with $2,000, and they're not walking out with anything. We're not, and they're like, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, well, wait a minute. That's silly. We know exactly what we're talking about. We are the experts, and here's something that we know is 100% accurate. Let's compare that. We try to show them. Let's compare. Do you see how they don't look alike? No, that yours is fake. Mine's real. My grandfather said he met Babe Ruth in 1928 on a street corner in Boston. And it's like, your grandfather lied to you, man. You know, they're telling you stories. You were a little kid.
And autographs vary. You know, guys are signing programs on the way back into the dressing room, and the kid holds it, and you go, "That doesn't look like Tim Horton."
Yeah.
Well, you know,
it could be. Yeah,
it can be.
Yeah,
Autographs are
right,
tough,
and
tough.
that's the rushed autographs, the angry autographs, the Tom Brady "fuck you" autographs. You know?
I think those are his best autographs.
Yeah,
Those are the pristine ones.
Yeah,
indeed. So I have a bit of a lighthearted story that actually kind of plays into this. It's almost the same idea, the same concept. So Carlos Senior sent me yesterday. Yesterday we were running some errands, but Carlos Senior sent me on a mission from God, the content gods maybe. But so anyway, we had talked about in the past how obviously as the gold and silver prices went up and everything, whatever, I sold some stuff for him and for myself and whatever. But Carlos Senior still had a bunch of jewelry and stuff in a drawer, literally in a drawer. He was just like, hey, can we go to the thing? And because basically for him, he just wants to put it in the account, get some interest, because it's literally been sitting in a drawer for him for years.
Yeah.
So I was like, fine, I'll pick a day where the weather isn't so bad. Yesterday, the weather was okay. It was chilly, but it wasn't too bad. And I said, fine, because I assumed that it was going to take some time because it's been so busy for a lot of those places that I assumed I was going to be waiting a while. And I was thinking, if I have to wait outside, let me make sure I'm waiting on a day where it isn't super cold. I don't want to be freezing outside. I hate the cold. So it wasn't too bad. I got inside. It took like an hour and a half because they were still super busy and it was really slow.
Wow.
So here's what I go in. I bring the stuff in. The young guy that was working on it was actually very good. He did everything. He was chatting, but he was working while he was chatting because thank God. I hate when they start talking and they stop working.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've already been here for an hour and a half. Please just
I don't want to talk to you. Give me my money.
Yeah. Because what they got to do, if they're doing it properly, is they got to test everything, make sure it's all actually what it is. This is going to play into the discussion that Eric just gave. So they have to test everything to make sure it's all real. Check, if it's gold, there's different levels of it. Because if it's jewelry, it could be 10 karat, it could be 14 karat, et cetera, et cetera. You got to go all the way and check everything. So they checked everything, all good. They sorted it out by the different ones, wrote out the list of everything. I go, this is what I can give you for all these things. This is the total. And I go, that's fine. Great. Took care of all that. There were two ladies that were there just after me. They were the ones right behind me. So the guy right beside me is dealing with them.
Yeah.
Literally everything they hand them, that's copper and zinc. That's, this and this. It's this literally
Awesome
everything.
Jewelry.
I think there's some exotic plastics. Like it's like and they're like, you don't buy that, dude. It's like, no, no, silver, gold, and palladium. That's it. Because like I said, my dad's buddy was a jeweler. So sometimes his buddy, my dad would do some work for him and the jeweler would give him these small things. He goes, hey, Carlos, if you want, you can have this and whatever. And so he had a little bit of sterling silver, but he also had a bunch of stuff that was in gold, all the different things. But it was all good because, and I joke with the guys, go, all right, I'll let my dad know that his buddy isn't disowned, but because he knew him for years. So no issue. Because he was like, yeah, some of this stuff is like the weight is precise. And he goes, yeah, because some of the stuff he had custom made. But in contrast, every single thing the lady there had, go find it in a custom shop. Like there's none of it. But they had to wait the same hour and a half to be told. Imagine waiting the hour and a half, Eric. And by the way, this was like a kid, like a lady and her grandmother, and the grandmother was the one who had all the stuff. It's like, yeah, no.
Yep.
You can wear it at Halloween if you want.
We do it all the time. People bring in cards that aren't real. They think they have a Michael Jordan rookie and they think we're going to give them $20,000. And it's like, no, you can rip it in half right in front of us. And we're okay with that, and they get upset about that. I hate giving people bad news. I much rather give people good news and enjoy the hobby with them, right? The positive things, because that's what this is really all about, is the fun and the positive. But we know that there's a lot of scandal in it because where there's money, there's scandal. So you have these people that come in with, something and it's usually the same story. Grandpa passed away, dad passed away, and it's time to move on for this stuff. And, they know nothing about it. They did a very little research. They went on eBay, saw that a Michael Jordan rookie card can sell for $20,000 in good condition, blah, blah, blah. And they're coming in for their payday.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible to tell, someone, no, sorry. And you watch them deflate right in front of you. It sucks. then sometimes they get nasty, and then you're like, get the fuck out.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The reason I figured I would share the story is that it was timely, since it was this week that I took care of that. But the difference is they can show you the test. They can literally do the
Yes.
test right in front of you and explain to you. So if it's good, and if they have an example, I go, if it's real, like for gold, you got the little stone and you can scratch, and then you use the acids. And then depending on what it does, that's one of the tests.
Yeah.
So you do all the different tests, and then you've got the machines and all the different. So you can do multiple tests and show them, hey, here's the scratch test. Here's this one. Here's that one. Here's the machine. Here's blah, blah, blah. And they'll do 2 or 3 of those tests. And if everything passes and there's no concerns, no red flags, yep, all good. And then all they do is wait, and the rest is done. It can be an efficient operation. But when it comes to autographs and some of this stuff, there is so much more nuance. You can put the 2 side by side and say they're not the same. I go, yeah, but if you ask me to sign my name right now, and you ask me to sign when I'm really tired and my hands cramped,
Right.
it won't be the same either. But there's a reason for it. It's not me just not. I can't replicate it exactly,
So
and neither can you, and neither can anybody else.
I like to just go back to curmudgeon for a second.
Go ahead.
Just because I want to give an honest answer and be semi-serious for a second, just to represent the business. I assume this is all fun and games and sarcasm, and that's great, because that's what we do here. So there's no
It's at least as serious as the Captain Claw.
right. Okay. So I just want to say this. So we obviously have, between everyone in the shop, a couple of 100 years of experience combined. We know what we do know, and we're pretty educated on this stuff. However, do we know everything? No. Sometimes are we like, it could go either way? Yes. One of the good things that we have is, and I have talked about this in the past, and we can all joke about it, we have an instant connection with Beckett Authentication Services. So anytime that we do have a question where we're not 100% sure, okay, like if it says Babe Ruth, but it's spelled, BABBY, Baby Ruth, we got that one. All right. But if we have a real question,
That's Babby. It's not baby.
and it's
2 B's, come on.
that's my point. It's like, it's completely off.
Yes.
Now, real quick, just as a kind of aside, since I'll interject a little bit. There's also context clues. We've had the conversation about autographs sometimes. Sometimes, Scott, you don't necessarily need to have a Templar. If you have a Mickey Mantle signed baseball from 2008, from the 2008 World Series,
Yeah.
Mantle was kind of dead.
Oops.
Right.
So, like,
We've seen
I don't
that.
need to be an expert, Scott. I don't need to spend an hour staring at that autograph to be like, unless he is a time-traveling spaceman,
We've seen it.
the likelihood of him being able to sign an autographed baseball from a World Series that happened 12 years after he died is minimal.
Yeah, I've seen Mickey Mantle autographs on cards that were produced after his death, and they're not stickers; they're on card autos.
Yeah.
So that's an exact thing I've seen. So what we do is that, because we have a connection with one of the authenticators, we got him on speed dial. We take the best pictures available, send it to him, and he gets back to us in a matter of minutes over his. Now, it's his opinion, because he doesn't have it in hand, right? But he also has access to the database that he can just go, well, I can give a quick assessment with the picture and the database, and he'll get back to us. So it's not only us in the shop over something that, like a Babe Ruth autograph, Mickey Mantle, one of the biggies. We actually do have access to Beckett Authentication, their database, and their expert that goes all over the country doing this every single day.
So what happens with all these scribbles and with all the new players and stuff like that? All the how do you authenticate these scribbles?
I do not envy
No.
people having to try to evaluate the current iteration of a lot of these. So Dan was joking with the I did the story with Dan in one of the episodes where I showed that Matthew Good album. Matthew Good is my favorite musician. I enjoy a lot of his albums, a lot of his music, but in recent years, a lot of the music isn't as good. I pre-ordered, I shared the story. I pre-ordered the most recent, the EP, the album, And I joked about it on here because honestly, most of the songs are kind of terrible. Probably the best song that he's got on there is actually a song he doesn't barely sings in, like he's barely in it. But I pre-ordered it because I was kind of curious. It was a curiosity for me. I wanted to have it as part of my collection, as a collection. That's a collection piece. I don't even like the album. I'll listen to a couple of songs on it, but that's about it. But I got it. And at this point, given the amount of issues people are having with it, hey, it might actually be a short print, Scott. I might be rich in a couple of years.
Maybe.
But I got an autograph copy. Like
Mhm.
I didn't order an autograph copy. There was an option to have an autograph copy, but I didn't order it. I got an autograph copy. But the thing is, his autograph is like an M with like a squiggle. Like I can actually grab it here. But he's a guy who's like in his 50s. And Dan was trying to make the point about the younger guys with their autographs. It's like, well, Matthew Good is not young,
No.
but he's gotten lazy with the autograph. Like at this point, it's just I'll show you guys, but it's literally a scribble. My point is, imagine the current iteration where the scribble is the default. It's already a scribble to start with. And what
Yep.
happens, Scott, as these guys age and degrades and they get lazier? It's already a scribble first.
I mean,
Some guys start off with an autograph and then it becomes a scribble. These guys are starting as a scribble. What are you going to do?
and I've done this 100 times. I'm using the same example again. Okay, I was with Harry Sinden earlier in the week. The guy's 93.
That's
Okay,
good.
look at that, 90 freaking 3.
Some people just have good autographs and
We have
for a long time.
our friend Willie. Okay,
Not
90,
really.
90 freaking years old. And then we have a friend of the shop and who we work with, and I don't have it handy because I don't really care that much. We got like Jeremy Swayman.
Wow.
Good kid. He's in the Olympics right now. Hopefully he's coming home with gold. We love working with him. It's just
Yeah.
okay.
Mitch Marner was like that. I went, who's paying $75 for that?
These guys are in their 90s.
Yeah.
You can't do. You're freaking 23. You
I
can't
think that-
do better than guys in their 90s.
I think the scribbles will hurt them in the future. You're going to go see a Hall of Famer in another 20 years or something like that, and he's scribbling. It's like, really?
That's
the best you're gonna
definitely
do?
a thing that could be a serious problem. So I'll show you
Yeah, for
here.
that.
So here's the album, and I'll actually zoom in so you can see. So see that?
No idea what that says.
It says,
Hold on.
that's better. Maybe.
Does,
Yeah.
does it help, Eric? If
Oh
I-
yeah, now I see it. I'm sorry.
no,
I thought it was an
Nice.
N, but it is an M. Okay.
That's a B and a Z.
do you get my point, Scott? So it's not just a young generation thing. Matthew Good, I think, is like 54, 55. Like he's older than I am, but at the same time, like that thing. And I have an older CD, and to be, hold on, one more time here. To be fair,
There's a good one.
the scribble autograph actually is consistent with one that I had from like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
So there was a time years ago that I actually got a CD. I did actually order the autograph version that time because I was able to get it for very minimal difference from the regular pre-order. This one was a pre-order where the autograph was a surprise. I'm not complaining, Bobby. I didn't pay an extra dime for this. I paid just a normal pre-sale price and I got this and it came with the autograph. I'm not complaining. But like that autograph is like,
Compensate for the album.
there isn't a distinguishing letter in it. There isn't, you can't make out any letters. His name is Matthew Good.
Yeah.
Like,
Is it
okay.
MG? Like, it looks like there's somewhat of a G in there.
Yeah. Like he's 12 years older than I am. Eric can attest. I've sent him something in an envelope. Eric, I wrote a note and I signed the bottom of the note. Can you figure out what the autograph says?
I was able to read everything you sent.
Yeah. Every letter in my name is legible on it if I just sign my signature. Carlos Sr. has the same name that I do. Now, what's funny, Carlos Sr. is in his early 70s. Now, his signature is consistent. But if you ever look at it, it's a C and a squiggle. He's had that same signature, but he's had the same signature my entire life.
Yeah, I sign all the time at work. Mine is
Yeah, he's C squiggle. And we both have we have the same name.
But it doesn't
Literally-
matter because it's just work, right? It's not like no one's collecting you or paying you for that.
Yeah. No, I get it, but I just thought it was funny that it's funny. The funniest part about it, Eric, is that Carlos Sr. and I have identical names. Literally, what we're signing for legal purposes is the same name. But you can actually make out my first and last name. It's very clear what I'm signing. But yeah, my dad does literally C squiggle, but he can match that squiggle every single time.
Yeah.
Like it's perfect. He nails the squiggle. There are no letters in that squiggle, but he nails it every time.
Yeah.
And I'm looking around my desk and I get all these different autographs, and it's the older guys that I can read every single letter. And as you know, the 80s came, you know, things got started. I'm just looking at this history lesson in front of me. The 80s came, the 90s came, and things started getting a little shorter. And it was, initials, but it was.
You know why? Because cards were one of the main reasons why. Because they wanted people to sign. I got to do 150 cards. Let's just shorten it. Let's just do it quick. Let's do the photographs, whatever it is.
I think with it, Bobby, and I think you're 100% right. I think you're 100% right. No argument at all.
And I think they're taught that.
There was more. There was more desire for this stuff, and these guys had to, work at stacks of stuff. Where before, you'd catch Maurice Richard at the train station to sign something. He'd sign it nice. Here you go, kid. Great. And now it's like we're paying you to do 500 of these. So I think you're right. But the other thing is, what else?
Could you imagine signing all those stickers on those pages?
Oh, sucks.
So that portion.
So you can't blame them.
I just want to
just so we're on the same page. That's what I was about to say, Bobby. I'm not going to give them a pass, but I'm also going to say this: if it was me and I was an athlete, Scott, my thing would be like, guys, I don't even want to sign one.
Yeah,
I don't.
Making $1 million, $2 million a year.
Yeah, so I'm sitting there like, how much money do you guys think you have that I would give a shit about signing this? I don't want to sign these.
So my other point is exactly all of that. And I'm not, and I feel bad picking on Jeremy because he is such a nice kid and we do like working with him. But he just publicly signed last year an $85 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't need to sign autographs to make money. So these kids in professional sports now, and even in colleges now, which I'm completely against, and we've had that fight, and not fight, but that discussion in the past. They're making so much freaking money that they don't care about stuff like autographs and making extra money or the fans or making people they don't care about any of that shit anymore. Where back in the day, signing your name on something was a big deal to people. Like Maurice Richard thought that was a responsibility that that he was supposed to do and to take, and he was honored that somebody would want his autograph, and he made sure that it was perfect. Gordie Howe the same way. These kids now, it's like, dude, I make $85 million.
Bellevaux also had a really good autograph.
Oh my God, did he ever? Right? I mean, just one of the absolute best.
Yep.
His is over there on the wall over there.
But I don't think a lot of these kids even have good penmanship today.
No.
That was Orlando's kind of point that was making it here, and then also Baz was making as well. The reality is, so the reason I made the point that I was saying what I was saying there, at the time that I was in school, you were still taught cursive. So my signature is actually very consistent with my handwriting style. The way I do my letters is actually very consistent. Yeah. So that was a choice on my part. I could have done a little extra flourish on there. If I really want to, I can. Realistically, I'm not an athlete. My job isn't to sign with some crazy flourish. If I ever need to sign a legal document, my signature is very clearly legible. And that's now the only time, Eric, you get the Conor McGregor and the Matthew Good and that is if somebody delivers a package and you ask me to sign the stupid tablet.
Yeah.
Then you're getting the fucking like.
I agree.
You're getting that thing.
Yeah.
You're getting that thing.
Yeah, that's completely different. And also, I want to add to the Conor McGregor, the John Cena. Did you see his bullshit that he
it's bad
2 months ago?
It's bad.
When he's not even looking, like he's not even looking down. He's like, And the guys are pulling it, and he's looking around like this, and they're pulling it, and he's just right. We have some of those in the shop because he did it in Boston. That was at his like last match, which he wanted to do at home because he's from Massachusetts. And we have some of those exact same ones that you saw him doing that stack, that bullshit. We have some at the shop and are framed, and they're freaking gross.
Why'd you frame them?
Because it's John Cena and people.
There you go. Enough said.
People pay good money for the John Cena autograph, bad or not. Like they want it. Like they'll still pay money for it. Like,
and we literally have video to show people him in Boston, 15 minutes away from the shop, signing these exact same things, and he's just totally arrogant, going like he's trying to be funny. He signs it, someone pulls it, and he's looking around, smiling, going, and he's moving his head around like this, and he's just like, look at how easy this is. It's obnoxious. It's almost as bad as the Conor McGregor one.
And there's another thing, Scott, we can't worry about. Just like whatever. You can't tell these kids. You can't tell anybody to sign better. Actually, the only way of telling them is not by buying it. Like I saw Mitch Marner. Like I went to that show. He was just a rookie. He was a rookie with Toronto. And then I went up to see the signatures because I said, well, maybe I'll get one. He's a young upcoming guy. And then I saw his signature. It was like MM, which was just squiggle. And I went, $75 for that? I'd throw it back in his face. I'd say, no.
Right.
No. Watch, I can do yours. Huh? Anyways. And by people not buying it or saying something or throwing it back at them, saying, hey, listen, I don't need to scribble. That's the best way of standing up to it.
You pay before you get the scribble. It would be great if you paid after. You went in with your item, they signed it, you decided whether that was worth your money or not, and then you go and pay.
No, it's even better that you paid and then you just throw it right back at them.
Yeah.
And that's not an autograph. That's a scribble. See you later. That happens a few dozen times to them. They might think about it a little bit. Who knows?
I think for half the athletes, they'll be like, okay, in the trash it goes. Whatever.
Yeah.
Next.
I don't think they care.
I think for a lot of them, you'd be doing them a favor because they're like, yeah, great. I don't want to do this shit. See you.
Yeah.
Any excuse. But as long as people want to pay for it, they'll be like, okay, fine. I guess we'll take the money. I think there's a reluctance. Dylan says my auto is terrible. Ted Williams with a pointed bottom and T is a red flag. Do you see that, Eric? I was about to point this out. Eric, what if the response is, somebody rejects it and then they, all right, fine. So then they sign it, take their time very carefully, and then they hand it back to you and it's a Ted Williams autograph. It doesn't matter who it is. Everything's Opeachy. Everything's Ted Williams.
That's right.
It's like Jeremy Swayman just signed Ted Williams. Close enough.
Had a phenomenal autograph, and I always love seeing them when they're in the shop, and we have a lot of them in the shop.
Yep. On one hand, so signing can devalue the value. On the other hand, it makes us supply enough to keep future generations able to afford one. So this is the Pete Rose thing. This is what happened with Pete Rose. Pete Rose signed so much stuff that you can literally get a Pete Rose autograph on a lot of. Leaf literally had a set where every box had a Pete Rose autograph in it.
Mm-hmm.
You can get them for a song. Like they're like $20, like maybe less, because he signed crap ton.
I think he was ambidextrous and he just went down sticker sheets two-handed to get them done quicker.
And the thing is, they're legit autographs. Like they're real. So it's not a question about they're real. They are. He just signed 1 billion of them.
Oh my God.
It's all about knowing they touched the card, or at least the front of it. I don't care if they read it. Well, that's fair enough. To each their own.
Don't Kurt Cart care that touch away.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Marner is better than 8%. Now there's some legit like lines. There are lines. There was the one, there was a football player, Scott, that Eric used on one of the silly card of the week. And he signed like his initials, but it was like the tiniest little thing in the corner. It was literally just, it might've been Anthony Richardson, I think, but it was somebody. It was like 2 letters in the corner, but it's tiny in the corner.
And it was a big white window of paper, like on the card. It was a huge cutout. And he was microscopic. I mean, he could have filled up that whole thing. It would have looked beautiful on this card. And he just put this little tiny bug, kind of thing on it. It's horrible. Yeah, it's bad.
That's what happens with a lot of these guys. but I don't blame them. Like some of them, to be honest, they make enough money where, to be honest, at that point, Eric, if you got enough money, like I would just turn down every autograph request, especially if a company wants it. Like I'm like, no thanks, guys. I'm good.
A lot of guys do. You know, we have a guy here, you know, for the Celtics, well, actually both Celtics stars, you know, Jaylen Brown and Tatum, haven't done a lot of stuff. They don't need to. Both of them are maxed contracts. Okay. But superstar maxed out, both of them contracts. A lot of teams don't have two players that have that contracts because they can't afford it. Both of them are completely maxed out. Can't make any more freaking money. And Tatum, I don't, he's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm not interested. Jaylen Brown, and you guys can do your own research, has a lot of opinions and feelings about life and etc. And that's fine. And he's not interested in doing it either. So to get something that they have autographed and have that authenticated is not easy, and it's expensive because they're just like, no, they have to, you know, there's different reasons and theories of why they don't sign, but yeah, they have no interest in sitting down and signing 500 things for you. They're making the max NBA contract. They don't need your money. And they really don't want to be around you or work with you or have anything to do with you.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's the right spirit to have. So with that said, I think we'll start winding her down. Scott, I want to give last word to you. I didn't realize we'd have an extensive autographs, discussion. We had a Kurt's card gear thing and an autograph. This is like old school, old times. It's been a while since we had a couple of those. We fully discredited cycling because it's not a sport. NASCAR also not a sport. Unless they make my requested changes. If they make my requested changes, I will reconsider their application. Fernando says, I met Bob Filler and talked to him. He asked me if I wanted his autograph. He signed everything. Yes, he did. And if you all look under your chairs, people remaining in the chat, there is a Johnny Bauer autograph.
Yeah, true.
Right now.
Or Bobby Hull.
He's also been dead for years. That doesn't change the fact, if you look under your chair, there is a Johnny Bauer autograph.
There's a Bobby Hull there, a Bobby Hull and Johnny Bauer up there. Johnny Bauer, Bobby Hull. That's just the ones I remember that are out and about. There's more in books and boxes and stuff, but just sitting from where I can see, there's 3 Bauers and 2 Hulls. No, 3 each in the directions.
Scandalous.
I just found a fourth Bobby Hull.
Amazing.
It's incredible.
There's a fourth.
The bad news, Scott, is that sometimes if he couldn't find anything good to sign, you might have an autographed shampoo bottle. Like it could be any random shit. Like honestly, anything he found around the house that he just needed to sign, he just signed. So whatever it is, he might be signed.
Yeah.
Hey Dylan, listen, you're in a different time zone than you are. Hawaii is basically another country. You're like Florida, man. You're in a different place.
It's what, 5 in the evening there.
Yeah, like I don't even know. And the thing is, Scott, the funny thing is, I'm not doing it because I'm tired. The reality is I have a chocolate chip muffin with my name on it.
Ooh.
And also, I figure for everybody else on the East Coast, I would give them a break. Realistically, our viewers picked up as we were talking nonsense the last hour or so. But at the same time, it's like, well, we're not trying to set any records tonight. But it is what it is. He was so nice, says Brad. Yeah, Bob Feller, yes. Carlos, I did not double tap my phone. He's been doing that a lot lately. It's all right. You're all right. You'll be fine. 7:30 on Friday night. There you go.
I just found a 5th Hull.
Only a 5th?
Yeah.
Of course you did.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I got 5 Hulls that just from sitting here I can see.
Oh,
yeah.
That's one thing I wanted to mention. We were talking about it before. Is this word expert? Everybody thinks an expert is 100%. It's actually more like 75%. Most of the experts basically know. So when you give somebody that allocation of expert, they're really only 75% of the way there. They're never 100%. Very few. you're an expert technically on looking at gold. Yeah, I get it. Those are technical things. But all these other experts who are authenticators of whatever, they're never perfect, but they like to tote that they are. So
Well, I think for some of the categories that we have, you could be as good as you want. You're basically looking for flaws in the problem. Autographs are complicated. We just talked about this. Even if somebody is legitimately autographing it for you, stuff can happen that'll mess with it. And there'll be variations. And there's supposed to be variations. A human being is supposed to have some variation. That's normal. There are telltale signs, but that's the best you're looking for. You're looking for problems with that. It's like watching Sesame Street, watching Eric count. I wish it included the ha ha ha. The count was the best.
After 10,
he was.
After 10, I got to take my shoes off.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, Big Scott, what's coming up on the channel? What's going on in the collecting world? The Big Scott, what's up?
Same old. Just picking up stuff, dropping off stuff at PSA, even though the prices have gone up. For some flipping, because it still sells on the secondary market. So I'll do one tomorrow video. Actually had a good, like I said earlier, good turnout from the Hall of Fame voting, for people checking out the channel. And me and Dad.
You write your speech yet? Your acceptance?
No, I won't be winning anything. I have gotten quite a few votes, but I won't be winning anything. I think that me and Dad Monday.
You say the voting is low, so maybe you do.
I think we'll get a lot of last minute things. I'd be curious.
Yeah.
Chris in Missouri here. Been watching TV. Now going to bed. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
So same old stuff. I didn't do. I got a stack of cards I haven't shown. I was sick this week, so had a case of flu. Little touch, not bad, but everything's same old here. Waiting for baseball season.
Oh, how exciting!
Listen, Eric's watching with bated breath. He'll be there to tell us how boring it is, but then be able to give us every intimate detail.
For me, it's more trying to see how I'm going to watch baseball. They still have not clear about how MLB, how things are going to work. It's still kind of fuzzy, so we're trying to wait for that.
Yeah. So I'll read this one. So Big Scott had your My Brandis Hall of Fame vote. Just letting you know, even though I didn't vote for you, you deserve it. Pop and Scott, a great on Monday, says Jeff. Thank you. Chris says, Scott, talk about John Bateman. Hang on 1 second. Dylan says, no vote. I saw your video. I left a comment in there. Now, Dylan, I appreciate your right to utilize your right. So, Bobby, Dylan's point was that he wanted to vote for people that would appreciate the vote. And therefore, he didn't vote for the channel, even though he made specific note to note he should have voted for the channel. But yes, that's literally what he did. And I'm like, one man kazoo parade, Dylan. I don't give a fuck about what the other people want. It's not about their feelings. It's about one man kazoo parade. Focus, man. Focus. Eye on the prize.
Other channel been literally begging for votes for a year straight.
That's right.
Any other channel. Appreciate. I have put my heart and soul into this for a year, saying I got nothing. I don't like me. I have no friends.
Yeah. Even the sports that Eric likes are trash. Eric is literally the loser of the highest order.
This is
he
all
sucks.
I have. This is the only thing that's been keeping me going for a year. Appreciate. Are you kidding me?
And Dylan, the important thing is, like, you're right. I don't get in my warm, fuzzy feelings that someone votes for me for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame so I can get my stupid fucking patch. I don't care about that, man. It's about the one-man kazoo parade. It's about the content gods, Dylan. Focus.
Scott, you might get a nomination if you do a two-man kazoo parade.
Maybe.
Nah, that's okay. I'm good.
Okay.
I just want to watch I voted for the one-man kazoo parade.
That's all that matters, Scott. And I appreciate you for understanding the mission.
Did you vote for yourself? Did we vote for ourselves here?
Dylan is not getting this. That's right.
There it is.
That's what I said.
Ready to go.
Scott, my point is, I understand Dylan's trying to do this frou new age, like, oh, we're trying to be nice. I want people to feel good at the end. Fuck that. One man kazoo parade, people. Focus.
Yeah,
I am going to mock this without end. And but Scott, let's be fair.
Don't play
I'm going to mock it with or without.
Jason,
It won't matter. I'll
You
mock
can't
this
play
shit
it.
anyway.
You cannot play it yet.
That's right.
just to give you a little.
It has to
taste.
be a virgin kazoo. Oh God. We really want this?
Okay. Here
So,
it is. It's
hold on,
right.
hold
I'm
on.
happy that I got friends getting in. I think Carlos is going to get in. A couple of my other friends from my group are going to get in. So
Hold on. Scott,
I'm gonna be Hall of Fame adjacent.
Jason is the important part. That's right. So look, all I got to say is one more thing. All the other people, at the end of the day, if they get in, they don't get in. If they get in, they'll be like, "Oh my God, I love you guys," and they'll do all this bullshit. We would have a man make kazoo parade. Number one, that's something. And number two, all I have to say is this. So you get.
That's what I want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Better start practicing.
That's right.
Maybe.
So, Scott, like I said, I don't want to be in the spirit of humility that I have. I got to say, like, when that's on the table, all the other options are trash, is all I'm saying.
What else are other people offering? Nothing.
Like, literally nothing. You know what? The best case scenario, Scott, is that they don't stop making videos.
Seems like that's part of the, if somebody would. It's a percentage and win this, and then they
Wait, you know what, Scott? Maybe this is. Hold on, Scott. Maybe this is a different thing. Maybe we're thinking, Scott, Bobby. This just led me down a thought. Maybe we're thinking about this all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe people are voting for these guys in the hopes that, like, we don't want you to make fucking videos anymore. Please go away.
Maybe. Get him in.
They're like,
shut him
we're
up.
going to vote for you because we're hoping that after you get in, you will never make a video again. That's it. You're gone.
Yeah, he peaked in high school. All right.
Ooh, man. That'd be brutal. Yeah. A vintage shrinky dink. Who knows? Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. You waited on a night for that one. Listen, I got time, Dylan. When the timing is right, the timing is right. All right. So, Big Scott, thank you for joining us. Dan's Vintage Baseball joined us earlier tonight. Eric is physically here in perpetuity, contractually obligated. The good news is, ignore his hat, and I'll finish off with this thought. I want you all to ignore the ridiculous hat. He's a poser. But the important thing is that regardless of what Eric is saying, don't look at what his hat's doing. Look at what he does when he is in company of people he respects and likes. So here is same with Ray Borg. And as you can see there, that says Germany. That is the Deutschland. Now,
Ray Borg.
you guys were not privy.
Borg.
You guys were not privy to the text message thread.
Oh my God. Not Ray
Eric
Borg.
hates the troops.
Nope.
He hates America.
Nope.
And he hates freedom.
Nope.
And he loves hospital.
And as soon as he gets off this live, he will take that hat and fucking burn it.
No, I will not.
Aaron Von Erich.
Mm-hmm.
It
Baron
works,
Von
doesn't it?
Erich. There he is. Baron Von Erich. Scott, once again, longest running episodic, whatever it is. Dan has us at 1,900 plus weeks, but we're at 280 numbered episodes. So one way or another, it's a high number. Like, it's a lot. One way or another, it's a lot.
It's just maths.
So what happens? It is what it is. Happens 40% of the time, right? Great stuff. Again, all lovey-dovey and you dudes. Thank you for keeping me entertained and keeping with a smile on my face. There you go. So hit your like button on the way out. Eric pays for it because that bastard's got enough money. You know, he doesn't pay for stuff at Sports
And
World.
vote for the kazoo parade.
Vote for the kazoo parade, for goodness sake. Do it. Right there. The man's got a sign, for goodness sake. See, Scott, I'm trying to sign off and more people are logging in.
And the worst part is
that's actually true.
people are going to read that sign and go, what channel is adjacency?
What channel is adjacency? Who knows, man? I don't know. All right, that's it. Have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one. Catch you next time.
See you.